Hello World program on Java. So let us go for our first program to be written and to be executed on our Java Eclipse IDE.
On the Eclipse editor, we are going to type our code on to display the hello world string. In the package explorer, we are going for the right click, new and Java project. Giving the name as my hello world. You can give any other name here. So here we are going for this Java SC 1.8. All the things have been set. Now going for next. So it will create one src folder. Going for finish. So my hello world has got created. This Java project has got created. On this src we are going for this right click, new, and then going for this package. Giving the name as com.demo.hello world. com.demo.hello world. So that is my package name. We're going for finish. Then on this package, going for right click, then new, then going for class. It will go on creating a Java class. So let it be hello world. This class name and the file name must be same. So here you can find that we have given the name hello world with H and W capital letters. Rest letters are in the lowercase. Then the hello world.java will be created, and that will be having the same name as that of the class name. The package name has got displayed here. So under this we're going to create one function, that is a main. I'm not going to type the full main prototype. We're going for this, we'll type this main and then control spacebar. We're using the Eclipse IntelliSense here. So that is the main method, which will have the prototype, that is public static void main string array args. So the respective function has got printed. So now we are going for this sysout. I shall not go on typing our system.out.println. I shall type only sysout and then control spacebar. So we are using Eclipse IntelliSense. So here we are typing here hello world. So in this way the respective program we have typed. So here public class hello world, the name of the class is hello world. The hello world must be same as that of the file name. So the file name is hello world.java. We're going to save that one. And the first function which will start its execution is known as the main function, which will have the prototype, that is public static void main string array args. Obviously this args can be changed because it is nothing but one string array object. And instead of writing this public static, also you can write static public. So that is also allowed. But it is our common practice to write public static. So public means this particular function is accessible from outside of the class, and static means this particular function will have a single instance irrespective of the number of objects we are going to create under the class hello world. And void indicates that this function returns nothing, it returns void. And system.out.println, we will be using it to display some string on the screen, so on the console. So here the string must be enclosed within double quotes in Java. So how to execute this program? Just we shall click on this run hello world.java in Eclipse, and then the respective output will be obtained, that is a hello world. So in this demonstration we have given you the idea that how to create a Java project, Java package, Java class, how to type code in Eclipse in that particular Java class, whatever you have created. Here it is hello world, and how to execute the code to get the output in the console. Thanks for watching this video.
In this video, we are discussing arithmetic operators available in Java.
In this demonstration, we are going to discuss different arithmetic operators whatever available in our Java code. We have defined three variables of type integer, and here we have defined one scanner class object. This scanner class object, using it we shall take inputs from the keyboard, and then we are going to perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, division and other arithmetic operations using Java arithmetic operators. So scanner is equal to new scanner. So this is a new scanner is a constructor we are calling, so that we can instantiate this scanner object. and system.in, it is depicting that from the system's default input device, that is our keyboard, will be getting stream of characters. And then we are taking this input from the keyboard and also we are converting it to the respective integer using this method next int, and that will be assigned to a at first, and next time I'm calling scanner.nextInt method, it is assigning the input integer value to b variable. And now we are doing this addition. The addition operator is plus, subtraction operator is minus, there is a multiplication operator star, there is a arithmetic division operation, that is our slash font slash. Here we are having the remainder operation to get, there is a modulus, we are getting this one as percentage, and in this way whatever the results we are getting, and they are getting printed accordingly. So in this way, and at the end of the code we are just closing the scanner object. So we are going to use different arithmetic operators in this demonstration. So let me execute my code here. So enter the value of a and b, that means this line is getting executed. So now it is asking to input two values, and first value will be assigned to a and the second value will be assigned to b. Let us suppose I'm putting the value say 100 and say 12. In that case, what we are getting after addition, it is 112, it's perfectly okay. Subtraction 88. After multiplication means we are doing this one using this star, that is the multiplication here we are having, so that is 1200. Here we are doing this division operation, this arithmetic division using this slash font slash. A and b both are of the type of integers, so the quotient will be also of the type of integer. Result has been defined as integer type of variable, so we are not going to get any fractional part here, so we are getting 8, and then remainder, that means 100 by 12, that means 100% 12 here to get the remainder, and as a remainder we are getting here 4. So in this demonstration we have explained that what are the different arithmetic operators in Java available and how to use them in our Java code.
Here in this video, we are discussing unary operators in Java.
In this demonstration, we are discussing unary operators. We have defined two variables var1 and var2 of type integer. var1 is equal to 50. So assigning 50 to the variable var1, and var2 is equal to minus of var1. That means here we are using this unary minus. Unary means this particular operator is requiring only one operand to operate it on. If I write minus 10, here minus is requiring only one operand, that is 10. But if I write 10 minus 5, here minus operator is requiring two operands, 10 and 5. In that case, the operator will be known as the binary operator because it is requiring two operands. But if you write only minus 10, then the minus is actually working as one unary operator. So minus unary operator to invert the sign of the value of var1, and now we are printing the value of var1 and var2 both. So if I go on executing, I can find that one. This var1 is still with this 50. The var1 is still with this 50, but var2 has got the value minus 50 here. Next one is that var1 is equal to 50 and var2 is equal to var1 plus plus. That means you can find that this plus plus operator is nothing but one unary operator. It is requiring only one operand, that is a var1, and here we are doing the post increment. That means at first it will store the value, then the value of var1 will get incremented. So store previous value, then increase var1 by 1. So we have written everything in our comment. So var2 is equal to var1 plus plus. So as a result of that, you can easily find that the var2 has got the value 50 and var1 after doing this increment has got the value 51, because the previous value of var1 will be assigned to var2, and that is 50, and then var1 will get incremented by 1. So var1 itself will have the value 51 here. So that is happening in this particular output line. Next one is that we are doing the same, but here we have written this one as plus plus var1. That means pre-incrementing, increasing var1 by 1 and then assigning it to var2. So from the 50, if I increase the value of var1 by 1, so it will become 51, and then 51 will be assigned to var2. So we are expecting that both var1 and var2 will be printed as 51 and 51. So there is a respective output line. So next one is that where assign var1 is equal to 50, and similarly we have done the post decrementing, that means store the previous value and then decrease var by var1. So in this way it is going to do that one. So I'm just let me explain it here. So var1 is having the value 50, so 50 will be assigned to var2 and then var1 will become 49 here. So as a result of that, you can easily find that here we are having this 50 for var2 and then var1 has got decremented by 1, so it has become 49. So at first 50 will be assigned to var2 and then var1 will be decremented by 1, so it has become 49. Next one is our pre-decrementing. So pre-decrementing means that here we shall be decrementing the value of var1, so it will become 49 and then that 49 will be assigned to var2. So both var1 and var2 will have the value 49 and 49 respectively. Boolean bool1 comma result. So that means here we have defined two variables, bool1 and result. Bool1 is containing the value true. That is, a not of bool1 will be assigned to result. So as a result of that, if you print bool1, it will print true, and if you print result res, then it will print not of true, that is false. So let us go for the execution. You can find that the bool1 is true and result is false. So in this way, in this demonstration, we have given you the idea that how these unary operators can be operated in our Java code.
Bitwise operators in Java.
Here in this demonstration, we are discussing bitwise operators available in Java. So we have defined two variables, val1 and val2, with the values 12 and 10, and they are of the type of byte. So the binary representation of 12 in byte, that means in 8 bits we have written, and also the binary representation of 10 in 8 bits, we have mentioned that one. So byte result, so we are defining another variable result here. So it has been represented as res. So result is equal to byte of not val1, that is a bitwise complement val1. So this is known as the not. Also the operator is known as tilde operator, and we are converting it to that byte type and assigning to this result. Now what is happening here? So this val1 is actually containing 12. That means there is a binary representation of 12. So 12 means 8 plus 4. That means at the 8 and 4 place we'll be having 1, and rest bits will be filled up with zeros. So now to get that ones complement of it, we are getting this one as 4 times 1 and then 0 0 1 1. So that is the not of val1. So if I print this one, we are getting here minus 13. Now question is coming in mind, why it is minus 13? Why the value has got printed as minus 13? We know that when the first bit is 1, then the number will be treated as a negative quantity, and to get the magnitude I should calculate its 2's complement. So 2's complement means 1's complement, that means zeros will be replaced by 1 and 1's will be replaced by 0 plus 1, and that is the 1's complement plus 1 will be the 2's complement, which will be denoting the magnitude part of the number, and the first bit will be denoting the sign, that is our negative, because the first bit is 1. So now what is this? This is our 12 plus 1, so that is a 13. So minus 13 will be the outcome, and that we are getting here as the outcome here. Next one is val1 and val2. So and here we are doing the bitwise AND operator, so it will be denoted by this ampersand. So now if we do the bitwise, just you can do for the columnar, just see. So here only we are having this 1 and 1. So that's why this place will produce 1 here, and rest all places will be producing 0. So this 1 means at the 8th place we are having 1. So if we print, we can find that after doing this ANDing, we are getting the 8 as the outcome. In case of OR, what is happening? If you go on ORing, bitwise if you go on ORing, you can find that it is 1 or 1 is 1, 1 or 0 is 1, 0 or 1 is 1, and the rest of the bits will be 0. So 1 1 1 0 will be the outcome. So that means 8 plus 4, 12 plus 2, that is the 14 here. So that's why after ORing we are getting this one as 14. Next we are going for this XOR operation. In case of XOR, it will be denoted by this upper caret, that is the operator, that is the XOR operation, bitwise XOR operation. So what will be the outcome? You know that in case of XOR operations, similar bits will produce the output 0 and dissimilar bits will produce the output 1. So here I'll be getting 1 because 1 and 0 XOR is 1, and this 1 XOR 0. So 0 XOR 1 is 1. So rest of the bits will be producing 0 after XORing, bitwise XORing. So 1 1 0 will be the outcome. So I am expecting 6 as the result. Yes, we are getting 6 after doing the XORing. Next one is there is a shift 2 bits towards the left, that is a val1. So here we are having this val1, so I'm just shifting it towards the left for 2 bits place. So I'm just going for, so if I go for this 2-bit place, so it will be coming like this, that is towards the left. So these 2 bits will be off, will be lost, and 2 new bits will be coming to fill up the blank space. So we can find that it will be having the format like this, and which is nothing but, here it is nothing but 32 plus 16, and that should be 48. So we are expecting that the value will become 48 here. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that the value has become 48. Actually what is happening, the bit which is at the 8th place with the place value 8 has been transferred to the place value 32. The bit which was at the place value 4 has been transferred to the place value 16. So actually we are doing 2 to the power of 2 multiplication. Actually we are doing 4 multiplication, that means 2 to the power of 2 multiplication. What is 2 to the power of 2? This 2 is actually denoting that for how many bits we are shifting towards the left. That means if you shift towards the left for n number of bits, then the magnitude will get increased by the factor of 2 to the power of n. So that's why 12 into 2 to the power of 2, that means 12 into 4, so 48 will be the outcome. So that's why we are getting here 48 as outcome. Next one is that we are going for this val1, which will be shifted towards the right and 2 bits towards the right. Then what will happen? So these 2 bits will be lost and extra 2 zeros will be coming up. So these 2 bits will produce 2 and 1. So that means I'm going to get a 3. So that's why we're getting the outcome as 3. So what is happening if we go for n bit right shift, then actually the number will be divided by 2 to the power of n. So here the value of n is equal to 2 because we are doing 2-bit shift. So 2 to the power of 2 is 4. So 12 by 4. So 3 will be the result here. So in this way we have explained the bitwise operators which are available in Java with proper demonstration and example.
Relational operators in Java.
Here in this demonstration, we will be discussing on relational operators available in Java. We have defined one variable of the type boolean. The name of the variable is result. And the first relational operator we are using, that is equal to. So 10 equal to 10, it is a condition. So it will return either true or false depending upon the condition is true or the condition is false. So true when a left operand is exactly equal to the right operand. So that will be assigned to the result. The value of the result will be printed. So we can see that the result is true here. Next time we have gone for 5 less than 5. So here this less than is nothing but one relational operator in Java. So that will be assigned to result. 5 is less than 5 is false. So true when the left operand is less than the right operand, but that is not happening here. Here both the operands are same. So that's why the result will get printed as false. So you can find that the result has got printed as false. Next one is result is equal to 5 less than equal to 5. Here less than equal to is one of the relational operators in Java. True when left operand is less or equal to the right operand. So we are printing the result and it is getting printed as true here. Next time you are using the greater than, that is a 10 greater than 5. So this greater than is one relational operator, true when the left operand is greater than the right operand. So now here the result is getting printed and you are finding that the result is getting printed as true. So we are getting this outcome here. Next one is greater than equal to. So 10 greater than equal to 5. So this condition is true. So result will be printed as true here. So the another relational operator, that is a not equal to. So 2 not equal to 2. True left operand and the right operand are not the same, but they are same here. So that's why the result will be assigned with the false and the result will get printed. So I'm getting the outcome as result is false. So in this way we have discussed different relational operators available in Java.
In this video we are discussing conditional operators in Java.
We are discussing how to use the conditional operators in Java. So here we have defined 2 boolean variables, that is the bool1 and bool2, and another variable that is our result, res. Bool1 has got initialize with true and bool2 has got initialize with false. So result is equal to bool1 or bool2. You can find that here we have used double filter sign. So true when at least one of the value, if it is true, then the outcome will be true, and that is the basic logic of OR. And in this case, this result is equal to bool1 and bool2. So that is our double ampersand, which is another conditional operator. So true when both values are true here. So here we are expecting that result will be printed as true because one of the values is true here, bool1 is true. But here we are expecting that the result will be printed as false because here this bool1 is true but the bool2 is false. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that it is true and it is false and it is according to our logic. So now let me make it true here. Then what will happen? In the both cases, for this double filter, that is the and this is a double ampersand, that is our double filter is OR and double ampersand is our AND. In the both cases, in the both conditional operators will produce the outcome as true. So let me go for the execution. You can find that they are producing the outcome as true here. So in this way, in this demonstration with the proper example, we have given you the idea that how to use the conditional operators in our Java coding.
In this video, we are discussing input-output techniques in Java.
In this demonstration, we are discussing input and output in Java. So that is one message, that is this is an output line. This message, this particular string is going to get printed using system.out.println. Now what is system? System is nothing but one class which is defined under the package java.lang.system. That means the package name is java.lang and the class name is system. So let us go for exploration of this. So this is our input output Java program, and here you can find that we'll be going for this java.lang. You can easily find java.lang is there. So you shall go for rt.jar and then you shall go for java.lang. So different packages are given here. So let us go for java.lang. So they are arranged in the alphabetical order. So I shall go for this java and then lang. So that is my java.lang. Under this java.lang, we'll be going for the class that is our system. So if you go for the class system, they are also arranged in the alphabetical order. So that is our system class. So this is our system class has got opened. So now you see here we are having system.out. Now what is out? And this out is nothing but one printstream class object. And this printstream class object is there, and this particular object must be of the static scope, and it is written here also. There is a public static final printstream out. So this is a declaration, that is out is nothing but one instance variable under the class system, and this instance variable is nothing but one object of the class printstream. As this particular object is having the static declaration, so as a result of that we can access this object directly from the class name dot operator. So let us go for this out. So now we are going for the system. You can find that here we are having this out here. We are having this out here declared. There is a public static final java.io print stream class object out is there. As this out is having the respective static declaration, so this out can be accessed directly from system.class, system class.out here. So now this is our java.io.printstream. So let us go for java.io.printstream to check that this particular java.io.printstream class, whether java.io is the package name, printstream is the class, must be having a method that is our println. So that's why we can access it. So we are going for this java.io. So that is our java.io. We are going for that. So this is our java.io, and from here we'll be going for the print stream. So there is a class called print stream. This is a respective class, and this particular class is having a method that is a println, and this method is not static. So that's why I cannot be calling this method println directly from printstream.println because the method is not static here. So that's why I should declare one object under the printstream class, then object name.println can take place. So that's why this system is having our out is the object of this print stream class, so out.println is allowed here. So that's why we're getting the respective help here also. We're having this java.lang.system, and this is the out. This out we're having, and this out is nothing but one print stream class. This print stream class object, that is we're having this one as java.lang.system.out, and it is declared under the static scope. So that's why we can directly access this out from this system.out, and println is nothing but one method. This method is having the prototype, that is a void. It returns void. It is defined under the package java.io, and it is having the respective class, that is a print stream, and .println is a respective method, and it takes a string as input argument, string object, and there is a string object we have passed. So in this way the code is actually getting executed. So I have given you the explanation of the system.out.println, which is a very common question in the interview or in the exam viva. So if I go for the execution, you can find that this is an output line. This string has got printed here. Okay, so this string has got printed. Next one, we are having this particular x is equal to 10. X is of the type integer. So value of x, we are doing this one as concatenation. So string concatenation integer. So ultimately it will be converted implicitly to the string, and that's why the output is coming as the value of x colon 10 here. Next one is that we are not using print ln, we are using print and print. So what is happening? The first string and the second string, these things have got printed in the same line. But if you put here ln here, if you put here ln, then obviously these two lines will get printed in two separate rows. So there is a first string, there is a second string. So if you make this ln omitted, you can find that the second string, this string is getting printed in the same line in which the first string got printed. Next one is that system.out.printf. This is the value of x, pi is equal to this. In this way we can go on printing. So x will have this particular formatting, that is a decimal type, and this is nothing but 22f, means 22 will be treated as a float number by 7, so it will be printed as %f. So we can find that it is getting printed as 10 and 3.142857. So in this way we have explained that how this outcome is coming. Now scanner class object. So this is a scanner class object. So this is a scanner class we are having. So it is under the java.util.scanner. So java.util is the package name, scanner is the class name. Under this class we have defined one object. This object has got instantiated, is getting instantiated using this constructor. So new, and then the constructor name, which is must be same as the class name. Here the class name is scanner, so the constructor name is also, the method is also known as the, will be called by the scanner. And there is a system.in, there is a scanner class object to read from the input device, and here the stream of characters will be coming from the system's in default input device, that is our keyboard here. So system.out.println enter data using keyboard. So when the data will be entered, so that can be accessed using scanner.nextInt. You see here the input will be converted to the integer, and that will be assigned to int data, and later the data is getting printed here. And scanner.close, so close the scanner object when the inputs are obtained. So let us go for the execution. You can find that it is asking for some input. I'm giving the input as 100. Now you can find that the data that has been read is 100 here. So in this way, in this particular demonstration, we have discussed that what are the different inputs and output, how we can do the inputs and outputs in our Java coding, and we have given you the detailed description what is system.out.println.
Strings in Java.
In this demonstration, we are going to discuss how to use string in our Java code. At first, we have defined one character array. This character array is containing these 6 characters, and this is known as a character array, and name of the character array is character string. We have defined one scanner class object as usual. We did that one before also, and we have defined one string class object str. is equal to new string. You see in the constructor, string is nothing but a constructor here, this string method, and which is taking this character array as input argument. That means from this character array it will create a string and that will be assigned to str. So using the constructor, passing this character array as input argument to the constructor name here the string function, and this constructor, from this particular constructor, from this character string character array, we are generating a string and that will be assigned to the variable string object str. So see system.out.println, we are printing the value of str, and now we are going for this. So system.out.println, enter a string. So using the scanner class object scanner, using the method that is our next, we are taking one input, one string as input, and that will be returned and that will be assigned to the string object str, and then the str is getting printed. So here we are showing you that how to take the user given input, user given string as input, and how to assign that one to a string class object. Here this str is getting assigned with this particular string. So there is a Java string, so direct assignment we are doing. So direct assign string to the string type object str. Next we are printing the value of this str object. Then we are going for the string concatenation. Concatenation means adding two strings. So here we are adding three strings. One is a string, next one is this blank, and next one another string, that is concatenate. Here plus operator is being used as the string concatenation operator. So ultimately this concatenated string is getting printed and we are closing this scanner class object. So let us go for the execution. You can find that the value of str is string, that means from this character array which is having these 6 characters, we have generated one string and that has been assigned to this str, and here this string constructor is being used, and this string is a class which is defined under this java.lang package, and it is taking one character array as input and generating one string as output, and that will be assigned to this str, and that has got printed. Now it is asking for the string for input. So I'm going for this hello, and then pressing enter. So the value of str is hello. So now it has taken the input from the keyboard. Next is a function which is accepting a string input and it is returning the string as output, and that will be assigned to this str. str has got printed, so hello has got printed. Now here we are going for the direct assignment of a Java string onto the string object str, and the str has got printed. Now here we have done the concatenation of 3 strings. So here this plus is actually working as a string concatenation operator. So string blank space concatenate, these 3 strings has got added and has been assigned to the string class object, that is str, and str has got printed. So in this demonstration we have given you the idea that how to define one string object, how to initialize one string object directly or taking some inputs from the keyboard or using constructor, and what is string concatenation.
String functions in Java.
In this demonstration we shall discuss how to use different inbuilt library string functions in our Java code and what are their purposes. Here we have defined 2 string objects, that is str1 initialized with this hello and str2 also initialized with this hello. Here all the letters are in capital. Here's the first letter is in capital and rest of the letters are in lowercase. So the first function we are using, that is the str1.length. So str1.length is a function which is defined under the string class. There is a public int length, and it denotes that it returns one integer and it is under the public scope. So from the objects, from the string class objects, we can easily access this length function using the dot membership operator. So here see, if you go for the execution, we are getting this length as 5 because hello is having 5 number of characters in it, so its length will be 5 here. Next, str1 dot equals str2. Here both are hello string, but they are not having the same case for all the letters. So that's why str1 dot equals. Now what is equals? So equal is nothing but one method which returns a boolean under the public scope, and the name of the method is equals, which takes object as input argument. You can easily find this one here in the declaration. So now str1 dot equals str2. Now what is outcome here? We can easily find that hello and hello are not same. That means the control is coming to this else part. because these two strings are not equal because they are having different uppercase and lowercase characters here. So but if you go for another method, that is the equals ignore case. So equal ignore case will be working as the same as equals, but here only the case sensitivity will be ignored in case of equals ignore case function. So it returns one boolean and it takes the string, that is another string, as input argument. So now if you go for str1 dot equals ignore case str2, so it is giving me the output that hello and hello are same ignoring case. So this is the outcome we are going to get. So this particular statement is getting executed. That means it is going for the then part and else part is remaining unexecuted. Next one, system.out.println, the character at the position number 2 is str1.caret2. So what is a caret? Caret is nothing but one function, that is a public char caret int index. So it returns one character which will be placed at the index position number. Now here we are operating on this str1. We are calling this caret from this str1 string object. So first character will be at the place at the index number 0. So it will be at the index number 0. It will be at the index number 1. So L will be at the index number 2 here. So if I go for the output, we can find that the character at the position 2 is capital L. So that is coming from this L. This L has been retrieved here. Next one, we're going for system.out.println comparing str1 and str2 distance, that is str1.compare to str2. So now here you can find that this H and this H are having the same ASCII code, but this E, capital E and the small e will have the ASCII code difference of 32. We know that capital A is having the ASCII code 65 and the small a is having the ASCII code 97. So always the same character in the lowercase and in the uppercase will have the ASCII code difference of 32. So uppercase characters will have the ASCII code 32 lesser than the same lowercase character. So here we are doing this one as capital H ASCII code minus capital H ASCII code. The value is 0. So for the non-zero difference it will return, for the 0 difference it will go on continuing. So the next one, this E ASCII code and this small e ASCII code, the difference value will be minus 32. So as a result of that, we are getting the outcome as minus 32 here, because we know that capital letters ASCII code will be 32 lesser compared to the same letter in the lowercase and its respective ASCII code if we consider. So now we are going to have this str1 and str2 initialized with this strings. You know, the str1 and str2, they have got initialized with these strings. Now for the rest of the operations, we'll be considering them. So here we are having str1 dot starts with AAB. So str1 really it is starting with the string AAB. So now what is the starts with? So starts with is nothing but one function which returns boolean under the public scope. You can easily find, and it will take a string as input argument. So this particular string is nothing but a prefix. So here this AAB is really the substring with the help of which str1 has started. But str1 dot ends with ACA. Really it is not ending with this ACA. So here it will be returning the boolean value, and that will be false here. You can find that public boolean ends with string suffix, and here it is returning, we are expecting it to return true here. So let me go for the outcome. You can easily find. So here we are getting this one as true, and here we are getting this one as false, as we have explained earlier. Next one is this one. That means first index of BB in str1 is str1 dot index of BB. You can find that BB is occurring in multiple places in str1, but it will consider the first occurrence of BB. So it is starting from the index number 2 here, because it is 0, index 1 and index 2. So it will be starting from the index number 2. So this is my index of, which is nothing but a function public int index of string str. So there is an integer it will return, that is it will return the index. So let me show you that what is the outcome we are getting. So here we are getting this one as 2, as we expected. Next one is last index of. In case of last index of, we will be searching for BB and the last index will be returned. So now just consider this one as index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So from the 6th index BB will be found. So we are getting this outcome as from the 6th place. So this part we have covered till now. Next one, we are going for this replacing ABB to XY of str1 is. So str1 to replace ABB XY. It is one point to be noted that the string which is going to be replaced is having the length 3, and which will be replacing will be having the length 2. That means these two strings may or may not have the same length here. So you can find that ABB will be obtained here. So that will be replaced by this XY, and this ABB will be obtained here. So that will be replaced by this XY. So now let us go for the outcome. We can find this one as AXY, CXY, and then we are getting this one as AA. So AXY, CXY, AA. So that is the string after getting replaced. Next one is that str2 substring 5, 11. You can find this one as we're having this particular substring, and it is public string substring int begin index, int end index, returns a string that is a substring of the main string. The substring begins at the specified location, that is a specific index, that is the begin index, and extends to the character at the index in the end index -1. So that is very important. That means this 5 will be inclusive, but this 11 will be exclusive. That means it will pick up characters starting from the index 5 to the index 11 -1, that is 10. So let me work on that. So for this str2, so index number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it is starting from the index number 5. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it will return string whatever we have calculated. So let us go for the checking. So you can find that it is returning the string. So that is the outcome we expected here. Now let us go for the next part of our code. So here we are having we have covered this substring. Now we are going for this split. So this is a test string. str1 is containing that one. So now string array, split array. So split array is the name of the array, which is a string array. And here str1 dot split. This split is actually taking one regular expression as input argument. So it is taking the delimiter with the help of which the string will get splitted. Here the delimiter has been selected as this hyphen here, because the string is containing hyphen for multiple number of times, and this split function returns one string array. So this here the array name is split arr. So now using the for each loop, we are going for string sp colon split arr. We are going to print this value of sp. So for each and every iteration, it will pick up one substring, and that string will go on printing. So you can find this one as this is a test string. So this is the respective substring they have picked up. The string has got splitted into and the outcome will be has been kept in the string array. And now using the for each loop, we are picking up each and every string from the string array and printing that one accordingly. Now this is my string, which is str2, where we are having lots of blank spaces are there, lots of blank spaces prepended and appended here. So if we print this str2, the outcome will be like this. You can find that this str2 has got printed. So before doing the trim operation, you can find that so many blank spaces beforehand and so many blank spaces afterhand. But if you go for str2.trim, you can find that these two brackets are coming very packed, very tight here. That means all the redundant blank spaces, leading and trailing, they have got truncated out, they have got discarded here. So let me do one experiment. If I put multiple blank spaces within the string itself, not only the leading and trailing, but multiple blank spaces within the string itself, then what will be the outcome? You see, the trim is doing nothing with the blank spaces, multiple consecutive blank spaces within the string. So that is not getting discarded. They are remaining the same, but all the leading and trailing blank characters will be discarded, will be truncated out using the method that is the trim. So if you put my mouse pointer on this trim, we are finding this one as public string trim. So trim is nothing but a function defined under the string class, and it returns the trimmed string as outcome, as the output. So in this way, we have defined multiple different inbuilt functions in our string class in our sample program.
String buffer and string builder in Java.
In this demonstration, we are going to discuss string buffer and string builder class objects. At first, we are dealing with the string buffer. So here you can find that one string buffer object, class object has been defined, that is S buffer, which has been instantiated with this constructor here. And the default capacity of this S buffer will be 16 here. So let us go for the execution. You can find that when you are printing this S buffer dot capacity, you are getting here 16. This S buffer is now instantiated with the string buffer constructor, and here we are setting the capacity directly as 50 here. As a result of that, when you are setting that one, so it is having the capacity 50. So now again we are defining this S buffer with this string buffer constructor, and here we are passing one string as input argument. Then what will happen? The 16 plus the length of the string will be the total buffer capacity. What is the length of the string? If you go on counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 15 characters are there plus 16. So you are expecting the capacity would become 31 here. And here we are printing the S buffer directly. So S buffer has got printed, that is my string buffer. Next, we are dealing with the string builder objects. So string builder S builder is equal to new string builder my string builder. So this is a string which will initialize this S builder. So if you print this S builder now, this object, if you print, then it is printing my string builder. Next one is that with this S buffer we are appending a new string. With this S buffer we are appending a new string here. So and also with this S builder object we are appending another new string. So here we are mentioning one method. That method is known as the append, which is public return string buffer object, and then its name of the method is append, and it takes a string class object as input argument. Everything has been mentioned here. So now after doing this append operation, then what is the net outcome? You can find that the pre-existing content is surviving. The pre-existing content is up to this part, and the new content has got appended at the end, and similar thing has taken place in case of string builder class objects also. Next, we are initializing this S buffer and S builder with a new string. So there is one string, that is another string. So S buffer dot insert 5 PQRST. So what is the outcome here? You can find that it is producing the outcome, that is AABCA, then PQRST, then BBC. Why it is so? Because 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So after this fourth, the fifth position, at the fifth position this PQRST will get inserted, and then BBC will be there at the end. You can find that we are having the same thing. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then at the fifth place PQRST has got inserted, and the remaining part of this S buffer is there. Next, in case of string builder, if you do the insertion here, that is at the third place we are inserting X, Y, Z. So what is happening in this case? So 0, 1, 2, then at the third place X, Y, Z has got inserted, and the remaining part of this S buffer is still there. Next, we are going for the reverse. So S buffer dot reverse and S builder dot reverse. So this particular reverse method will actually reverse the content of this string builder and string buffer objects. So you can find that the reverse is obtaining has been printed, and reverse of this current content has got printed here. So in this demonstration we have discussed how to deal with the string buffer and string builder class objects, and what are the different necessary methods or whatever we can use in our coding for storing our string in a certain better way.
In this video, we are going to discuss static keyword in Java.
In this demonstration, we shall discuss the keyword static in our Java programming. Now, what is the static keyword? So here we are having one class. The name of the class is static demo, and it is having int static var. So there is one variable, and this variable is of type static, and this is another variable which is a non-static, that is int var. So static variable we have defined as static var of type int, and non-static variable we have defined as var of the type int. So this is the constructor which will initialize the non-static variable var, which will be equal to 0. Next one, Here we have defined another static method. Here we have defined one static variable. Here we have defined the static method. So public static void set static var int x, and this x will be assigned to this static var, that is a static variable. So always remember, in case of static method, they can access only the static variables. Non-static variables cannot be accessed from here. So if I want to write this one as a var, say is equal to 100, if I write here, so it is having one error message is coming, and that error message is telling that cannot make a static reference to the non-static field var. So that is the error message we are getting, because non-static method cannot access static method cannot access non-static variables. So that is very important. Next method is known as the increase. This method will increase the value of the static var by 1 and also value of the non-static var, that is var, as 1. So in this way, two variables have got increased here. So we have got one lesson that static method can access only the static variables, but non-static method can access both the static and non-static variables. Next one is the display, which will print the current value of static var and the current value of var as well. So now here we are defining the class, that is the keyword static, which name is same as that of the file name here. So under this particular keyword static, we are defining the main function. We are defining two demostatic objects, that is the st1 and st2. They are defined under the class demostatic and instantiated with the constructor and the new keyword. So here we are having this st1 dot increase, st1 dot increase. So 2 times the static variable will be increased here. Always remember, so irrespective of the number of objects we are going to define under the class here is static demo, only one instance of the static variable will be defined here. So only one instance of the static variable. So this static var will be defined once only, irrespective of the number of objects we are going to define under this class, that is the static demo. As a result of that, st1, when it is increasing the static var by 1, then same increase function will be called from the st2, it will be also increasing the same static var by 1. But as the var is a non-static variable, so it will have a two separate instance with respect to st1 and sp2 separately. So as a result of that, when we are calling this st1 dot increase, the var which is getting increased 2 times, because we have called this this function increase twice, so this instance will be totally different from this st2 dot var. When we are calling this increase for 3 times, so another new instance of var will remain created against this st2 object, and that will get increased for 3 times. So I think now the conception will be cleared if I go for the execution. So the value of the static variable is 2 and value of the non-static variable is 2 here, because here we have called this st1 dot increase 2 times. So the static and the non-static, both the variables have got increased by 1 and 1, and initially their values were 0 here, because we have initialized this one as 0, and automatically the static var will be instantiated with the value 0, will be initialized with the value 0 initially. So st1 dot display is displaying that both the variables are having a value 2 and 2. Now from this st2, this increase function has got called thrice. So the static variable will get increased starting from 2. So 2 to 3, 3 to 4 and 4 to 5. But this var will be having a separate instance for the new object st2. So it will be increased from 0 to 1, 1 to 2 and 2 to 3. As a result of that, when we are going for st2 dot display, we are finding that the static variable is having the value 5 and the non-static variable var is having the value 3 here. Here we are having the set static var. So here we are putting this 50, and 50 will be assigned to this static var variable. So if I print this particular variable, we can have this one as 50. You can find that we are having this one as 50. So this particular method, static method, has been accessed from the class name directly. From the class name directly it can be accessed, and this static variable can be accessed from the class name. Now if I use this one as st1, and also here as st1, you can find that they are executable, and we are getting this same output here. Static variable without object is 50. So now if I call it from the st2 also, they are accessible because they are static. So irrespective of the number of objects we are defining under the class the static demo, these two static members, variables and methods, will have a single instance in the computer's memory, and they can be accessed either using object name dot or using class name dot directly. So in this way we have shown you that what is the static, how to use the static keyword in our Java code.
In this video, we are discussing class and objects in Java.
In this demonstration, we shall discuss class and object in Java. So here the name of the class is student, and this particular class is having three member variables of the student class, and their string name, int id, and string measure. So as here we haven't mentioned them that they are under a private scope or public scope, that means they are in the default scope. So here we are having one method. The name of the method is setName. From the name of the method, it is quite obvious that it will take one string as input, and which will set the name instance variable here. And similarly for set measure, it takes a string as input argument and it initializes the measure instance variable. And the display method is actually printing the name, id, and the measure, and in this way all the three instance variable contents will get printed using this display method. So here the name of the program is class object.java. You can find that this particular class is having class object.java. You can easily find that in the same Java source code we have declared two classes. One is the class student, and another one is the class object. So what will happen if we define multiple classes in the same Java program, in the same Java source code, then one of the classes will be of the type will be under the scope public, and main function will be defined in one of the classes only. So this public static void main string array args, and here we have defined two objects under the student class, and those two objects have got instantiated, memory spaces have got allocated, and they have got instantiated by using new student class constructor. Now we are using the set name, we are using the set measure to initialize the name and the measure instance variables, and directly we are writing s1.id is equal to 1021 to instantiate or to initialize this id instance variable. So similarly we have done the same for the s2. S2 is another object under the class student, and which has got instantiated using the constructor of the student class. And now we are going for the s1.display and s2.display methods. So let us go for the output. So the student name Joy has been printed, the student ID 1021, and major subject here computer science, and in this case the name and the ID and the subject has got printed, and they have got printed after calling the method s1.display method and s2.display method. So in this way we have discussed that how the Java, in case of Java, how we can define one class, and then how to define objects under the class and access class members.
In this video, we are discussing Boolean type data in Java.
In the demonstration, we are going to discuss Boolean type of variable, that is the mybool. So Boolean mybool. So mybool is a variable of the type Boolean. Mybool has got initialized with a value that is true. Here you can find that in case of true, all the letters are written in the lowercase. And then we are trying to print the value of mybool there. And mybool is equal to false. We are setting the value of mybool with false. That is, we know that Boolean data type can have two values, either true or false, and then it is printing there's mybool there. So let me go for the execution. You can find for the first time mybool has got printed as true. For the second time mybool has got printed as false. So now let me go for some other experiments. Here I'm writing here 100. So now if I go on printing, I'm finding that it is producing error because proceed. You can find that it is producing error because this mybool cannot hold any other data type's value. It can hold only true and false, as it is showing the respective error message. So the error message is showing that exception in thread main, java.lang.error, unresolved compilation problem, type mismatch, cannot convert to int or boolean, from int to boolean, because 100 was int, it cannot be converted to boolean, and that's why it is producing one error at the line number 13 here for this respective Java code. So that's why you can find that this particular boolean variable can hold only the value true and false, cannot hold the value of any other data types data. So that's why in this demonstration we have given you the idea how to deal with the boolean type of variable. Thanks for watching this video.
In this video, we are discussing character type of data in our Java coding.
In this demonstration, we are going to deal with the character type of variables. We have defined one character type variable, that is a mychar, and this mychar has got initialized with this capital A enclosed within single quotes. That means the direct assigned character capital A, which will be enclosed within single quote. And in our Java programming, whenever you are trying to deal with the characters are to be enclosed within single quotes here. So system.out.println, the value of mychar I have printed here, and so the effective outcome is capital A. Next one, this mychar has got initialized with this 70. What is the 70? 70 is the ASCII value of character F. 70 is the ASCII value of character F, because we know that capital A is having the ASCII code 65, so F will have the ASCII code, that is our 70. So after assigning this 70 to this mychar, if I go on printing this mychar, remember mychar was defined as of the type char, so that's why whenever we are going to print this mychar, it is printing capital F, not 70, because it is a character type of variable. Here in this case, the mychar has been initialized with /u0041. There is a Unicode hexadecimal value for integer, and this value will be ranging from 0000H to FFFFH. Here H stands for hexadecimal. So as a result of that, when we are assigning /u, that means a Unicode hexadecimal format 0041. So 41, if we want to convert this 41 to the decimal equivalent, it is 4 into 16 to the power of 1, that is 64, plus 1 into 16 to the power of 0, that is 1. So 64 plus 1, that is 65. That is the ASCII code of capital A. So if I go on printing this mychar, you can find that mychar is printing capital A here. So in this way, we have shown you that how to deal with the character type of variables in our Java code. Thanks for watching this video.
This keyword in Java.
In this program, we shall discuss about the keyword this. So here we have defined one class. The name of the class is myClass, having private int a comma b, two instance variable. So public myClass, so that is a constructor which is parameterized constructor having int a and b as input parameters. Now the thing is that these input parameters a and b, and also the instance variables are a and b. So if we want to initialize this a with this input parameter a, then that may produce some ambiguity if you write a is equal to a. So that is ambiguous. So that's why it is better to write this dot a is equal to a. Here this is actually indicating the object which will be defined under the class myClass. So that object name dot a, in this way I'm accessing the instance variable a is equal to a, and this a which is on the right hand side of this assignment statement is nothing but the input parameter a. Similarly, this dot b is equal to b here. This is my non-parameterized constructor. The constructor name will be same as that of the class name, that is a myClass. Here also it is myClass, and it is non-parameterized, and here we are calling the these 0, 0. That means it will call the parameterized constructor with the value 0 and 0 as two parameters. So in this way, this is actually referring the constructor, that is the parameterized constructor, because we are passing this 0, 0 as the parameters. We are having the set data, and it is having this a and b as input parameters, and this dot a is equal to a and this dot b is equal to b. That means the object defined under the class myClass, that object name dot a is equal to input parameter a, and object name dot b will be equal to input parameter b here. Display is actually displaying the value of a and b respectively. Now here we are having this keyword this, the class we are defining containing the main function. The my class is having the object, that is the my object is equal to new my class. So the new is the operator and this my class is actually the constructor with the help of which this my object has got defined. And now we are going for my object dot display. So display will print this A and B. We know that whenever you are calling this constructor is non-parameterized. That means this particular constructor has been called. So it will pass this, it will call this parameters constructor with the value 0 and 0. So what will happen, this A and B will be initialized with the value 0 and 0. So this my object dot display will print the value of A and B as 0 and 0. Next time we are calling this, that is a my object dot set data 23, 46. So set data will initialize this A and B with the respective values, and then my object dot display will print this 23 and 46 as the result, as outcome. So in this way we have discussed that how this constructor can be defined and what are the different types of constructors are there, and also we have shown you that how to use the keyword this, and this is actually referring the object defined under the class. So you can also call it as a dummy object name.
In this video, we are discussing user-defined exceptions.
Let us go for a demonstration on user defined exceptions. Here we have defined one class. The name of the class is below age exception, which extends the exception class here. And there is a constructor, and this is a constructor of the class below age exception, and from this constructor it is calling the base class constructor. Here the base class is exception, and the base class constructor has been called using super, passing this argument string as input argument. So age is under 18. We have defined another class. The name of the class is application, where we are having this name, course and age. So 3 instance variables we are having. Application is the name of the constructor, which is taking this name and the course as input argument. So this name and course, the instance variables are getting initialized here. Age is also getting initialized with the default value of 18. This is non-parameterized constructor. Obviously the name of the constructor will be same as that of the class name. So the name of the constructor is application, which is non-parameterized, and from this non-parameterized constructor we are calling the parameterized constructor. So these null string comma null string. So here you can find that this is actually referring to this parameterized constructor, which takes 2 string objects as input argument, and here we are passing this to null strings here. So now we are having another method, that is the set age, which takes this age as input argument and which throws the below age exception, When this input age, the input argument age is less than 18, we are throwing this throw new below age exception. So you are throwing this below age exception class object. So we are throwing that one. So that's why this function is throwing below age exception. Otherwise this age, which is not less than 18, will be assigned to the instance variable age. So this dot age is equal to age. Now this is the display details, another method we are having, that is a member function. So here we are printing this name, the course, the age and so on. So now let us go for our class, that is the user defined exception. This is the main function here. We have defined 2 objects under the application class, 2 objects. One is application 1, another one is application 2. So this is our respective name. So we have passed this John and Java programming. So this name is nothing but this variable is this input parameter name will get initialized with that value, whatever is we are going to pass, and the course name will be initialized with this Java programming. So here this is my name and this is the course name we are having. So now application 1 dot display details. So the display details will be printed here. So now application 2 dot set age 17. You can find that here we have passed the age 17, which is below 18. So as a result of that, this set age, this particular method will throw below age exception. So that's why we have put this line under the try block, and try block is being followed by the catch block immediately. So below age exception, E is the object of this below age exception class, and within this catch block we are writing this E dot get message and E dot print stack trace. So now let me go for the execution of the same. So if I go on executing, you can find that the name of the student is John and applied for Java programming and taking the default age 18. So now in this case what is happening, so the application one dot display details, it is printing accordingly. So in the next time when we are going for this set age method will be called from this application 2, that is the application class object, passing this input argument as 17. So as the 17 is less than 18, so it is throwing new below age exception. So automatically the catch block will get the control, because this catch block is actually handling this below age exception E, and the respective code is getting printed. So e.getMessage is printing this age is under 18, and e.print stack stress is printing the respective outcome. I'm going to show you the outcome here. So this is the outcome it is going to show. So you can find that the error has occurred at the line number 44. So you see at the line number 44 the error has occurred, and line number 24 is actually throwing this below age exception. You can find that this line number 24 is here and 44 is here. So it is the respective line numbers are getting printed. So in this way, in this particular demonstration, we have discussed how we can define user defined exceptions.
In this video, we are going to discuss switch case statements in Java.
In this demonstration, we are discussing switch case statement in Java. So in this program, we have defined one scanner class object, and then we are asking user to enter a character. So scanner.next, this is a method next with the help of which we can take a string from the keyboard as input, and .caret0, it will take the first character of the string, and that will be assigned to the character variable. So now we have taken input from the keyboard, and this is nothing but one character. And now switch character, depending upon the character value, we are having multiple cases are there. Case capital A, case capital B, case capital C, case capital D. Otherwise, the default case will be this one. So default will be coming always at the last of the switch case statement construct. So now if the case is A, that means if the character is equal to capital A, then this line is going to get printed, and break will terminate, will make the logic come out from this switch case construct, and the next line whatever is having in the code will get executed. So break will actually terminate and the execution of the switch case statement block, and it will come out, the control will come out from the switch case construct, and whatever the lines are written after this switch case, they are supposed to get executed next. So let us go for execution. I think that will clear up your conception. So now if I put here capital A, I'm getting, you have typed letter A, end of the program is getting executed at the end. If I go for another input, say if I go for say capital B, I'm getting this one. If I go for capital C, I'm getting this one. If I go for capital D, you can find that you have typed the letter D is going to get printed. You can find that end of the program is always getting executed, because the break is actually keep making the control come out from this switch case construct, and next part of the program is supposed to get executed. So now if I put any other value other than A, B, C, D, let us suppose I'm putting here R, then you have typed letter other than A, comma B, comma C and D. So in this way the default block is getting executed. So if you don't put this break, then what will happen? Say let us suppose I'm just omitting this break here. I'm just omitting this break. Then what will happen? If I put the value A, in that case you can find that you have typed the letter A and break is still there. So that's why the control will come out from this switch case, and then the next line is getting executed as well. But if I give the input say capital B, in that case, then what will happen? If I give the input capital B, you have typed letter B, you have typed letter C. So B and C, these two statements are getting executed because the break is not there, and due to this particular break statement available here, the control is coming out, and the end of the program is getting executed. So keeping this one in mind, what we can do, we can go for another time execution. Instead of giving capital A, if I give small a, then what will happen? So capital A, we are having a case for capital A, but no case for small a. So that's why the control is coming to the default block, and you have typed the letter other than A, B, C, D. That statement is getting executed. But let us suppose I want to execute this one for capital A and also for small a. Then what should I do? Then I can do one thing. Just see here. we can go for this and we can make this one small a. So what will happen for this capital A, there is no break, so that's why control will come to this block and this block will get executed. So let me show you that one. I'm going for this small b. So if I give small b, the line is getting executed. Let us uncomment this one. So small b, the line is getting executed. You have typed letter b, and then if you give the capital B also, we are getting the same thing. So let us test with A also. Small a, you have typed letter A. We are having this capital A, you have typed letter A. So in this way you can also have your case without any break, which is very much purposeful in this particular example. So in this demonstration we have discussed that how to use the switch case construct in our Java. I think you are getting this idea. In your code also you can use this one. This particular switch case can also be represented using if and nested if, but this is a smarter way to represent, so it will bring more clarity in our code.
In this video, we are discussing arrays in Java.
In this demonstration, we are discussing how to use Java arrays. So here we have defined one array, integer type of array. Name of the array is INTARR, and this is one integer array. And while we are declaring this array, we are also initializing with our values. So that means here we are passing our values, which will be filled up in this particular array. And here it will be having 5 values are stored directly in the array from the subscript ranging from 0 to 4. In case of Java, the array subscript, the location number will be starting from 0. So this is our INTARR. Here we have defined one float array which will be having 5 consecutive locations, and it can hold only the float type of data. And we have also defined one character array which is still uninitialized, but it will have 5 locations to character to hold 5 different characters. We are having one scanner class object which has been initialized to take values from the keyboard as input. This float array, here we are initializing it, we are just putting values manually, assigning multiple different values. That means here the 5 values, float values in the array, and index will start from 0 to 4 here because we are having 5 locations. And also using for loop, we can initialize one array. You can find that here I is a loop control variable. So I is ranging from 0 to 4 because the condition is I less than 4 I plus plus starting from 0. So the value of I will be ranging from 0 to 4. And then we are going for char arr I is equal to, we shall be taking input from the keyboard using this scanner object. Next we will actually return a string, and dot char at 0, that means the first character of the string will be taken as a character, and that will be filling up this char arr array at the ith position, at the ith index. And then we are printing this integer array. So for I will be ranging from 0 to 4, and then INTARR will get printed. Similarly, we are printing this float array, and also we are printing this character array as well. So now here you can find that in this particular character array printing, we are using the for each loop, and also this float array printing, we are using the for each loop. And to print this integer array, we are using this for loop where I will be ranging from 0 to 4, and I will get increased by 1 at a time in each and every iteration. In case of for each loop, you know that float item colon float array, that means for each and every looping, for each and every iteration, one value will be picked up at a time, and consecutive values will be picked up in the order in which they are appearing in the array. And similar case will happen when we are picking up characters from this character array, one value at a time in an iteration, and the characters will be picked up in the order in which they are appearing in this character array. And then we are closing this scanner object also. So now let us go for the execution. You can find that. So enter the character for this index. So we shall go for H E L L O. So we have given the 5 characters. Now the integer array has got printed. You can find that this is our integer array. So this is our integer array. The content is there. So let me go for input again. So the integer array has got printed because it has got initialized when the array was defined, and then here we are having the respective manual entries are there. So the values we are finding in this float array, and in the character array, as according to the given input, the values have got put in the respective index of this character array. So in this demonstration we have shown you that how to define one array, how to deal with array, and what are the different ways to initialize the array contents, and what are the different ways to print the array contents, either using for loop or using for each loop, and so on.
In this video, we are discussing array list in Java.
In this demonstration, we are going to discuss array list. Here we have defined one array list class object, that is our city list, which will be containing string type objects. So how to add the string type strings with this particular city list? So citylist.add Delhi, citylist.add Kolkata. In this way, we are passing multiple string class objects, and they are getting added with this city list, that is the array list class object. Now what is the size of this city list? So how many elements it is containing, so that will decide the size. So here we are expecting the size should be 5 here. So let me execute my code. I'm finding that the size of the array list is 5 here. So that is the citylist.size is actually giving us the count of respective string objects residing in this citylist array list class object. So system.out.println cities : concatenation citylist. You can find that the respective city names are getting printed. So Delhi, Kolkata, Hyderabad, Chennai, and Lucknow, they have got printed. Next, using for each loop, we are going to retrieve city name one after another for each and every iteration, one at a time. So display the content of the array list one by one. So here we are using the for each loop. So for string city : city list system.out.println city. So it will produce outcome like this. So here we are having all these city names, which are the string objects, are getting picked up one at a time in each and every iteration of this for each loop. Insert another city at the index number 2 in the city list. So in that case, we can go for citylist.add 2, Mumbai. So at the second place, we know that the first place has started from the index 0. So at the second place, at the index number 2 rather, we are going to insert this Mumbai here. So let us go for the outcome. You can find that 0, 1, 2. At the second index, we have inserted this new city name, that is the Mumbai. You can find that other city names, Hyderabad, Chennai, Lucknow, which were at the second subscript, third subscript, and the fourth subscript, so they have got shifted. So now if we go on printing the size of this array list object, we are going to get here 6 in this case. So in this demonstration, we have discussed how to deal with the array list class objects in our Java code.
In this video, we are discussing thread synchronization.
In this program, we are defining one class. The name of the class is transfer. It is having only one method, that is the send message. So this is the method we are having. So this method is a very simple method. It is having one string to get printed, and then it will wait for 1 second, delay for 1 second. So that's why we have put this 1000 milliseconds as an input argument to this sleep method, which is public static void sleep long millis, which throws interrupted exception. We have discussed that one in the earlier videos also. That's why we have put it under the try block, and catch block is handling this interrupted exception. So e.print stack trace. So the respective body for this catch block is this one. After waiting for say 1 second of duration, then this message is sent, message concatenation is sent. This particular string will get printed. Now here we are having one class. The name of the class is message transfer, which extends thread. So as it is extending thread, so here we can override the method that is run here. Message transfer is the respective constructor. It is having one private string message and transferred object, that is the transfer class object. Here you can find that here we have defined the transfer class. So transfer class object message transfer. Message transfer is nothing but the constructor of this class, that is the message transfer, which takes this string message and transfer object trans as input argument to instantiate these instance variables within the class transfer, message transfer. And here, as this particular class is extending thread class, so that's why we are overriding the run method here, and here we have used the synchronized message transfer. You can find that this message transfer is nothing but the transfer class object, and synchronous message transfer, within this synchronous block we have called this method, that is a message transfer dot send message. That means we have called this method under the synchronized block. So what will happen when we will be having multiple objects under this message transfer class, and when for all of them we'll be calling the start method. Okay, let me discuss this one. I think that will clear your conception. So public class sync thread. So this is a class we have defined. Under this we are having the main function, and we have defined one transfer class object, that is a transfer trans is equal to new transfer, and message transfer objects, that means this class objects we are defining, so that we can call the start, method, which will call in turn the run method here. So that's why message transfer message1 is equal to new message transfer. What is this? This is the respective message, and this is the transfer class object. You can find that we defined that respective constructor earlier, so that is the string message and transfer object trans. So the string message here is hello. In this case, for the second message transfer object message2, we are passing this world as the string, and next time we are passing this Java as the string, and this trans is nothing but the transfer class object. We are passing that one, and then message1 dot start, message2 dot start, and message3 dot start we have called. That means this particular start methods will be calling this run method. So now what will happen when this particular message transfer dot send message will be executed, this method will be executed, then other respective start methods, whatever you have called from other message transfer objects, so they cannot enter into the critical section. They'll be waiting in the queue, and because we have put this message transfer dot send message method calling within the synchronized block. So let me go for the execution. You can find that what is happening. You see, hello is sending, hello is sent. So that means this particular codes are getting executed when we call this send message. You can find that. Then Java is sending, Java is sent, world is sending, world is sent. In this way the things are taking place. So that means once this send message is been called, from the respective class object, then until completion of this send message method, the next send message method, which is being called from other object, will not get initiated, and that is the purpose of our synchronized block here. So if we comment this particular block, let me tell you that what is going to happen. If you see, if I make this particular block commented, so that means this message transfer or send message, it is not under the synchronized block here. So what will happen if you go for execution? You can find that hello is sending, Java is sending, then sometimes back sometimes after we're getting this hello is sent, Java is sending here, then Java is sent. So now see, there is no synchronization. So there is no synchronization. All the send message methods are executing in parallel, and that's why the output is being obtained in a very haphazard way. And one thing is very important here. You can find that we're having this hello sending, Java sending, world sending. Hello is sent, world is sent, Java is sent. If I execute my code once again, you might be getting them in some different order. So that's why, because there is no synchronization. But if we put this synchronous block enabled here and comment it, you can find that how the codes are getting executed. So I think now the conception is getting clear to you, that so hello is sending, hello is sent, Java is sending, Java is sent, and world is sending, then world is sent. So now I think you have got the idea what is the purpose of synchronous block in our Java code.
In this video, we are discussing vectors in Java.
Here in this particular program, we have defined one num vector, which is the object under the class vector, and which will contain integer type objects. So here you can find that it is containing integer type objects. So integer is nothing but a wrapper class under which objects will be defined, and those objects will be kept under this vector object num vector. So now we are going to add some items to this particular vector object. So num vector dot add is the method with the help of which you can add some items into this vector object num vector. So here we have added say 5 such objects, and these objects have got added with this num vector. So now if I want to print the size of this num vector, so that means the number of objects it is containing, we are expecting that it will print 5 here. So let me go for the execution. Here you can find that the size of the vector is being shown as 5 because here we have added 5 objects of integer type. So now we are going to print all the members of this num vector. So in that case, I've just printed this one in this way: the system.out.println numbers with a concatenation with this num vector, that is a vector object. So what is the outcome in that case? We are finding that this 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50, they have got printed. Now also we can access these members using a for each loop. Just see here, this is the integer class. Under this integer wrapper class we have defined one object, that is a num, and using for each loop we are through the iterations we are retrieving each and every element one at a time through these iterations, and they are getting printed. As a result of that, we are getting the outcome, that is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 got printed in the separate lines, because here we have used println function here. So now we are going to add another integer object, there is a 100 to this at the location number 3. So subscript number 3, we know that in case of vector the subscript will be starting from, the index will be starting from 0. So as the index will be starting from 0, so at the third index we are going to insert this 100. So now later we are going to print this updated num vector, that is a vector object. So we are finding that this 100 has got inserted at the index 3 here, because 0, 1, 2, 3 at the third index the 100 has got inserted. So now if we go on printing the size of this num vector now, so I'm just copying this line, and if I go on printing the size of this num vector, so we are expecting that it will print now 6, because one new object of integer class has got inserted here, has got added at the index number 3. So the size of the vector object is now 6. In this way, in this particular demonstration, we have shown you that how to use vectors in our Java code.
In this video, we are discussing Java packages.
In this demonstration, we shall discuss about the package. Just see, here we have defined one class, that is the mymath.java, under this math package. So this is the mymath.java, the respective class name is mymath, and it is under the package math package. So here we have defined 1, 2, 3, 4 functions are there. So this function will take this a and b of double type as input and return the output a minus b. This function name is multiply. It will take a and b of double type. It will produce the product, that is a star b as return. And then we are having this double a and double b, and a by b will be the return argument, and that means that we are going for the quotient, and the function name is divide as well. We are going for this factorial. So the number whatever we are passing, so that number's factorial will be returned by this function. And here we have made the recursive function, because from this factorial function the function itself has been called. So factorial we have calculated using recursion. So this is my class, that is a mymath under the file mymath.java, and this mymath.java is under the package math package. Now let us go for another one, that is a package demo.java. So this is the Java class, name of the class is package demo, and here we are import math package.mypath. So this particular class, that is a mymath, this particular class which is residing under this math package folder, so it has been imported here. So as a result of that, here we can define the math class object, that is the math, and then math.subtract, math.multiply, math.divide, math.factorial. Whatever the functions were defined in this mymath class, we can easily access them from the mymath object, that is the math here. So math.subtract we are passing 2 double data, math.multiply we are passing 2 double data, math.divide we are passing 2 double data. In this way you can find that we are calculating the respective calculations, and we are passing parameters accordingly. So if I go for the execution, you can find that after subtraction 140.23 minus 23.15, I'm getting the outcome like this. Then 8.5 into 5, we're getting this outcome in the form of double. Then 55 by 7, we're getting this outcome, that is the quotient we're getting in the term of double. You can easily find that they are actually returning long. Here they are returning 3 double type output, so it is returning double type calculated values, and the last one is the long here, and there is a factorial. We are calculating on this 6 factorial, we are getting this one as 720. You see, while calculating 6 factorial, math.factorial will be having the input argument, that is 6. So you are getting that this idea that this particular mymath.java is residing in some different folder, in some different package. As a result of that, to access them from this package demo.java, we are supposed to import math package.mypath. Then only the mypath object math can be defined within this package demo, and then we can access the respective methods defined in the class mymath.
In this video, we are discussing polymorphism function overriding in Java.
In this demonstration, we are discussing method overriding in our Java. So here we are having one class. The name of the class is animal. Only one method is there, that is a movement, and movement will have only one line statement, that is system.out.println animals can move. This is the derived class, that is dog, and animal is the base class. Extents indicate that this particular dog is inheriting the properties from this animal. So extents is actually denoting the inheritance. Here you can find that this animal is having public void movement. Here also within this dog we are defining the same prototype function, that is a public void movement, and that's why it is called method overriding, because the same method with the same prototype is being defined in the derived class also, and it is having the respective string to get printed using system.out.println. Frog is another derived class, and which is extending this animal class. So this animal class is the super class, also known as the base class, and this frog is the derived class, also known as the subclass. And here you can find that it is also having the same method. Method same means the same prototype is there, public void movement. So here also the method is getting overridden. So now in this particular method we are having this statement to get printed, and that is another statement to get printed, but in between we are calling the base class method, that is the movement. So base class, whatever the name of the base class, it will be referred as super. So super.movement, that means I'm calling this movement method. So there is a super.movement, that is a call the movement method of the parent class first, and then we are printing this statement, that is the frogs can jump. Before that, calling movement method of the parent class will get printed. So this is our override method class. Name of the file is override method, and here we are having the main function. So animal having the object animal is equal to new animal, animal.movement. We are defining this animal is equal to new dog. This animal is equal to new dog, animal.movement. Here animal is equal to new frog, and animal.movement we have called it. So at first we are calling this animal.movement, then we have called the same, but here this animal has got instantiated with the dog class object, and here animal has got instantiated with the frog class object. So now let us go for the execution. You can find that animals can move. This particular line got printed from this animal movement. Here in this case, when we are calling this animal.movement, dogs can walk and run also. So this is the respective text which were defined here. Just come to this code here. So this dogs can walk and run also. So this is the movement we are having. This particular movement method we are having the respective string getting printed, and they have got defined in the dog class. So next one is that this calling the movement method. You can find that calling the movement method of the parent class, and then super.movement, that means animals can move. So that string is getting printed because I'm calling the base class movement method, and then frogs can jump. So frogs can jump has also got printed. So in this way, in this example, we have shown you that what is function overriding and how to handle the situation. I think the outputs are quite well understood by you. Please go on typing such codes and go on doing experiments at your end to get the more clarity and better understanding of this subject.
Polymorphism, function overloading in Java.
In this demonstration, we are going to discuss function overloading in Java. Just consider this sample code. Here we have defined three functions with the same name, that is area. You can find that three functions with the same name, area. But three functions are having different prototypes. They are differing in their input parameters. So one is taking only one float input, another one is taking one variable of the double type, and this particular area is taking two float variables and at the same time. So you can find that three signatures are different, but the function names are same. So this is a very good example of function overloading. So what will happen when we shall call this area function from our code, depending upon the input parameters, their respective data types or count, or the order in which the parameters are being sent. So that will decide that which area function we are calling actually. So there is no ambiguity in spite of the fact three functions are having the same name, area. So here you see we are passing one float side. So function to get the area of a square. So the area of the square will be calculated as side into side. Here we are passing the double radius to calculate the area of one circle. So the equation will be 3.1415 star radius, that is pi r square. So here we are passing this float L stands for length, and float B stands for breadth. So that is to calculate the area of a rectangle. The area will be calculated as L into B. Now from the main function we are calling this area functions here, and all these three area functions are under the static, so they have declared as a static. So as a result of that, we need not to define any function overload class object to call these functions. We can directly call these functions from the static main. So area 4,5. So you see here we have passed two arguments, and both of them are 4 and 5. Both of them are numeric. That means it is matching with this area. That is that this prototype is matching with this calling. So overload area method to find area of a rectangle. Here we have passed only one parameter, but that is 5f. F stands for float. So it indicates that this particular area has been found, has been called, and we are passing actually the side of a square. So 5 is the side of the square. That is the length is 5. Here we are passing this 6d. So d stands for double. So that's why here we are calculating the area of a circle, and 6 is nothing but the radius of the circle. So if I go on executing my code, I can find that area of a rectangle is 20. That has got calculated using 4 into 5. So that is a 4 into 5. So I'm going for this is there is a 4 into 5 here. So area of a rectangle, you can find that this text has got printed. So area of a rectangle, and the next one we have passed this area 5f. That means we have passed one float. So here this is the side, so it is calculating the area of a square. So area of a square is 5 into 5, that is 25. Now we are going to calculate the area of a circle, because 6d, d stands for double. So this area of the circle is going to get called. So it is nothing but 3.1415 star radius. So the calculated value is 113.094. So in this way we have given you the idea that what is function overloading and how to implement it in our Java code.
Now let us discuss sets in Java.
In this demonstration, we shall discuss the set interface and its respective objects and how to deal with them. Here we have defined two integer arrays, list1 and list2, and these are the set of data it is having. You can find that some duplicate data are also present. We have defined one set interface object, that is set1. You can find that this set is this interface I is written here is under the package that is the java.util, a collection that contains no duplicate elements, and more formally set contains no pair of elements e1 and e2 such that e1 dot equals e2 and at most one null element. As implied by its name, this interface models the mathematical set abstraction. So here you can find that we have defined two set interface objects, set1 and set2 is equal to new has set. The constructor has been called here. So now we are having two integer arrays, and now we are populating this set1 and set2, adding these items, picking up from this integer arrays, at first from the list 1 to set1 and then from list 2 to set2. So here we have used the for each loop. So for item int item colon list 1. So each and every item will be picked up one at a time. Each and every integer data will be picked up one at a time, and then that will get added with the set1. And you can find that the set1 is actually the object under the interface set, and here the set will hold the integer, that is a wrapper class objects. So system.out.println, the first set will be printed and the second set will be printed. You can find that we're having this first set has got printed. So it has got printed in this way: 1, 2, and then it is having 5, then 6, then 12. You see the duplicate data have got removed. There is no duplicate data here, and they have got sorted automatically. So now we are having this the second one, that is a 12, 4, 3, 2, 4, 15. You can find that it has become 2, 3, 4, 12 and 15 here. Now we shall go for the set operations. The union of two sets. We have defined one set interface object, that is the union is equal to new has set, which will be containing the typecasting has been done as integer wrapper class object, and then set1. So using this set1 members, this union will get populated, and now this union is having all the items from set1, and then union dot add all set2. So add items of the set2 with the set1 items which are residing in this union, that is the interface set object. So now if I go on printing the current value of union, then I'm getting this one. You can find that all the data items are unique, all the data items are distinct, so there is no repetition of data items, and the items have been printed in the sorted form. So now we shall go for the intersection. So we have defined the one set interface object, that is the intersection, which will hold this integer wrapper class objects as its items, and intersection dot return all. Just remember this method. The method is return all, and that is useful to do the intersection of two sets, and here add all, that was used to do the union of two sets here. So return all set2. So now this intersection current content has got printed. You can find that it has got printed as 2 and 12 because 2 and 12 are the common elements between this set1 and set2. Now we shall go for the difference. So now the method will be remove all. That means at first the difference has got instantiated with the items from set1, and then remove all set2. So remove common elements from the two sets, and in this way we are going to get the updated content and the reduced content of diff. Okay, so now you see this is my set1 and this is my set2 here. We have printed them earlier. So now if you go for set1 minus set2, I'm remaining with this 1, 5 and 6, because in between these two sets only 2 is common. So 2 is common, and then this 1, 5, 6, 12 is also common here. So that's why 1, 5, 6 is only the outcome of the difference set1 minus set2. In this way, in this demonstration, we have discussed a lot on this set interface and how to deal with its methods and how to define the respective objects, how to initialize them, and we have discussed that one into details with some sample coding.
In this video, we are discussing real type of data in Java.
In this Java program, we are going to deal with the float and double data type variables. We have defined one variable myFloat of the type float, and we are assigning 50.26 to this myFloat variable. So to convert this 50.26 to the float type, we are writing either capital F or small f at the end of the number to represent that it is a float data. And then we are printing the value of the myFloat variable. So the outcome is our 50.26. In the next example, 50 and 3 individually they are integers, but I want to do some float division between them. So that's why here we have done this typecasting. So typecasting to change integer to float, and as a result of that we will be getting and we will be observing fractional part in our quotient after doing the division. So that's why 16.666666 is the respective answer, and that has been assigned to my float, and my float has got printed. Here we are having my double. In case of my double, we know that in case of double type of data types, we will be having 8 bytes of memory space will be occupied to hold this respective variables value. So in case of float, 4 bytes. In case of double, it will be 8 bytes. On this particular variable, we have written minus 0.2356. So here you can use capital D or small d to represent that it is a double data, but by default it will be of the type of double. So I'm going for the execution. I can find that my double is having the value that is minus 0.2356. Here we are doing some division operation. So this particular 22, we are representing this number 22 in the terms of double. So that's why we can write capital D or small d after 22, and we are expecting that this particular quotient will have the fractional part here. So 22d by 7, so converting 22 as double, and that's why we are going to get our fractional part in our quotient, that is 3.14285714 and so on. So in this way we have shown you that how to deal with the float and double type variables in our Java code.
In this video, we are discussing the stack class in Java.
We have defined one stack class object, that is a myStack, which will hold the integer wrapper class objects as its members. So is equal to new stack constructor. So now how to put our elements, that is the integer objects, within this myStack stack object here. So stack is the name of the class, myStack is the object under the stack class. So the method is push. With the help of push, we can put our integer objects within this myStack object. So you can find that myStack.push 10, then 20, then 30, then 40, then 50. So 50 will be at the top and 10 will be at the bottom here. So now we are going to print the size of this myStack. So as we have pushed 5 such elements, so that's why 5 such integer class objects, so that's why the stack size is 5 here. Now we are going to introduce one method, that is a pick. This particular pick method will actually check the topmost element of the stack, but it will not delete it from the top. It will only just check the current content of the topmost element of the stack here. So when you are going for this pick, and later when you are printing, that is the myStack.pick method, we are printing the current content, whatever has been picked, it is printing 50 here. So now using this while body, so not myStack.isEmpty, so isEmpty will be returning true, and when the isEmpty will be returning true, then I should come out from this while. So that's why I have used the not operator there. So true, not of true will become false, so it will come out from this while. So that's why while not myStack.isEmpty, so that is another method we are getting defined under the stack class here. So that is our isEmpty, and here you can find that isEmpty is a method which returns a boolean, and it returns a boolean. It is defined under the actual class is a vector, and isEmpty is a method, and this vector is under the package java.util. So as this particular while will be executing until the stack is getting empty, so the while will get executed, and each and every iteration will be picking up one of the elements from the stack. So myStack.pop is the respective method which returns this integer class object. We can, because here we are having this myStack, we defined that it will be holding the integer wrapper class objects, and the method is the public e and then pop, removes the object at the top of the stack and returns that object as the value of this function. So in this way it will return. So let me go for the output. You can find that 50 has been returned at first, then 40, then 30, then 20, and then the bottommost element 10 will be returned at the last, and then myStack.isEmpty will return true, not of true will become false, so it will come out from this while loop. In this way, in this particular demonstration, we have discussed that how to deal with the stack class objects in our Java code.
The queue in Java.
In this program, we have defined one object myQueue. This object has been defined under the interface. You can find that in the help we are finding this one as interface. There is a java.util.q. So java.util is the package name and q is the respective interface. And this q has got instantiated using is equal to new linked list a constructor here. So how to add members to this queue object? There is a myQueue, and this myQueue will be holding integer, that is a wrapper class objects, as its member. So to add the new elements, we are going to go for new items. We are going to go for this method add. So using the method add, we can add new items to this myQueue, that is a queue interface object. So new myQueue.add 10, myQueue.add 40, myQueue.add 50. In this way, we have added 5 such elements. We know that queue is a data structure which supports first in first out or last in last out. That means we can think that this 10 is at the front end of the queue and 50 will be found at the rear end of the queue. So now if I want to print the number of elements we are having, number of items we are having within this myQueue, there is a queue interface object. The method is size. With the help of size we can print it. How many items we have added here? 5 items. So we are expecting that myQueue.size will print 5 here. Yes, the queue size is 5. Now we are going to pick the first element. That means in this case the first element will be read, but it will not get deleted from the queue. And you can find that here we are getting this first element as 10 because 10 is at the front end and 50 is at the rear end. So the first element will be at the front end, so the value is 10, but the 10 has not got deleted from the myQueue object. It is still there, the item is still there. Now using this while loop, so myQueue.isEmpty, so when the queue will become empty, then isEmpty will return true, then not of true will become false, then we can come out from this while. But when this isEmpty will be returning false, that means the queue is still having some items, then not of false will become true, the while will continue doing the iteration. So how to remove elements from the queue? That is a myQueue.remove. So remove is the method with the help of which you can eliminate the element which will be found at the front end of the queue. So the popped item is this one. Also in case of popped item you can go for removed item, that will be better here. So the removed item is this one. So let me go for the execution. You can find that the remove item will be 10, then 40, then 30, then 20, then the rearest object, that is the rearmost object, that is a 50, is getting printed here. In this way, in this particular demonstration, we have discussed how to define and deal with queue objects.
Abstraction in Java.
In this demonstration, we shall discuss about the abstract class. So at first, let us suppose we are going for one class creation, and the name of the class, say myClass1. This is a myClass1. Here we are defining 2 methods. We are defining another method, that is a void some function 1 2, and we are not writing any function body here. We are not writing the function body. Then what will happen, as we haven't written any function body, so the suggestion is that either add the body or change myClass1 dot myfunction12 to abstract. If I select this option, then it will become abstract, and here we are having one error is there. Make the type myClass1 abstract. That means one abstract class will contain abstract methods. So whenever a class is having the abstract method, then automatically the class must be made as abstract. Now what will happen, let us go for another class which will inherit this myClass1. I'm going for another class. Let the name of the class is myClass2, and which is extending, say, myClass1. If you go for this, I'm finding that myClass1 is there. I'm just making this one as a super class, and it is my derived class here, subclass. So my class 2. So my class 2 extends my class 1. So here the respective function which was unimplemented in my class 1, that is this one, that is a my function 1 2. So this particular function has to be implemented here. So what we are doing, we're just writing this statement here. So here we are going for the main function and we are defining my class 2 object. So now ob1 dot my function 1 1, ob2 dot my function 1 2. So let me repeat once again. This is my class 1. Here one function my function 1 1, its body is defined. There is another function my function 1 2 2. I have written only the signature of the function, the body has not been written. So it was suggested to make the method abstract because we are not writing the body of this function my function 1 2, and whenever we are making this one abstract, then the suggestion is coming from Eclipse that this my class 1 should be made abstract class because it is containing abstract method. Now in my class 2 I've just inherited my class 1 to my class 2, and here we are bound to override the my class 1 2 method here. If we don't want to override this one, then obviously this my class 2 will again have to be made abstract, declared as abstract class. So here the body we have written. Now we have defined the object under my class 2, and new my class 2 is a constructor to instantiate this object, and from this object we are calling both my function 1 1 and my function 1 2. If I go for execution, you can find that my function 1 1 is executing, my function 1 2 is executing. So both the function, they have got their execution. So now what will happen if I define my class 1 object here. So as this my class 1 was having one unimplemented method my function 1 2, then automatically this particular my function 1 2 is coming down here. So it has to be implemented, then only this object 2 will have the complete declaration and definition. So that's why you can find that what I'm trying to do, again I'm showing you that here I'm just writing here is equal to new my class 1 1. If I go for this my class 1, automatically this code is coming. So let us suppose I'm not writing this one, I'm just writing everything manually. Okay, I'm just writing up to this. Then what is coming, you see the error message is there, cannot instantiate the type my class 1. So this my class 1, as it is one abstract class, so its object cannot be defined until we implement all the unimplemented abstract method in the respective class my class 1. So what we can do, we're just putting curly braces here, opening and closing. Now the option has got changed. Now it is asking for add unimplemented methods. So now here is the body where you'll be putting this unimplemented method. So now what I'm doing, my function 1 2 is executing here. Okay, so now let me go for the, so this is my class, so this a bracket is this one, so I'm coming down this. So I shall go for this ob2 dot my function 1 1, ob2 dot my function 1 1. So it can easily be executed because it is a my class 1 method here, and also ob2 dot my function 1 2. So both I'm going to implement, both I want to call and for execution. You can find that they are executing fine. So in this way I've shown you that how these abstract classes are to be written and how to extend it in some implementing class which will implement all the abstract methods. So now let us go for another example here. See here one class is there, the name of the class is emp, and it is having one method is there, that is a description, and one method is there, that is a salary, which is abstract. That means we are not writing the body of the salary. As a result of that, this particular class we are supposed to make that one abstract also. Now this programmer is another class which is extending EMP. So here the description is another method we have written which is overriding this description here, which is getting inherited, and also it is bound to define the respective unimplemented method, that is the salary. It has to be implemented. Implemented means the respective body is to be written. We are going for another class, that is the test EMP, which is extending EMP. So here this description method is getting overridden as we did in case of programmer. Obviously the respective body of this particular description is getting changed, and here it is calling the base class. It is also calling the base class description. So irrespective of the name of the base class will be referred to as super from the code. So super.description, that means this particular description is supposed to get executed. It is an employee and also works as a tester. So this particular string will also get printed. As it is implementing this abstract, it is extending this abstract class here. So the respective function has to be defined here. So at the rate of override, so void salary, so respective function has got defined. Now it is very simple that we are defining EMPE, which is instantiated using the new programmer, because you know that programmer is nothing but the subclass, derived class from the base class EMP. So EMPE can be instantiated in this way, and then e.description and e.salary we are going to print, and then e is equal to new tested EMP, and e.description and e.salary is going to get printed here. So let us go for the output. So you can find that we are getting the output like this. It is a programmer and salary of the programmer is 25,000. So at first we are putting this one as programmer. You can find that it is coming from here. So there is a programmer description is getting executed, not the EMP description. The programmer description is getting executed, and then obviously the salary will be executed, this one. So that's why you are getting this output. Salary of the programmer is 25,000. And now here you can find that when we are instantiating this E with this new, that is a tested EMP, the respective constructor we are calling, that means we are just instantiating employee object with the tested EMP class object. Then the description which is going to get executed is super.description, and then system.out.println works as a tester. So what will happen, you can find that it is an employee and works as a tester. So it is coming like this, and you see here we have used only print, not println. So it is an employee, and as a continuation in the same line we are getting this blank space works as a tester in the outcome. So it is, they are coming in the same line as the result of that. And then here the salary is getting executed, the salary function is getting executed, and that is the salary of the tester is 35,000, and that is getting executed. So in this way you are getting this idea that how these abstract classes are to be defined and how to deal with them.
In this video, we are discussing priority queue in Java.
When we define one class which is implementing comparable interface, you can write a sample code for you. So class say st implements comparable. So here I am putting this one as st. Then you can find that as it is one interface, it is having some unimplemented methods. So if you go on adding this unimplemented method, we are getting the method that is a compare to. So compare to will take the class object, st class object as input, and it returns one integer. So we are supposed to rewrite the code or the body for this compare to method. So we have applied the same here. So let me go for my coding. So class student implements comparable student. So private int rank and private string name. So these two are instance variable. One is a rank, another one is a name of the type int and string class objects. So this is our student is the constructor which will take this name and rank as input parameters, and they will get input arguments, and they will instantiate this instance variable, that is the this.rank and this.name. Now there is a compare to which is there unimplemented in this interface, that is a comparable. So comparable is nothing but one interface. You can find it here, and it is defined under the package java.lang. So this is the compare to we have written. So this is our input argument will be one student class object. So let it be st. So it will compare the rank of the student with another student. So if rank is less than st.rank, then return -1. Else if rank is greater than st.rank, then return 1, otherwise return 0. So depending upon the value of this.rank and st.rank, the either -1 or 1 or 0 will be returned as I have shown here. Also we are overwriting the method that is a toString. So there is a string result is equal to student name concatenation rank and concatenation rank here, and return result. So string will be returned as the output argument for this toString method. So now here we have defined one class, that is the priority queue. Under this class we have defined the main function. So priority queue class object, there is a student queue, and which will hold the student class objects as its elements. So student class we have defined here. So it is nothing but implementing the comparable interface, and we also have overridden the respective method compare to. So priority queue is nothing but the name of the class, and then student is the respective objects which will be residing in this priority queue object, that is a student queue, as items, and is equal to new priority queue. We are calling the constructor here. So student queue dot add. So using this add method, we can go on adding or inserting new students into this priority queue. So here we are having this Ashish, that is the name, and 5 is the respective role, rank rather you can say. So here you see this this is my rank will be there, and the name is there. At first I'm passing this name as input parameter and rank as the second parameter here. So name is Ashish, rank is 5, name is Borun, rank is 3. You can easily call that this student is actually implementing this comparable interface. So what will happen when they will get inserted? So they will remain sorted accordingly depending upon the rank of the student. So here you see we have added 5 such student items here. So insert students into the priority queue, and but when we shall go for the printing of its content, we'll be finding them in the sorted order. So we shall come that point later. So at first we are going to print the size of this student queue. As we have inserted 5 items, so the size of the queue will be 5 here. Now we are creating one iterator to iterate through this queue. So iterator it is equal to student queue dot iterator. Now we know that we are having the method that is the has next, which is returning a boolean. So it dot has next. So when it is true, then we are printing this student queue dot poll dot toString. So in this way you are just printing this one. So student queue dot poll. So we are retrieving each and every element from here for each and every iteration, and then we are just calling this method toString, which we have overridden here, which will print the name and the rank accordingly. Remember we entered and inserted, and these new elements got added to this student queue in the order, that is Ashish 5, then Borun 3, then Monish 1, then Shovik 4, and Rahul 2. So in the execution you are finding that they are coming like, say, Monish 1 with the rank 1 has come at the first, then Rahul with the rank 2, then Borun with the rank 3, then Shovik with the rank 4, and Ashish with the respective rank 5 here. In this way we have given you the idea that how to deal with the priority queue class objects in our Java code.
Inheritance in Java.
In this demonstration we shall be discussing about Java inheritance. At first we are defining one base class. The name of the base class is employee, which is having protected double salary, and that is our 30,000 D. Here D stands for the double. So this particular 30,000 is of the type double here. So here we are having one constructor. The name of the constructor will be same as that of the class name, that is our employee, and one line of code is there to print one message. This developer is nothing but a subclass, and this subclass means the inherited class, and where the base class or the superclass here is the employee. Here also we are defining another class, that is a subclass or inherited class, and this particular subclass is also having the same base class, that is employee. In the both cases we are defining bonus. Here it is 20,000, here it is 10,000, and here it is 20,000. And this is the developer constructor, and there is a tester constructor, and only one string will get printed in the constructor from the constructor body. So this is the total structure of the classes, and here we are having one display salary. You can find that this particular salary was under the protected section. That means they are inheritable. So that's why this salary can be accessed from the derived class, that is our developer, and this tester also, this salary is accessible. So here when we are printing the display salary, we are just adding the salary and the bonus. The salary and the bonus is nothing but the instance variable of this developer, and salary is the inherited variable, inherited instance variable, and that is the salary, and they are getting added and the sum will get printed. Similarly here also the bonus is initialized with the value 20,000, that is a instance variable under this tester class, and this salary is the inherited instance variable, so that's why they are getting added. They can be added, and the sum of them will be the total salary going to get printed. So here we are having the class, that is the inheritance, that is a public class inheritance. Inheritance.java is the name of the file, name of the source code, and here we are defining the main function, and under this main function we are defining the developer class object and instantiating with the developer constructor, and tester class object instantiating with the tester constructor. In the both cases we are displaying the display salary method from the respective objects here. So if you go on printing, you can find here it is printing 40,000, it is printing 50,000, because the salary, you can find here the salary here in both the cases, after getting inherited, the salary inherited instance variable will be having 30,000, and this 30,000 plus 40,000 for 10,000, that is a 40,000 will be the salary for the developer, and 30,000 plus 20,000 will be the salary, that is a 50,000 will be the salary for the tester here. So as a result of that, we are getting the salaries got printed as 40,000 and 50,000 for the developer and for the tester respectively. I think now you are getting this idea how inheritance can get implemented in Java code.
In this video, we are discussing commenting techniques in Java.
In case of Java, we can have the single line comment. That means one comment line can be inserted in our code. We know that comment line will not have any effect in the outcome when the program will be in execution. Comment line will be simply ignored in the execution. So here to have the single line comment, we are supposed to put // that is a double front slash, and this is a single line comment, and up to the end of the line the comment will be maintained. So that is a way to have the single line comment here. So let us suppose I want to put them in the single line comment as a block. I want to put them in Eclipse. We are having one option, that is a source toggle comment. You can find that this full block, this full line of codes, whatever the number of lines you have selected, they will be under this single line comment, and that is a toggle type one. So you can mark them and you can go for toggle comment, so they will become uncommented. You can make them as comment. So that is our single line comment. But if you want to go for the multi-line comment, so that can be done in this way. You see the lines are not commented here, so you can go for this and go for add block comment. So in this way you can find that in case of block comment, all these lines will be enclosed within /* and // here, and that is known as the block comment. So in this way you can also do that one. You can remove it if you require to do so. Eclipse is giving us that option to do. There is a remove block comment. Respective shortcut keys are also given. You can apply them. So that is the removing the block comment. Otherwise we can also go for this. You can mention that /*. Now in this way you can put multiple lines under this comment. So I'm just copying this one. If I am to put it here, you can easily find that you can easily put these lines under the comment. So that is another way you can do it. There is another way you can do it. So that is our multi-line comment, and you can go on expanding. So in this way you can also go for block comment in our Java. So this demonstration is for how to make a single line comment and multi-line comment, and how to take the help of Eclipse editor, the respective IDE, with the help of which you can do the same as when required.
In this video, we are discussing linked list in Java.
In this program, we shall deal with linked list class objects. So here you can find that we are creating one linked list. The object name is int list, which is containing integer wrapper class type of objects. So how to add new members to this int list? The method is add, and here you are passing 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50 as input arguments. So after adding all these members, we are going to print the size of this int list and also the current content of this int list. The size is a method with the help of which we can get the number of members this linked list is having. So let us go for the execution. You can find that it is printing the size as 5 because here we are having 5 elements, or that these elements are nothing but integer wrapper class objects, and we are having the values say 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50 in the order in which they added up with this linked list class object int list. Now here we are defining one array. This is a simple array, int array, and name of the array is array, having got elements that is 5, 15, 30, 80, 60 and 25. So now we are going to define another array list. So here the array list object is arr list is equal to new array list, and then with this array list we are adding these items. We are adding item, picking up item one at a time from the integer array, and here we are using this for each loop where item will get initialized with one of the members one at a time depending upon the iteration from the integer array. So now we are going to print this array list. So the array list size is getting printed. The method is same, that is the size, and here we are printing the current content of the array list. So here you can find that here we are printing this array list, and there we are printing that linked list here. So let us make this one, it is better, let us go for this array list. So this array list size and the respective contents are getting printed. Now let me go for the execution to show you that the linked list size is 5, the content is this, the array list size is 6, and the content is this one as we expecting. Okay, so as we are expecting, we are getting this output. Now see, in this int list we are adding all the members. So the method name is add all. We are adding all the members from the index number 2. From the index number 2 onwards, that is the array list content will get inserted from the index number 2. All the members of this array list. How many members this array list is having? This array list is having 6 members, 5, 15, 30, 80, 60 and 25. So all these members will get inserted starting from the index number 2, and later we are going to print this int list size and the current content of the int list. We know that int list is nothing but linked list class object, and which is defined to hold the integer wrapper class objects as its content. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that the linked list size is 11. Why 11? Because 5 plus 6 is equal to 11. And from the second index onwards, you can easily find that from the second index onwards, I'm just going for this, so location number 5 onwards rather. So we are going to have this set of elements, we're going to have this set of elements, that is 5, 15, 30, 80, 60 and 25. They are nothing but the array list content, and they have got inserted starting from the index 2, and from the 0th place and the 1 place we are having this index number 0 and 1 is still holding 10 and 20, and from this particular index we are having this 30, 40 and 50 as usual. So in this way, in this demonstration, we have shown you that how to define linked list objects and how to call different methods from this object itself.
Interfaces in Java.
In this demonstration, we shall discuss and we shall write code on interface in Java. So at first we are going for one interface definition. So my interface name is my interface 1. So public interface my interface 1, I'm just defining two functions here. From Java 1.8 onwards, interface can also contain function with the function bodies if they are of type default or static. So let us define such functions here. So in this way we have defined my interface 1. Let us go on defining my interface 2, which will inherit my interface 1. So I'm going to define another one, my interface 2, and which will extend interface, that is our add my interface 1. So public interface my interface 2 extends my interface 1. Remember, from interface to interface we will be writing extends, from class to class we will be writing extends, from class to interface we will be writing our implements. That means whenever one interface will get implemented by a class, we will be using the keyword implements. Otherwise, between two interfaces or between two classes we will be using the keyword extends here. So now in this case we are just going to define these two functions. Okay, so just I'm going for the revision. So here we are having my function 1 my function 1 2. 1 stands for interface 1 and this one stands for function 1, method 1. So in this way 1 2 1 1 1 and then 1 3 and then 1 4. It is of the type default, it is of the type static. So here also we are defining two integer quantities. We know that in case of integer it will behave as if it is of constant type. So here in this case we are also defining two member variables. Now we shall go for one class. So I'm giving this name as my class 2, my class 3 rather, which will implement the interface my interface 2. So what will happen in case of my class 3 implements my interface 2, all the unimplemented methods are getting printed, are getting defined. Just the respective bodies are to be written here. So what we can do, we are supposed to write their respective bodies. So we are writing that one. Here intentionally I'm just printing the value also. So in this way 1 1 1 2 2 1 and 2 2. Let us go for the main function, and here we are defining my class 3 object. Then ob1 dot my function 1 1, ob1 dot my function 1 3, ob1 dot my function 2 1, and ob1 dot my function 2 2. So they are getting executed. So if I go for the execution, you can find that my function 1 1, my function 1 1, my function 1 2, my function 2 1, and my function 2 2. So they are all executing. What about the 1 3? Let me go for a check. 1 3 here is the default function. So 1 3 here is the default function. So default my function 1 3 is executing, that is getting returned. So I should print that one using system.out.println because it is returning a string. So I shall go for so what about the string which will be returned? I want to print them. So in this way you can find that all these functions are getting executed and the respective values are being done. So now if I want to initialize, say data to 1 is equal to 1000, if I want to try to initialize that one, it cannot be initialized because the final field my interface 2 dot data to 1 cannot be assigned. It will be treated as if it is a constant type. So only the initialization we can do, we have done within this interface. But here where we are implementing this interface, that is in class my class 3, if I want to initialize those member variables which were defined in the interface, they cannot be initialized with some new values. So that is a very important issue. Now you see what is happening. I had another method, that is a my function 1 4. I think you can recall. That was the method called static method. So my function 1 4, you can easily find that my function 1 4 is not coming here. ob1 dot, you see my function 1 4 is not coming. So in that case what we can do, it is a static method. So I shall go for my interface 1 dot my function 1 4 can be accessed from here. So you see in this way, as it is a static method here, so it can be accessed from directly interface name dot. So let me go for the execution. We are finding that the static method is also executing. Next, let me go for another time. I'm going to define another class here. So there is a my class 4. I'm going for another class, my class 4, which is interface. I'm taking this one as my interface 2. Going for the finish. Here we can do what we are doing. We are just defining or implementing some of the methods. So 1 1 and 2 1, we are just mentioning them. Then what is happening? Add unimplemented methods. So session number 1, if I click, then those methods which I didn't implement, so the respective bodies are coming. Otherwise another option was there, that is make type my class 4 abstract. So that's why, as we are having some methods unimplemented, the bodies we are not writing here, so I'm supposed to make the class abstract. So abstract keyword has come and the red lines have gone out. So now let me go for so here you see we are going for the main function now. Going for the main function. So let me go for my class 4. Let me go for my class 4. ob1 is equal to new, ob1 new. So now whenever we are defining object under this abstract class my class 4, then those two unimplemented methods, the respective bodies, are to be written, and this will give us the idea that how to define objects under abstract classes. So let me go for this. I can write any other function body, so that is not an issue, only to make the conception clear. So now we are going to write one main function. So I think main function we have written already, so let me go for the execution, that will be better. So now let us go for this ob1 dot. So let me go for the execution, you can find that. So my function 1 is executing with this data, my function 1 is executing, then my function 1 then my function 2 my function 2 and also the static function, that is 1 is executing. So everything is coming according to our planning. So let us go for another class. Let me show you another important thing. So I shall go for a class my class 5. So now here we are doing, that is going for finish my class 5, and here we are defining the main function, and within this main function I'm just defining my interface 1 object. Automatically those unimplemented methods which were there in the interface, if I can define them locally, then obviously the interface objects can also be created under my class 5. This is a 1 this is a 1 So everything is fine now. So this object has got defined. So ob1 dot my So let me go for the execution. So they are executing fine. So in this way we are getting this idea that how to define interface and how to implement it, how to define interface object, how to define abstract class object, and so on. So let me go for the last example here. So interface demo, you can find here we have defined one interface, that is a vehicle, which is having max speed and wheel count. Two methods are there. Bike is one class which is implementing this vehicle. As a result of that, the max speed method and the wheel count, these two methods are to be implemented. We're defining another class, that is a car, which is implementing vehicle. So vehicle is the interface you can easily find. So that's why this max speed and count, wheel count, they have got these two methods have got defined here. Now you see, there is a class that is the interface demo. We are having the main function here. We have defined the bike object is equal to new bike, and car object car is equal to new car constructor, and then we are going for bike dot wheel count and car dot wheel count. As this method have got implemented within this bike and car classes respectively, so the respective methods, that is the wheel count, can be accessed from the bike object, bike class object bike, and car class object car here. So if you go for the execution, you can find that maximum speed of bike is this, number of wheels for bike is this, maximum speed of car is this, and number of wheels for car is this. Because you can find that here we're having this max speed, we're having this wheel count. So number of wheels of the car is plus wheel, we are getting this, and also we are printing this one, that is a max speed of bike plus bike dot max speed. So max speed is actually returning this respective value, which is getting concatenated with this max speed of bike and max speed of car. In this way, the outcome is very logical. The output of this program and the respective code I have put side by side so that you can see and you can get the idea. So in this video, we have discussed a lot on this interface, how to implement it, what is abstract class, how to define interface object, how to define abstract class objects, and so on.
Multi-threading extending thread class in Java.
In this program, we are going to define one class. The name of the class is thread class, which is extending the class thread. So here you see class thread class extends thread, and here we are overwriting the method, that is the run. The run method is there with the respective prototype is void multithreading dot thread class dot run. So this run method takes no input argument, it returns void, and it is under the public section. So that's why we are just overriding this method run. We know that whatever we will be writing within this run method, that is the body, that is the code to be executed when the thread will be in execution. So here we have defined one for loop here. So for I is equal to 0, I less than 10, I plus plus. So that means this loop will get on executing for 10 number of times. The iteration will be done for 10 number of times, and the value of I will be ranging from 0 to 9. And within this particular for loop, we have put this try catch block, and here we are going for this thread dot slip. You can find that this particular slip method, it throws interrupted exception. This particular slip method throws interrupted exception. So that's why we have enclosed this thread dot slip within the try block, and the catch block is handling this interrupted exception E. And you can find this, that this particular slip is of the type static. So that's why public static void slip long millis. So it is taking this milliseconds in the data type of long as the input argument, which throws interrupted exception. As this method is defined under the class thread, this method is defined under the class thread. So instead of defining the thread class object as it is of the type static, so we can call it by thread dot slip. So thread dot slip, so 100 milliseconds it will be waiting, and then it will be slipping, and then catch interrupted exception E, and in the catch block we have written E dot print stack stress. So this is a class we have defined. Under this class we are having the main function. We have defined one thread class object. The thread class, whatever you have defined here, we have defined one object, that is a tc1 is equal to new thread class constructor. tc1 dot start, whenever we are calling this start method, the run method will be executed. That means this particular thread will be executing in parallel of this for loop execution. So this particular for loop will go on executing for I is equal to 0 to 9, and main thread colon line colon plus I. So I will be printed from 0 to 9. So let us go for the execution for the better understanding. You can see that this particular line, that is the main thread colon line colon. So this particular line has got executed for 10 times for I is equal to 0 to 9. But this particular printing is under this for loop, and within this for loop, this thread dot slip will halt for 100 milliseconds, so that's why it is go on printing in this way. So if I go for the execution once again, you can find that this for loop has got terminated earlier, and then these lines are getting printed because here we are having one sleep here, and this sleep is occurring for 10 number of times. So what we can do, we can just copy this try block here. We can also put it we're putting this try block as usual. So now if I go for execution, you can find that both the lines are having the respective 100 millisecond delay, so that's why the lines have got printed in this way. So you can find that this thread, the run function and this particular for, they are executing in parallel, so that's why the outputs are coming like this one. In this way, in this particular program, we have discussed how to define one thread class extending our thread class here. So this thread class is under the package java.lang.
Multi-threading by runnable interface.
In this program, we are going to define one thread class implementing runnable interface. So we know that in case of runnable interface, we are having one unimplemented method, that is a run. So if you write one class, say, if you go for the implements runnable, and then if you put this opening and closing braces, you see here we are having one option, that is the add unimplemented method. Otherwise I can make this class abstract here. So if you go for this add unimplemented method option, you can find that there is a run method, it is supposed to get implemented. So similarly we did the same here. So here our class name is my thread class, which implements runnable and which is overriding this run method. We are writing the body for this run method, and within this body I will be ranging from 0 to 9, and we are going to print this thread.currentThread.getID and the respective value of I. So in this way the respective run function body we have defined here. So the thread, its respective get ID will return the ID of the thread, and that will get printed. So within the class, the thread with runnable. So this, the name of the class is thread with runnable. So here we are defining the main function. We are defining this thread class objects, thread 1 and thread 2, and they are getting instantiated using this my thread class object. So actually we are creating the thread object with the my thread class object. So in this way you have defined this thread 1 and thread 2. So now if we call this start and func methods from this thread 1 and from the thread 2 to thread class objects, then this run function will be executed. And within this main function we are having the for loop where I will be ranging from 0 to 9, and main thread colon line colon I will get printed. So let us go for the execution for the better understanding. You can find that here this main thread line number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then for this particular thread ID it is getting printed as a 10 and 11 for the two objects, that is the thread 1 and thread 2. So you can find that thread number 11 for this we are having this line 0, 11 line 1, 11 line 2, 11 line 3. We are having this 11 line 9 here, so the respective I value is ranging from 0 to 9. Similarly for thread number 10 we are having the 0, we are having this 1, and similarly we are having this thread number 10, that is the ID, it is getting printed, and line number 9, that means that here also the I is ranging from 0 to 9. So just look at this outcome, look at this output, the sequence in which it has got generated. So that means we are finding that this thread 1.start method is actually calling this run function, and this thread 2.start, this particular function calling is actually calling the run function, and also the main function. All these three functions are in execution in parallel. So that's why you are finding that all these lines are getting printed one after another in a mixed up way. So if I execute my program once again, you can find that the sequence of this execution and this line printing will be changed. You can find that. You see it has got printed in some different sequence. If I go for execution again, it has got printed in some different sequence. You see different times different sequences are coming. So that will depend upon the execution synchronization, in which order all these three, that is a main thread and two threads, that is our objects names are respective thread 1 and thread 2, how they are executing within this machine, and that's why the outcome is changing along with the execution.
Hash map in Java.
In this program, we are discussing hash map and hash map objects. Now, what is a hash map? So here you can find that hash table based implementation of the map interface, and this implementation provides all of the optional map operations and permits null values and the null key. The hash map class is roughly equivalent to the hash table except that it is unsynchronized and permits null. But in case of hash table, we didn't allow to insert any null key or the null values. But here in case of hash map, the null values and the null keys are permitted. This class makes no guarantee as to the order of the map. In particular, it does not guarantee that the order will remain constant over the time also. So let us go for one hash map object. The name of the object is employee hash. It has got instantiated. It will be holding this integer wrapper class object as the key and string object as the value here. So how to add item to this hash map object? The method is put. So here the key is 12 and the value is programmer, key is 14, value is instructor. In this way we have added 5 such values there. So if we print this employee hash, then what will be the outcome? You can easily find that. So the employee hash map will be having the value that is 18 tester 21 is equal to casual 12 is equal to programmer, 13 is equal to programmer, and 14 is equal to instructor. You see the order in which I put all these items, so they are not occurring in the same order. And also you can find that the value has got repeated, but the key cannot get repeated here. You see the value has got repeated. So here we are having this programmer, here also we are having this programmer, but the key values are different here. So if you go for another one, say if I put this one, say for this 12, for this 21 rather, I'm putting this one as debugger. So you can find that this 21 has got updated with the text debugger here. So let us go. So it is my debugger. So I'm changing the spelling here actually. So that you see 21 is now debugger. So what is happening, as the key values are the same, so that's why the debugger is not a new item for this employee hash, but this 21, the respective value casual has got replaced and updated by the value debugger here. So if we erase this line and if you go on executing, we can find that against this 21 key the value is casual. Now see, we are going to search how to search a particular item against the key. So if employee hash dot contains key 18, so you see 18 is present, so that's why the true will be the outcome. You can see the contents key is returns boolean, contents key returns boolean, and it is under the package java.util under the class hashmap. Contents key is the respective method name which will take one object as input argument, object key as input argument. Here we have passed this integer class wrapper class object 18 as input argument, and it returns boolean to check whether the value, the key has been found there or not. So in case of 18, the type of the employee, there is a system.out.println, the type of the employee will be employee hash dot get 18. You can easily find that it is printing tester, because against 18 we are having the value tester here. So tester is getting printed. But what about this 108? So 108 is this respective key is not present here, so it will go on printing the key is not found. So in this way, in this particular demonstration, we have discussed into details with the demonstration and the sample programming code, hash map, its concept, and how to define objects, and how to define and how to access different methods from this object as well.
Hash table in Java.
Let us discuss some examples on this hash table and hash table objects. Here we have defined one hash table which will hold the string as string is a string object as the key and integer object as the value. So we know that hash table contains key value pair. So the integer class wraps a value of the primitive type int in an object. So that is the integer, and here we are having the string class. Objects will be there, and this is our hash table. This class implements a hash table which maps keys to values. Any non-null object can be used as a key or as a value here. So here we have defined one hash table class object, that is the st hash, and it has got instantiated with the constructor. So with this particular hash we are going to add some key value pairs here. So the respective method is put. So here string is the name is the key, and here the respective integer will be the respective value here. So there is a marks we are actually having. So Ayon 65, Deepak 80, Joy 55, Torun 75, and Rahul, that is we are having here 70 here. So now we are printing this st.hash here. So let me see that how the outcomes are coming. So the student hash table is having the content, that is the Torun 75. You see, we added Torun at the 4th place, and then Joy 55 we added Joy at the 3rd place. Deepak 80 we did this one at the 2nd place. Rahul 70 we did that one, adding putting this one at the last place, and the Oyon at the 1st place. But you see, the order in which they got added to this st hash, that is our hash table object, the order has not been maintained, but the key value pair, the respective key value pairs, that pair has got maintained throughout. So in this way you have got this one. Now let us suppose I want to add another one. Say I'm going for the st hash dot put. Say if I give a same name, say if I go for say Joy, with the value say 67. So initially you see the Joy is having the value 55, now it has become 67. Then what will happen, as the key is repeating the same key, so it will be not a new entry there, it will not put a new values key value pair there. So only the Joy, its value, its marks 55 will be updated with the 67. So 55 will get updated with the value 67. So let us go for that. You can find that with this Joy we are having the value 67 here. Okay, so key must be unique, and that's why it is known as key, and value may repeat, and with each and every key there should be some one not null value. System.out.println, the student hash table and the st hash we got printed. You see, we got printed this one. Now we are doing something different here. So string max key is equal to null. So we are going to hold the name of that student who has secured the maximum marks. So int max marks is equal to 0, and max key, that is which will be holding the name, is having the null string initialized at first. So for string key colon st hash dot key set. So in case of st hash dot key set, all the key values will be there, and for all the keys in the key set, the for each loop will get executed. It will pick up each and every key one at a time in each and every iteration, and to get the respective marks against that key, we should go for st hash dot get key, and it will be compared with the max marks. So if max marks is less than st hash dot get key, then max key will be initialized with the new name, that is the key here, and max marks will be initialized with this new value, that is a marks here. So that is the st hash dot get key. Using this get key, we can get the value of the against the key whatever you are passing as the input parameter to this get method. So in this way you are doing this one. We know that here the maximum marks has been obtained by Deepak, and the maximum marks is 80. So we are printing the student name and we are printing the student's marks here. So we are expecting that Deepak and 80, we are expecting that Deepak and 80 should get printed, and it has got printed accordingly. In this way, in this particular demonstration, we have discussed how to deal with the hash table in our Java code.
Functions in Java.
In this demonstration, we are discussing Java functions. Java functions can be categorized in two different categories. One is the user-defined function, or in short can be called as UDF, where the function prototype, the function body will be written by the programmer. Another function is known as the inbuilt function or predefined function or library functions, which function bodies are pre-written and we are supposed to use them as when required in our code. A function can be recursive, can be also non-recursive. So let us go for the function examples. So a function should have a return type. The return type may be void also or any other data type. Then the function name will be there. Then optional input argument or argument list will be there. So that is a basic prototype of a function. So public static int add int a comma int b. So here the name of the function is add, and it takes the two input arguments, that is int a and int b. That means it is taking two arguments of the both of the type integer, and then it returns int. That means it returns one value which is of the type of integer. It is defined as static. That means this function can be called without defining the function class object, and this function is under the public scope, can be accessed outside of the class also. Within the function we have defined one local variable, and that is the int sum. So that is a local variable there. A and b are the input arguments, input parameters, so they will get added and sum will hold the sum to total of these two a and b variables, and then return sum. We know the sum is having the data type integer, so as it is returning, so that's why this function will have the integer as a return type. Next one, we are having one recursive function. We know that in case of recursive function, the function will have a capability to call itself. That means here you can see that within this factorial function body, we are calling the factorial itself. And another property will be there. A function will be recursive if it is having some base cases. Base cases means for certain inputs, the outputs are known to us. In those cases, it is known as the base case, and the recursive function will have the capability to call itself either directly or indirectly. So here we are observing the direct calling, because within the function body itself, the function itself has called. So if num is less than equal to 0, so actually we are calculating the factorial of a given number. Here the number has been passed as argument, input argument, and the variable is num. So if the num is less than equal to 1, that means if the num is 0 or if the number is 1, then we are going for this return num. So when the number is 1 or less than that, the factorial will be 1 here. So I think it will be better if we return this one as 1, because in case of 0 factorial also the return value will be 1. Otherwise what will happen, it will return num star factorial num minus 1. That means if I want to calculate the factorial of 4, then actually the factorial of 4 can be written as 4 into 3 factorial. That means we are calculating the factorial of num minus 1, and that will get multiplied with the num, and that will be returned as the output argument. So in this way we are writing one recursive function here. So let us go for the main function. So num is equal to 5, and result we have defined, res result variable we have defined. So at first we are using some library functions or predefined functions or pre-written function. Here the function is pow. So math.pow. So math is a respective class name, and it is defined under the java.lang package, and pow is a function which will take two double as input argument, and it returns the double as output. So this is the num we are passing, that is a 5, and 3 we are passing. So actually it is calculating num to the power of 3. It is actually calculating num to the power of 3. So here you see, here this num is equal to 5. So actually 5 to the power of 3 is being calculated. So 5 comma 3 has been passed, and its output argument has been done typecast to integer, and that will be assigned to res, because res is nothing but result of the type of integer variable, and this result value is going to get printed. Here we are calling this user defined function non-recursive. We are passing this 15 and 20. So this 15 is getting assigned to A, and this 20 will be getting assigned to B. So 15 plus 20 will be done, and that will be assigned to sum, and the value of sum will be returned, and the return argument will be dumped onto this result variable, and this result variable is getting printed here. So whatever the output argument is obtained from this add function, that will be initializing this result variable, res variable, and the result variable is getting printed. Now to calculate the factorial, we are calling this recursive function factorial, which takes only one parameter as input. So here we are passing this 6. So 6 will be assigned to num, and the corresponding factorial is going to get calculated. So let us go for the execution here. So 5 to the power of 3 is 125. So 10 plus 15 plus 20, rather it is 15 plus 20. So 15 plus 20 is equal to 35, and then factorial 6 is equal to 720. So in this way, in this particular example and demonstration, we have discussed that how to define recursive functions, non-recursive functions, how to use user-defined functions, predefined functions in our Java code, and what are the different syntaxes and what are the different issues. We have discussed that one into details with proper example.
Final keyword in Java.
In this demonstration, we shall discuss the keyword final. At first, we are showing you that how to define one final variable. So it can be defined in this way: final int variable name. So in this way, you can define a final variable. So protected int my int, and class A is the name of the class. Class A is the constructor. So in this case, so it is passing this x and y as input parameters. So it is a parameter as constructor, and fin integer, there is a final integer, is equal to x, initialized for one time only through this constructor. And this my int is having this y value. So this is my non-parameter as constructor here, and it is calling the parameter as constructor with the argument 0 and 0. So 0 will be assigned to x and 0 will be assigned to y here. So here we are defining one final method. There is a final public void display final. So always remember, this final method cannot be overwritten in the derived class. So that is the one of the properties are there of this final method. So final public void final, so it is just printing the fin integer variables value. And display my int, you can find that this particular display my int is not of type final. So that's why during inheritance in the derived class, in the subclass, this display my int can be overwritten here. So it is having a single line to print. Next one is that final class B. Whenever we are defining one class as a final, that means the class cannot be extended further. This particular class is the last class in the class hierarchy. It cannot be extended further. It cannot be treated as a base class for another class. So that is the final keyword is there with the class. So you can get this idea that final keyword with this integer can get updated, can be initialized only once in the constructor. We're having this final as a method, final method. So this method cannot be overwritten, and this our final class. So this class cannot be extended further. So final class B extends class A, and here we are defining another variable, that is a my int, and set my int is one method which is taking this x as input and which is initializing this my int instance variable here within the class B. You can find that my display my int, this method has got overridden because we are having the same prototype, public void display my int. This method has got inherited in this class B, but in the class B we are having another declaration of public void my display my int. So this is nothing but one overridden method. This method can be overridden because this is not a final method. So now it is having a single line of code to get printed. Now if I want to try to override our display final, so if I write here public void, so display final. If I want to write this body, you are getting one error message and it is telling that cannot override the final method from class A. So that's why final method cannot be overridden. Okay, next. Here we are defining the class, that is a keyword final containing the main function, and class A C1A is equal to new class A 10, 15. So that means we are defining the object of this class, and here we are passing this 10, 15. So 10 will be assigned to this fin integer and 15 will be assigned to this my int. So now we are going for the display final. It will print the final variable, and the display int, it will print the respective one. So it will go on printing this 10 and 15 accordingly. So value of the final variable has got initialized with the 10 for the first time, and the last time the final variable has got updated, and value of my int is 15 here. We are defining another object, that is a C1b, and is equal to new class B. This is another object we are defining, but it is under the class B, that means this one. And then c1b dot set my int 50. So what will happen, you can find that this 50 has been assigned, and then display my int, it is printing the value 50 here. So in this way you can find that this particular display int is printing the value of this int as 50. Here we are having my int is a respective value which has got printed here. So I think now the conception is getting clear, that what is the purpose of this final keyword with a variable, with a method and with a class.
In this video, we are discussing comparator to short lists.
We are defining one class, that is the string compare, which implements the interface comparator. This comparator interface is defined under the package java.util, and this particular comparator interface is having only one unimplemented method, that is the compare. So this the compare is the one unimplemented method in this interface, that is the comparator. And in this particular compare we are having two input arguments, that is the to1 and to2, that is a type object 1 and type object 2. Let us go for detailed description here. You can find that compares it two arguments for the order return a negative integer 0 or a positive integer as the first argument is less than, equal to or greater than the second argument, and that is the purpose of this compare. So compare is the method which we have implemented here, which returns str1 dot compare to str2. Here we have passed this string str1 and str2 as two objects to this compare method. So string compare is nothing but our user defined class which is implementing the interface comparator, which is defined under the package java.util. So here we are having another class, that is our comparator demo. Under the main function we have defined one ArrayList object, that is a CityList, and we have added multiple string objects to this CityList array object, and we have printed the current content of the CityList. So let us go for the execution. You can find that we have printed all the current content of the city list, and when the cities are unsorted, so Delhi, Kolkata, Hyderabad, Chennai and Lucknow, they have got printed. Now sort the array list in the alphabetical order using the method sort, and as an input argument we are passing the string comparator class object which has already implemented the comparator interface and also implemented the method, that is a compare. So city list dot sort new string compare. So here we are calling the string compare class constructor. That means with the new we are actually passing the string compare class object as input argument to this sort method. So now if we go on printing this array list content, we are getting that this array list content have got sorted in the alphabetical order. So now the order has become Chennai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Kolkata and Lucknow, and you can find that they have got sorted in the alphabetical order in the ascending order. In this way, in this particular demonstration, we have shown you that how to use the comparator interface in our Java code.
In this video, we are discussing break statement in Java.
How to use break statement in Java, we shall discuss that in this session. So let us suppose we have defined one variable a initialized with the value 0 of the type integer. While true, that means we are going to execute one infinite loop, because the true means always the condition will remain true. So while true will form an infinite loop, go on executing. Within this loop body, we are just printing the current value of a, and then we are checking if the value of a is equal to 10, then break. Break means it will come out from the loop body. That means within this curly braces we are having one loop body. So this is the loop body we are having. So if a is equal to 10, then it will come out from this loop body. That means the next line whatever there after this while will get executed. So let us put another line here for the better understanding. Okay, end of the program is the line. So when the value of a will be equal to 10, after printing this a, when the value of a will be equal to 10, then it will break, it will come out from the loop body, and the remaining part of the program will get executed. Otherwise, it will just increase the value of a by 1. So let me go for the execution. You can find that the loop is getting executed for a is equal to 0 to 10. Then it is coming out from the loop body, and end of the program, that message, the string is getting printed. So you are getting the idea what is the purpose of break statement in our Java code.
Continue statement in Java.
In this demonstration, we are discussing about the continue statement, how to use continue statement in our Java code. We have defined one integer variable a initialized with the value 0. While true, that means we're going to have one infinite loop. It will go on executing forever. And here, if the value of a is greater than equal to 5 and a is less than equal to 10, that means when the value of a will be ranging from 5 to 10 inclusive of the limit values, then the value of a will get incremented and continue. That means the control will be going to this while line once again. So what will happen if you come to the execution of the statement continue, then control will go to the while directly without executing the rest part of the while body. So the rest part of the while body will remain unreachable and will remain unexecuted. Okay. So if the value of a is below 5, that means from 0 to 4 or above 10, that is 11 onwards, then the value of a will get printed. And if the value of a is equal to 15, then break, that means control will come out from the while body. Otherwise, the value of a will keep remaining incremented. So let us go for the output. You can find that when the value of a is equal to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, this line is getting control, because a greater than equal to 5 and a less than equal to 10, this condition is becoming false, so continue could not get executed. But for a is equal to 5 to 10, this particular if was true, and then a got incremented, but the rest part of the code remain unexecuted, so the value of a could not get printed. Continue make the control go to the while statement once again back. But when the value of a will become 11, then the control will come to this line, so value of a will get printed. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. When the value of a will be equal to 15, then break is actually breaking this, breaking this particular block, and control will come out from the while body, and next statements whatever are there in the respective code will get executed. So let us put one statement here so that you can feel that really that statement is getting executed. Okay, so now let me go for the execution. You can find that after 15, the control is coming out from this while construct, and rest part of the code will get the control and they will get executed. So in this way, in this demonstration, we have shown you the use of continue statement in our Java code, and where and why we should use the continue. So that we have discussed with proper example.
In this video, we are going to discuss another looping construct in Java, that is a for loop in Java.
In this demonstration, we are discussing about the for loop in Java. So int sum is equal to 0. So the sum has got initialized with the value 0 of the type integer. And then for int a is equal to 0, semicolon, a less than 10, semicolon, a plus plus. That means here we are defining one variable and initializing it with 0. So that is a loop control variable. Here the a is known as the loop control variable. So at first the initialization, then semicolon, then you will be having one condition. Depending upon the condition, it will be decided whether the loop will get executed further or it will get terminated. And then semicolon, and then we will be having increment or decrement factor of this a of this particular loop control variable. So at first initialization, then semicolon, then condition, then semicolon, then increment or decrement of the loop control variable value. So this is the basic syntax, the basic grammar of this for. So now when this condition will be true, then this block will get executed. What we are doing here, actually we are printing one line, and then we are going for sum is equal to sum plus a, and outside of the loop sum has got initialized with the value 0. So a can have maximum value as it is getting increased by 1 starting from 0. So a can have maximum value, that is 9, and 9 less than 10, the condition will be true. So this sum can add with the values ranging from 0 to 9, because a can range from 0 to 9. Because after 9, when the value of a will get incremented by 1, when the value of a will get incremented by 1, so it will become 10. So 10 less than 10, the condition will become false, so it will come out from the loop, for loop, and this line will get printed. So let us go for the execution for the better clarity. You can find that the value of a is ranging from 0 to 9, and these values are getting added with the sum, and at the end, after getting out from the loop, we're printing that the value of sum is 45. That means when the value of a will be equal to 10, then it is coming out from the loop. So that's why if we print the value of a outside here, if you print the value of a outside of this loop, I'm expecting that it will print the value a as 10 here. So let us go for the execution. One error is there, so I'm just going for this printing. Is a loop control variable, so that's why it is not having the scope outside. So it is better to go for here int_a. Okay, so I'm defining this a. If we write this int_a here, that means this scope will be confined within this for loop only, so not accessible from the outside. But if I define this variable a outside of this loop, then obviously it is accessible after the for loop also. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that a is equal to 10. We are finding the value of a is becoming 10. So 10 less than 10, the condition is becoming false. So that's why it is coming out from the loop. Now see, instead of having this, we are not erasing the semicolon. Instead of having this, also you can write directly here. Okay, so now let me go for the execution. You can find we are going to have the same output. Instead of writing this a plus plus, instead of writing this a plus plus here, I can also put this a plus plus here. I can also put this a plus plus here. You can find that we're having the same output whatever you are getting, but don't omit this semicolon. So semicolons should be there, but you can have this initialization statement and this increment or decrement statement in other part. If I write a plus plus here, so let me go for another experiment. If I write a plus plus, so you see for each and every iteration, a is getting incremented by 1 here and then 1 here. So a is getting incremented by 2 for each and every iteration. So if I go for the execution, you can find that the value of a will get incremented by 2 always. So after coming out from 8, it is becoming 10. So when it is becoming 10, it is coming out from the loop, and now we are getting this 10 as the final value for a after coming out from the loop. So 0 plus 2 is 2, plus 4 is 6, plus 6 is 12, plus 8. So I'm getting here 20 as a sum. So I think now the conception is getting clear to you that how to use the for loop in our Java code. And whenever we require some iteration, we require some looping, if we require some repetitive work, we can use for, we can use do while, or you can use while do.
In this video, we are discussing while loop in Java.
In this demonstration, we are discussing how to use while loop in our Java code. So here we are planning to add numbers ranging from 0 to 9, and the sum thus obtained, the total thus obtained, that will get printed, and this iteration, this looping will be done using while statement. So a is equal to 0, a will be the term which will be ranging from 0 to 9, and then sum is equal to 0, initializing sum with the value 0 here. While a less than 10, so that means 9 will be the maximum value a can take because a is of the type of integer, and system.out.println, the value of a is getting printed. Sum is equal to sum plus a. So initially the sum value was 0, and now the sum will get increased by the value of a, and each and every time a is incremented, increase the value of a. So what will happen? Initially the value of a was 0, then it will become 1, then it will become 2. In this way it will proceed, and it will proceed up to a is less than 10. So maximum it can proceed up to 9. So when the value of a will become 10, it will come out from the loop, and after exiting from the loop, we will be printing the value of sum. So let us go for the execution. You can find that we have added the value of a as 0, and then a 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So that's why, and the sum of the numbers from 0 to 9 is equal to 45. So sum is getting printed. So what is happening when the last 9 is getting added with the sum, the a is getting incremented by 1 back again, so it has become 10. So while 10 less than 10, the condition is false. So when the condition is false, the control cannot go into the while block within the while statements. What are the statements we have written within the curly braces? So the control is coming out and printing the sum of the numbers from 0 to 9 and concatenation sum. So that's why if we print the value of, so I'm expecting that here the value of a, after coming out from this while block, will be getting this one as my 10 here, because the 9 plus 1, the 10 will be obtained. I think there is no error right now. Okay, let me go for the execution. You can find that after coming out from this while body, and it is having the value of a is equal to 10, and 10 less than 10 caused false. So this condition is causing false, is producing the output false. So that's why this particular while false, the control cannot go into the while body, so it has come out, and then the next statements, whatever there in the program code, they are supposed to get executed. I think you are getting this idea that how this while works in our Java program.
In this video, we are discussing file handling in Java.
In this program, we are going to discuss file handling. We shall create one file input stream class object, that is a file in, and another file output stream class object, that is a file out. Now within the try block, we are going to instantiate this file in and file out objects. So file in is equal to new file input stream. So that is a constructor we are calling of the class. Within the double quotes, we are mentioning the respective file name. Here we haven't mentioned any kind of path, so the file will get created or will be accessed from the current default path. From the current default path, the file will be accessed, and from this particular file we'll be reading some data. So that's why we have just passed this particular file name to instantiate one file input stream class object file in. Similarly, for file out is equal to new file output stream sample copy.txt. So this is the file name we are passing as input argument to the constructor file output string, and it is returning the respective references and instantiating this file in and file out class objects of file input stream and file output stream classes respectively. int c, while c is equal to file in dot read. So we are calling one method, that is a read. That means we are going to read character by character from the file, and this file name is sample.txt, and whenever the file will get exhausted, then this file in dot read method will be returning -1. So until it is returning -1, that means we have read some valid character, and the character will be written onto the file out.write. So file out is the respective file output stream class object. Here we have defined already. .write is the method we are calling, passing this car as input argument. So this is the car, we are passing this one as input argument. So we are writing character by character, reading it from the input file stream to the output file stream. So after completion, we shall go for system.out.println writing of sample copy.txt is complete. So here this try block has been followed by the catch block, that is a file not found exception E, and the respective catch block is having only one statement, that is the invalid file name is going to get printed. Finally block, you know that finally block will get executed irrespective of the fact whether the file whether any exception has occurred within the try block or not. So that's why in the finally block we have written if file in is not equal to null, then file in dot close. Similarly for file out dot close. So this is a respective function body here. There is a main function body here. So let me go for the execution. Before going for the execution, I want to show you that this is a respective package you are having. There is a package file handling. So this is a respective package. Under it we are having the Java code, that is a file handling.java. So this is a respective Java code, that is a file handling.java. So now this is a sample.txt which is existing in the current folder. So if you double click, this is a file content. Sample.txt is having this 4 lines we are having. This is sample file. Java program will read from the sample file hello and world. So this is the content of the sample.txt, and now we are going for the creation of the sample copy.txt here. Now let us go for the execution. If I execute this program, we are expecting that along with sample.txt another new file sample copy.txt is going to get created here. So I'm just executing the same. Writing of sample copy.txt is complete. That means this line has got printed from this statement. So let me refresh here. If I go for refresh, execute my code. I'm just executing once. So now let me go for the refresh. Yes, the sample copy.txt has got created. So this is a sample.txt, this is a content, and this is a sample copy.txt. You see the same content we are having, because we didn't do any kind of change. We just read character by character from sample.txt and we wrote those characters character by character on the sample copy.txt file. So in this way, in this particular demonstration, we have shown you that how to do the file handling in our Java.
We are discussing constructor of a class.
In this demonstration, we shall discuss Java constructors. We know that constructors are nothing but functions whose name will be same as that of the class name. Here we have defined one class. The name of the class is account, and we have defined three instance variable: name, account number, and balance. So this is known as the constructor. Here we are not passing any parameter, so that's why it is called parameterized constructor, whose name will be same as that of the class name. Where the return type specification is not there, it is under the public section, and here we are initializing the instance variable name and account number with the null string and balance with the 0.0. This is another constructor whose name will be same as that of the class name, having no return type specification under the public scope, and it is parameterized. Here we are passing three parameters, that is a string n, string id, and double b. So now what will happen, this name and this account number and this balance, they will get updated, they will get initialized with this input parameters, and then we're having the set details where we are passing this name and the respective id. The name and id will get instantiated, will get updated, will get initialized using this set details. This is my deposit money, where the money whatever will be passing as input argument, that will get added with the balance, and the balance will be the sum of the previous balance plus the money which is being passed as the input parameter. The value of the money will get added and the new balance will be there, and the balance value will get increased in that case. So now this is the get details. Actually the get details means here we are having the display function actually. So it is printing the name, printing the account number, and printing this balance with this prompt text here. So it is, they are getting concatenated with the respective texts and strings, and then the respective values are going to get displayed. So here the name of the class is constructor. So that's why you can find that we are having this constructor.java, and under the main function we have defined two objects under the class account, and these two objects, one has got instantiated with the non-parameterized constructor, another has got instantiated with the parameterized constructor. So it has gone for the respective name, it has gone for the id, and it is gone for the balance here. But in case of non-parameterized constructor, we didn't pass anything, so the name and the respective balance and the id, they will remain uninstantiated. Balance will be initialized with 0, and name and this account number will be having the null only. Okay, next we're calling this set details to initialize this corresponding name and the id. And deposit money, here we are passing this deposit money as 6,000 in double, and this is account SCC1, that is the first object which is having non-parameterized. So in this way we are initializing, or we are initializing this name and the id and passing this value. So what will happen, the balance will be equal to 0.0 plus 6,000.0. so the balance will get updated with the 6,000 value ultimately after doing the addition. So now we are going to print the account one details. So the method will be get details. We know that get details method is actually printing the name, the account number, and the balance respectively, and this is my scc.get details. So details of the account number 2 is going to get printed here. So let us go for the execution. You can find that details of the account number 1. So details of the account number 1, this text has got printed. So get details is printing the name, account number, and balance, the name, account number, and balance. And details of the account 2, so this particular string has got printed, and it is now after that we have called this scc2.get details. So again it is printing the respective name, the account number, and the balance here. So from this respective demonstration, from this example, you are getting this idea that how the constructor can be defined and how constructor works in Java code, and we have given you the detailing and the respective output while running my code. So I think now the conception is getting clear. What is the parameterized constructor, what is the non-parameterized constructor, and how to call them and how to use them to instantiate and to initialize our instance variables.
In this video, we are discussing exception handling in Java.
In this Java program demonstration, we are discussing exception handling. Exception means erroneous condition. So within the try block, we will be writing some set of statements where we are expecting some error may take place. So here we are doing one calculation, that is int result is equal to 22 by 0. We know that division by 0 is illegal. So as a result of that, when this division by 0 will try to take place, then in that case this line will remain unreachable, unexecuted. The control will try directly will come to the respective catch block, which is just following the try block where the arithmetic exception has been caught. So how to write the catch block? Within the catch block, we will be writing this, the exception name and the exception object. There is a catch the exception and handle it in a correct way. We are supposed to write the respective remedial actions to be taken when the exception will take place, and then catch block will be followed by the finally block. Obviously that is optional, it is not mandatory that always the catch blocks will be followed by the final block. In the final block we'll be writing some statements. We can put some block of codes there. What is the purpose of the final block? Whenever exception will occur in the try block, then also the final block will get executed after execution of the respective catch block. If no error has occurred, no exception has occurred in the try block, then also the finally block will get executed. That means the finally block will get executed irrespective of the fact whether exception has occurred in the try block or not. And then end of the program, the rest part of the code will get executed. So now let me go for the execution at first. You can find that dividing by 0 is not allowed. So that means this particular line has got the control. That means system.out.println result is equal to plus result. So that line has remained unreachable. And then the exception is java.land.arithmetic exception. And what is the error message? That is our division by 0. So that is the error message. And then operation performed. So it is coming from this finally block, and end of the program it is coming from this rest of the line after the try catch finally block. So in this way you have got the idea. So now let me make it 2 so that no exception will take place. Then result is equal to 11. That means this line has got the control. The catch block, it hasn't got the control. The control has come directly to the finally block, operation performed, that message has got printed, and end of the program that message also got printed here. So this is the purpose of our try, catch and finally. So let us extend this program to some more extent. So we'll be going for the keyboard inputs. So we'll be going for data 1 by data 2. So data 1 and data 2 will be taken from the keyboard as input. So here we are defining some setup of. So there is an input stream reader. So we shall go for just this one, and it is asking that it is going for the import. So it is under java.io package. So input stream reader has got imported. Next one we shall go for buffer reader. Buffer reader beer is equal to new buffer reader ISR. This is a buffer reader, so import has to be done. Java.io is the package name. Then from this buffer reader beer we shall go for int data1 is equal to beer.readline. So I shall go for this readline, and it returns string. You can easily find that return string. So that's why I must be doing a typecasting here. So there's a readline is there, and it is telling that there is a change of type data1 to string. Otherwise we can go for integer.parseInt. Integer.parseInt. This particular string has to be converted to integer, and then again one red underline, it is indicating that add throw a declaration or surround with the try catch. So surround with the try catch, you can find that this particular parse int readline, it has got surrounded with this number format exception and IO exception. So it has got surrounded with that. Otherwise you can write in this way. I press Ctrl Z, surround with the try multi catch. So in this way you can also go for this multi catch, that means number format exception or IO exception, then this respective code will get executed. Otherwise we can go for another way. Otherwise you can write it in this way, so that is also very much useful. Also we can segregate them because we may have different remedial actions to be taken. And there is a final block we are having. So we are having this arithmetic exception, we are having this number format exception, and then IO exception there. So let me go for this. Another data has to be read, so let it be data 2, and we are performing data 1 by data 2. We are performing data 1 by data 2. So now we are having this set of multiple catch blocks are there. So let me go for the execution. All the required inputs have been done by this Eclipse. Now let us go for the execution. We are just executing the same. So we are executing, and then here we are writing the first value, say 100, the second value is say 20. I'm getting the result 5 and operation performed, end of the program. So let us go for one prompt here for the better understanding. We're executing, enter the first number, we are putting as 100, second number we are putting as 20, result is equal to 5 is coming. If I execute the same, if I provide the first number as 100, second number as 0, division by 0 is not allowed, that means the arithmetic exception has been caught and the operation performed, and end of the program. Now next time, if I put the first number as say 100, the second number as say 10, then number format exception has taken place, operation performed, and end of the program is getting executed. That is, whenever we are providing 10 ten here, so that cannot be converted to integer. So whenever we are providing 10, then 10 cannot be converted to integer because we have written 10 not in 10 format but in ten, that is in the form of string. So in that case this respective number format exception has been caught here. So I want to show you one thing, that instead of writing this particular, I'm just making them comment. There's a number format exception, and this I'm going for this up to this. So now see, this arithmetic exception and number format exception, I put them under comment, and then after this catch block we are providing exception, which is the superclass of all the exceptions. So this exception and this exception has been caught, has taken place. So now what will happen, whenever this arithmetic exception or number format exception will take place, then exception will handle the situation. Let me go for the execution. So 100 and 0, you can find that exception has taken place. So now again we are executing this 110, you can find that exception has taken place. That means instead of having this arithmetic exception catch block and then number format exception catch block, we can have a single exception catch block, that is a catch exception E. Exception has taken place, the remedial actions are to be written in here, and finally is there always will get executed even if exception has occurred or has not occurred. So this particular example I think has cleared your doubts that what is exception and how to write the exception handling program in our Java code. So let me put back my code in this case. So what about the rest of the exceptions which I haven't caught here will be caught by this exception catch block.
In this video, we are discussing enumeration and iterators.
See, at the line number 7, we have defined one string array. The name of the array is word array and containing this set of strings here. We are defining one vector class object, that is a word list, and which is getting populated directly from the content of the word array. So what is the code here? So new vector, and this arrays dot as list, the method name is as list, and which is taking this string array as input, and its content will populate this vector object, that is a word list. And later we have printed this word list. So the word list colon, we are doing the concatenation of this word list, and here is the outcome for it. You can find that the word list is containing, that is the current content of this word list, that is a vector object is having this one. So book, number, place, lemon, apple and tree. In this way the word list has got the outcome, has produced the output, concatenating its content with this string here. So now here we are having another class, that is the enumeration. This particular class is having one object, that is a vector enum. You can find that this word list, which is nothing but a vector class object dot elements. So elements is a method with the help of which we can directly populate values to this enumeration object, that is a vector enum. So enumeration iterates through vector. So in this way you can find that this vector object word list dot elements is a method with the help of which we can directly populate or instantiate the vector enum, that is the enumeration class object. You can find here this particular elements, you can find that it is having the prototype enumeration string. That means it returns this enumeration class object, and this elements is under the class vector under the package java.util. So next one is that how to retrieve elements from this vector enum, that is the enumeration class object. The vector enum dot has more elements. So this is the method we are having. This method returns boolean. That means when it returns true, then the while will be continuing with the iterations. When it will return false, then while loop will terminate. So system.out or println vector enum dot next element. So next element is a respective method which returns the current content, the next element's content of this vector, that is a vector enum object, that is object of enumeration class. So linked list class object is word linked list is equal to new linked list. There is a constructor we are calling, and this linked list will be holding the string objects, and this word linked list dot add all, that is a word list. So word list is nothing but the vector class object, and we are passing this one as input argument to the method, that is the add all. In the previous video also we used this particular method add all here. So all these elements within this vector object, that is the word list, will populate, will instantiate this word linked list, that is the linked list class object. And now we are going to add another two elements here, string objects here, that is a ball and mango, and here we have used the method, that is add. Now whenever you are printing this word linked list here, so now just see the outcome. Now whenever you are printing this the word list, that is a linked list here, linked list class object, we are getting this book, number, place, lemon, apple, tree as usual, and then ball and this mango, which we added at the last two elements. So they are also showing. So actually they are nothing but the string class objects. Now you see iterator, we are defining one iterator object, that is our it, is equal to word linked list dot iterator. So the iterator it will point elements to the linked list. So here we are having this word linked list word linked list, you can easily find that this word linked list is nothing but the linked list class object, and dot iterator is a method which I called, and this iterator method is returning iterator class object. So while it dot has next, so in this way you can go for the iteration using this while loop. For each and every looping we can pick up the value from this iterator object it using the method it dot next. So now let me show you the output here. You can find that it is printing book, number, place, lemon, apple, tree, ball and mango as usual. So all these members have got retrieved, string objects have got retrieved with the each and every iteration and looping within the while, and while will check the condition, that is a it dot has next. If it returns true, then it will go for the next iteration, but if has next method returns false, then it will terminate the loop as well. In this way, in this particular demonstration, we have shown you how to define the iterator class objects, linked list class object, enumeration class objects, and so on. So I think the conception is now clear to you.
In this video, we are discussing wrapper classes in Java.
In this demonstration, we shall discuss on the wrapper class. Within the class, that is the wrapper class here, we are defining one variable within the main function, that is the int val is equal to 10. That means this val is one integer variable. Int res, so we have defined another integer variable res and which is uninitialized. Now this particular val has been passed as the input argument to the integer constructor, and integer here is nothing but one wrapper class. So creating one integer type object using int. So integer is equal to new integer val. So in this way you can find that this val has been passed as the input argument to the constructor integer, and it is actually helping it to define one object under the wrapper class integer here. So res is equal to integer dot int value. That means here the value which is there within this integer wrapper class object will be assigned to this res, and res is going to get printed. So val was having the value 10, and this particular val has been wrapped within this wrapper class object, that is the integer, and from this integer we are trying to get the value now. So the respective method is init value. So respective method is init value, and that is returning the respective value there, which is getting assigned onto the integer variable res, and res is getting printed. So let me go for the execution. You can find that the value of res is 10 here. So it has got printed up to this level. Next, integer my int is equal to 50. That means automatically it is converting to my int. That means it is automatically, this line is automatically getting converted to the respective statement, that is my int is equal to new integer 50. Now system.out.println, if you print this my int, that is the integer wrapper class object, actually internally it is using my init value. That is the int value, that is the respective method which you used in the earlier case also. So if I go for the execution, you can find that it is printing the value 50 here. In the next one, we are having this I123 is in the type of string, and it will be converted to this integer using integer dot parse int. If you consider this parse int, you can easily find that this parse int is under the public scope defined as static returns integer. Parse int is the name of the method which takes one string class object as input argument and throws the number format exception. So as a result of that, this integer dot parse int you can write directly, because integer is the respective class name under which the parse int is one of the member method. So as it is of the type static, so instead of defining integer class object, we can directly access this parse int using class name dot operator, that is the integer dot parse int. So it is just converting this string to the respective integer, and the value of this integer is getting printed. But here we are having pre-increment. That means instead of printing 123, we are expecting that it will print 124, because here it is having the pre-increment, not the post-increment. Plus sign is appearing before this res variable. So let us go for the outcome. It is printing that the value of res after increasing is 124. Next, we are having this res is equal to integer dot parse int fe comma 16. So here we are passing one string. Here also we pass the string, but here the default base it was considered as the decimal base, that is a 10, but here we have mentioned explicitly that is the base will be 16, and that will be assigned to this res, and then the rest is getting printed. So now you know that so f means 15 and e means 14. So how to calculate this one? It is very simple. So we can consider this fe expressed in the base 16. Say I'm just writing this one in this way, expressed in the base 16, which is nothing but that is a 15 into 16 to the power of 1. So 16 to the power of 1, this one, and then we're having this one, that is a is means actually this is my 14 into 16 to the power of 0. So 14 into 16 to the power of 0. So what will be the value? The value will be 16 into 15, that is 240, plus we're having this one as 14, so plus 14 we're having, so fe, so which is nothing but 254. So this is the value we are expecting. Let me check that what value we got earlier. We got this 254 here. So from here we are getting this explanation. Okay, next one, long dot to binary string. So long is another wrapper class, and this to binary string is one method, and which is public static string to binary long I. So it will take the long variable as input argument, and which returns a string as outcome, and it is of the type static. So it is of the type static method. So that's why I can directly access this to binary string from this long class directly. Now here the value is 91. So let us express this 91 in terms of binary. So let me write it here. So we are having this 91. 91 is nothing but 64 plus 27. So 27 means 16 plus 11. So that means 8 plus 3. That means 2 plus 1. So in this way I can easily express this 91. So it is 64 is present. You can find here 32 is absent, 16 is present, 8 is present, 4 is absent, 2 is present, and 1 is present. So that should be the respective equivalent, binary equivalent of 91. So let me check what outcome we got here. You can find that we have got this one 1011 011 1011 011. Yes. So in this way the values have got printed. So the binary of 91 can be obtained by long dot to binary string 91. So 91 is of the type of long, which is being passed as the input argument to this to binary string method, and which is of the type of static. So that's why we can easily access it from the respective class name, that is a long dot. Long dot to hex string. So 91 will be converted to the respective hexadecimal. So what is the outcome here we are getting here? And that is about 5b. Why 5b? Because we know that 5b means 5 into 16 to the power of 1. What is that? That is our 80 plus b. B stands for 11. So 80 plus 11, so that is 91. So really we are having this 91 has got expressed in terms of hexadecimal here. So the next one is that we are having this integer. We define this integer that is the integer wrapper class object integer. So integer dot to string. So respective integer value whatever is residing in this integer, that is the integer class object, wrapper class object, will be assigned to this int string object, and later the string object is getting printed. And here you see we pass this val while instantiating this integer wrapper class object integer. So if you print, we are going to get here 10 here. So in this way, in this particular demonstration, we have explained that how to use our wrapper class objects in our Java code.
Access specifiers in Java.
In this demonstration, we are discussing access specifier. Just consider this one. Under the package access specifier, we are having two classes, two Java classes. One is access specifier.java and the one is access specifier same package.java. So two Java classes under the same package, only to show that how the two classes can access their members if they are existing in the same package. So at first we are discussing access specifier same package.java. Here we are having only one class C, having our public INTP, that is a public member can be accessible from any class. INTQ, here we haven't mentioned anything private, public or protected, so it is a default scope. So default variable can be accessible from any same package, from any other class within the same package. So that means this Q will be accessible from access specifier Java class, because it is under the same package access specifier. We will be testing that one. Private INTR, it is non-accessible from any other class because it is the private member. We're having the constructor passing 3 parameters to initialize 3 instance variables, and also we're having the display method which will display the current content of P, Q and R instance variables. So that is our access specifier same package.java. Now we are going for the another Java class, that is our access specifier. Here we have defined this public INTX. Public members are accessible by any class and also inheritable. Private INTY, private variables can be accessed only within this class and they are not inheritable. They are not getting inherited to the derived class or subclass. Protected INTZ, protected member can be accessed in the derived class also. This is my constructor A passing 3 parameters to initialize 3 instance variables. We're having the display method which will display the current content of X, Y, Z instance variables. Now we are having this class B which is inheriting, extending the class A. So what will happen? Public X will be inherited here, private INTY will not be inherited, protected Z will be inherited and public display will be inherited here. So now what we are doing, here we are having the respective constructor passing 3 parameters. So from constructor of B, set member values of class A. So we are calling the base class constructor. The base class constructor will be used, can be called using the super keyword. So super A comma B comma C. So what will happen? This A comma B comma C will be assigned to this INTA, INTB, INTC to initialize the instance variable of the class A. We're having the display method here which will display the value of X and Z. Why the value of X and Z only? Because X was under the public scope and Z was under the protected scope. So they were only got inherited. Private member INTY has not got inherited in class B. So from class B, Y will be unaccessible. So X is public member of class A and Z is the protected member of class A. So that's why they got inherited and they can be accessed from the display method. We're having this access specifier. There is a last class here. Within the main function, we have there is a line we're printing. There is a data of class B. So A is the name of the class. The object name is class B is equal to new B 5, 10 and 15. So whenever we are calling this class B dot display, let us see what is happening. In case of class B dot display, we are finding that X and Z values are getting displayed. Why? That means whenever you are calling this class B dot display, actually this particular display method is getting called. This particular display method has got called, this particular display method, and that's why we could get only this X and Z values are getting printed here, because this A class object has got instantiated with the B class constructor. So that's why class B dot display is actually calling the B class display method. Next one is that we are defining another class A object, that is a class A, which is getting instantiated calling the class A constructor. So class A dot display is actually displaying the class A display method, because we are getting both X, Y and Z values are getting printed. So that means this particular display method has got called, and that's why the X, Y and Z values have got printed accordingly. Now we are dealing with the class C. C class, I told you that it was defined within the access specifier same package.java, which is another class within the same package. I told you this one earlier, they are in the same package. Now what is happening? So C, class C is the object is equal to new C, that is constructor you are calling. Now you are calling this display, we are calling this display. What is happening? You are finding that 31625 is getting printed, because actually this particular method, display method, is printing PQR values. So using this constructor, this PQR values have got updated, has got initialized, so respective values have got printed. We know that public member variable P and the default scope variable, that is a Q, they are accessible from other classes defined within the same package. So what will happen, you can find that this class C.P and class C.Q, they have got initialized with this 9 and 56. So P and Q, they have got initialized with 9 and 56. R is not accessible from the outside of the class, so we are not trying to initialize this class C.R. So now what will happen, if I type class C.R, you see class C is the respective, you see R is not there, there is no R, so it is not accessible. So after initializing them, if I go for the display method, you can find that this 316 have got updated with 956, and then R is still with the value 25, so 25 was still there. So the class C.display is printing 956 and 25 for the respective values for our P, Q and R. So in this way, we have discussed that how this access specifier is playing such a very vital role in our Java code, and we have explained and demonstrated with the proper examples to clear your doubts and to give you more clarity on this subject.
In this video, we are going to discuss built-in exceptions.
Here in this Java program, I have defined one integer array. The name of the array is myArray, which is having 5 consecutive locations. So 5 elements we have put into this array, and during initialization of this array, we have also mentioned the size of the array. That means it is having 5 consecutive locations, and the subscript will be ranging from 0 to 4. So if any subscript, if we mention which is beyond this range, then obviously one exception will be occurring. So here we are printing the value of this array from the subscript number 10, which is quite well greater than the value 4. That is the maximum subscript possible for this array. And for this situation, one exception will be raised, and that's why we have written a catch block just following the try block here. And this catch block is handling array index out of bounds exception, and E is the respective object for that. And here we are having the remedial actions. That means we are printing one statement that is invalid index of the array. Okay. Now next time we have defined one string string class object, that is a myString initialized with null. And here in this particular system.out.println statement, we are trying to print the character at the 5th location. But this myString has got initialized with null. So if I want to pick up the character from the 5th index of this particular myString string object, obviously that will raise one exception. So one exception will be produced, and that's why this particular code has been put within the try block, and immediately this code is following the catch block, and that is the null pointed exception E. So system.out.println, the string is pointing to a null value. So respective string, respective message will get printed, which is the error handling part. Okay, now see, here we are trying to convert this ABC, this particular string, as an integer. So now integer.parseInt ABC string, which is not at all possible because ABC cannot be converted to a number. So that's why int number, when trying to initialize this number, there is a int variable, is not possible, and that will raise one exception, and that exception is known as the number format exception. So what will happen, this particular line will remain unreachable, unexecuted. Whenever we are trying to do this integer.parseInt, we are calling this particular method converting one string to number, then immediately exception will be raised, and the catch block will get the control here. And here the exception name is number format exception, and this remedial statement will be printed. So now let us go for the execution. You can find that whenever I'm executing invalid index of the array, that means this line has got executed. That means the control came to this array index out of bounds exception catch block. The string is pointing a null value. That means this line has got printed. That means the control came to the catch block for this null pointed exception E, and it is not a valid number. That means control came to this catch block here. So in this way you can find that how this inbuilt exceptions in Java we have handled. So now if I put this one as 1, so 0 to 4 is a valid index here because we are having 5 integers are there. So that's why one index is valid. So if I put here say 0, let us see that what will happen. Then obviously some exception will be there. And here if you put here 100, then 100, which is a string, can easily be converted to a number. So now see what will happen. So the value of the of my array 10, so here I should write this one as 1, say I'm writing this one as 1. So now if I go for this, so the value of my array 1 is 20. Yes, at the index number 0, index number 1 is containing 20. The string is pointing a null value. That means here it is producing exceptions because the string has got initialized with a null. But let us suppose I'm just putting this one as ABCD. So now see what will happen. So it is picking up the respective character 0 because I'm picking up the character from the 0th place. So A will be picked up and accordingly outputs are coming. And in the last case, the number is 100. That means this line got the control. So catch block is not getting the control. So in this way, we have explained how these inbuilt exceptions can be handled in our Java code.
In this video, we shall get acquainted with the basic syntax of PHP language.
Let us now write a simple hello world application in PHP and see how it can be run from the command line. PHP statements or the block of one or more than one PHP statements are put inside these two lines less than question mark PHP. This marks the beginning of the PHP code, and greater than question mark greater than marks the end of the PHP code. So in between these two, I am just writing a single statement, echo hello world. Echo and print, these are the two PHP keywords which are almost used similarly to display the output on whatever the output device that is in use. Since we are going to use this or execute this code from the command line, our command prompt or the console terminal will be our output device, so on which you expect this hello world to be printed. So after writing this number of statements, just save this file as hello.php. So I have already saved this file as hello.php. Now you open the command prompt and go into the directory in which this file has been saved. So this is where this is the folder in which this hello.php is present. So before executing this script from the command line, you have to ensure that the php.exe, the PHP executable, the folder in which this php.exe is provided or present must be in the path of your operating system. So if it is already there, then all you have to do is to execute this hello.php from the command line by saying php hello.php. So what happens? The statements inside this PHP script will be executed. Incidentally, there is only one statement, echo hello world. So I should get the hello world message being printed. So that's how you can execute a PHP script from the command line.
In this video, I'll tell you about the file input output operations and how they are done in PHP language.
Okay, so with the help of this example, I'll now show you how to perform the read write operations on a file object. Actually, I'm going to show you two different PHP scripts, one for writing the data into a file and another for reading it from the file. So first, the write operation. I have to use the function called as fopen, which is a inbuilt or predefined function in PHP. It takes two arguments, the name of the file to be opened and the mode. Here in this case, I am using the W mode because I want to create a new file. The name of the file is new file.txt. If at all this file opening operation is not successful, I want to quit the program by giving the message error in opening a new file because of any reason. Okay, then the fwrite is a function which writes the data into the file. This file is a variable which refers to the file pointer of the open file. So fwrite function takes two arguments, the pointer to the file that is opened and the data to be written into. I am initializing this str variable with this string Incidentally, if you remember, this is a here doc syntax of creating a multi-line string. So fWrite function will write this string into the file, the name of the file being new file.txt. After completion of the writing operation, I would close the file and display a message, file created successfully. So if I execute this file and go back to my document root folder of the server, then I should see a new file.txt created there. Okay, so let us try running and look for that new file.txt if it is created or not. So I am giving this URL file write.php. I should get a message, file created successfully. So let us go into the document root folder and whether that file is created and whether it contains the data that we had written in our script. So this is that new file.txt. If I open using my editor, I see the contents. This is the first line, second line, third line, etc. That was what that str string contained. So the writing operation is successful. Now we go and read it. This is the PHP script for reading back the data in the new file.txt. So fopen function is again used to open the file in the read mode. R is for read mode. Again, this error checking mechanism I am using. If the file is unable to be opened, display an error message and exit it. If it is successfully opened, then what I want to do, read one line at a time and display it. So fgetS is another file function which reads one string at a time from the pointer which is pointing towards this file that is open. So it will get one string from the file and display. Likewise, I want to keep on doing this till I reach the end of file. So feof is a function which detects the end of file. So while not fof file, that means what? Till the time there is data or there are lines in the file, keep on reading and displaying. As soon as the end of file is encountered, this loop will terminate, file will be closed. So if we run this, we should get back the data that was written. This is first line, second line, third line, etc. Read back from it and displayed on the browser. So let us try this also. So I am entering the URL as file read.php and if I enter it, this was the data in it. This is the first line, second line, third line. So this is how you read back the contents of the file using the fopen in R mode. Fopen in W mode will write, fopen in R mode will read back. Okay, so this is the example of reading writing operation in PHP.
In this video, we'll have a look at the different arithmetic operators that are available in PHP language.
So let us verify the behavior of arithmetic operators with the help of this PHP script. This PHP script starts here. In the beginning, there are two variables, a is equal to 42 and b is equal to 20, and then we are performing the different arithmetic operators one by one. $C is equal to $A plus $B. The values of a plus b will be added and the result will be stored in C. So you should get addition operation result is equal to 42. Similarly, here it will be 22. Here the multiplication will be 840. Here the division is expected to be 2.1. Whereas the mod or modulus operation 42 divided by 20, the integer division is 2. This will increment the value of a. A was 42, it will become 43. And then again, if I immediately decrement it, it should be again 42. So that is the expected output of this program if I save it on the document root of my XAMPP server, that is htdocs. The name of the script will be arithop.php. So open the browser after starting the server, of course, and give the address localhost 8080 arithop.php, and then see whether the same expected result is obtained. So this is the browser's page, the same address that has been given, arithop.php. Addition is 62, subtraction 22, multiplication 840, division 2.1, mod 2, increment and decrement. So that is how the result will be displayed. So this is the behavior of our arithmetic operators.
In this video, I'll explain to you the different assignment operators in PHP.
Okay, so this PHP script uses all the different assignment operators. So to begin with, I have defined these two variables a and b equal to 42 and 20 respectively. So the basic assignment operator is equal to. So what this will do, it will perform the expression on the right hand side. That means the addition of a and b will be done and it will be assigned to c. So it is a basic assignment operator. Result will be 62. Then I am using this plus equal to operator. In fact, all these plus equal to, minus equal to, star equal to, slash equal to and mod equal to, these assignment operators are really what you can call a cumulative assignment operators. That means what? This plus equal to is really equivalent of saying c is equal to c plus a. So if the value of c has become 62, so c plus a will become 104 and that will be assigned to c. So the result of this c plus equal to a should be equal to 104. Same thing is true with this minus equal to, which is equivalent to saying c is equal to c minus a. So anyway the c had become 104 here as a result of this. So here it will again be back to 62. So subtract and assignment operation result should be equal to 62. Similarly, star equal to is multiply c by a and assign back to c. So it should be 104 multiplied by 62 multiplied by 42 will be 2604. That should be the result. Similarly, the divide and assign operator, the result should be 264 divided by 42. So divide and assignment operation result, I expect it to be equal to 62. And finally, the mod operation c mod equal to a, that is really equivalent to c equal to c mod a. Our c will finally c should have become actually as a result of this operation 62. So 62 mod 42. 62 divided by 42 is 1 and remaining is 20. So mod operation anyway results the remaining value. So the output should be 20. So that is my expected behavior. Let me see. What I will do, I will save this script on the document folder htdocs and open it from the server by giving the address localhost 8080. The name of the script is assignop.php. So let me open the browser and see the output of this PHP script. So there you go. The addition operation result is 62, which is 42 plus 20. C is equal to c plus a 104. C is equal to c minus a, multiplication, cumulative multiplication, cumulative division, and finally the cumulative mod. So these are this is the behavior of all the cumulative assignment operators in PHP.
We shall see a very typical operator called as conditional operator. Okay.
Now in this script, the use of the conditional operator in PHP is demonstrated. Actually, the conditional operator is also called as the ternary operator because it requires three different operands for the operation. And the use is as per this statement. Here the logical expression is put into inside this bracket $a greater than $b. Now this logical expression will be either true or false. If this is true, then the statement after the question mark will be executed. If this is false, then the statement after the colon will be executed. So if I am saying result equal to a greater than b question mark a colon b, so that means what will happen? If this expression is true, then a will be assigned to result, otherwise b will be assigned to result. So it is as if it is a short form of a regular if statement. If a greater than b, then result equal to a, otherwise or else result equal to b. So this is the behavior of this conditional operator. So we shall put this script on the document server, a document root of our server, and open it in the browser. So the output is as per our expectation. Initially a greater than b, result equal to a greater than b, a colon b. So result will be 20, and a less than b question mark a colon b, result will be equal to 10. So this is the conditional operator in PHP.
In this video, we shall see what are the comparison operators that are defined in PHP.
In this example, the comparison operators in PHP, they have been demonstrated. So this is where the PHP script starts, and in the beginning we have defined two variables a and b equal to 42 and 20 respectively. So all the the comparison operators are being used here. For instance, here $a is equal to $b. This is the comparison operator checking the equality of the two operands. Now remember that all the comparison operators return either true or false value. So if this is true, then I want the first statement to be printed or displayed on my browser, a is equal to b. Otherwise, that means if this result of this comparison operation, equality operation, is false, then I should get the output a is not equal to b. Now the same technique is used for all the operators. This is greater than, I am checking whether a is greater than b. If true, then this will be printed, because in our case a is indeed greater than b, so therefore I expect this line to be printed. A is less than b, no, so therefore a is not less than b, the else part will be executed. Of course, the use of conditional statements if else, that will be demonstrated in some of the other videos, but here again the inequality operation is being tested. If the value of this expression a not equal to b is true, which is in fact it is true, a is not equal to b, so therefore I will get the output as a is not equal to b. Similarly, greater than or equal to and less than or equal to. So these are the comparison operators: equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, and less than or equal to. So we shall save this file PHP script as comp.op.php in the document server of the XAMPP server, that is htdocs, and open the script in the browser when the server is already running. So let us see how the output, whether it is as per our expectations or not. Right. So there you go, the test 1, which tests the equality, whether A is equal to B, A is greater than B. This is true, so therefore it will print the true part. It will also print the true part. A is not less than B, A is not equal to B, and the values of the operators greater than or less than or equal to B. This is as per our expectation. So that's how the comparison operators are used in a PHP script.
The Hello World application can also be executed as a PHP script in the web page.
So this demonstration will show you how to execute a Hello World application as a web page. So for that purpose, I have written this HTML code. Remember that any HTML code or HTML script can be saved as a PHP file. But if you want to include a certain PHP code or PHP instructions inside the HTML, then you have to use this line as the mark of beginning of the PHP block of statements, less than question mark and PHP, and in order to denote that the PHP script is over, it should be marked by the question mark greater than, inside which you can write as many as number of PHP statements as you want. Here I am just using one echo hello world, and this hello world is surrounded by the heading tag, right? And this page or this HTML script in which a PHP part is included is saved as hello.php on the document root of our PHP web server, PHP enabled web server. It may be XAMPP or it may be WAMP or it may be any web server that you may want to use. So write this script, save it in the folder which is marked or which is configured as the document root of your web server. Okay. Now after having done this, start your web server, call it as a local host, because the name of the web server on your machine will anyway be called as localhost. If you want or if it is needed, configure your port number. Default port number is 80, but if it is already occupied by any other web server, change it to whatever you want. Particularly 8080 is the alternative port number that is used. Okay, so perform this, save this file, start your web server, and now open the browser and visit this page. So the web server is running. I am just giving the URL as localhost hello.php. I should get the hello world message. Remember that the script also carried a title as PHP test that is appearing here, and hello world echo hello world statement had a h1 tag used, so hello world is being displayed in the heading format. So this is how a hello world application executed as a web page that can be done using the web server that we are going to use. Okay.
In this video, we shall see the web concepts as they are used in a PHP program.
So what is the difference between the client side process and the server side process? That I will try to explain with the help of this example. This is a simple HTML code. I have saved this as webconcepts.php on the document root of my web server. This line is a plain HTML which uses the bold and paragraph tags. Okay, so this is a static text. Now this is the JavaScript code. When this part is executed by the browser, it will call this document.write function and return the value of the date function. What this will give you? It will give you the current date as present in the client's computer. On the browser is running on the computer which is the client, and what is the date as per the client's computer, that will be displayed. And after the execution of this code, the browser will encounter this. This is the embedded PHP code. So as soon as it encounters this, this PHP part will be executed by the server on the server. So what it will display? It will echo server's date is and the return value of this date function. Now this date will be as per the server's computer, as per the date that is stored inside the server's computer. Okay, so incidentally in this case both the client script, that is the JavaScript code, and the PHP code are being executed by the same physical computer, but this is the browser which is the client and this is the local host which is the server. Okay, so you may not find the difference between the output of this date and this date, but suppose that this code is placed on a server and it is being accessed by a remote client. So therefore, and that remote client may be in a different time zone altogether. So in that case, this client date may show a different result and this server's date may show a different result. But in here now in our demonstration both will be the same because both are executed on the local host. Okay. So what is the output of this program? That we will see. So there you go, the server is running and I have given the URL as webconcepts.php, client side and server side script. This is the HTML text that is being displayed. This is the output of that JavaScript that I was talking about, and this is the output of the PHP code. Okay, so remember that this may be different if in the real server situation the code is hosted on a server and the client is somebody else which may be at different location, which may be having a different time zone. So this report, this date reported and this date reported may be different in a real situation, but since we are using a local host, both are showing the same day, January 17, January 17. Okay, so that is the way in which client side script can be embedded inside HTML using JavaScript. Server side script is your PHP.
In this video, I'll tell you about the break statement in PHP.
So let me now show you the use of break statement in a loop. Actually, we have already used this break keyword, but it was used in association with the switch case. And after the statements in a particular case are over, you generally use a break statement as the last in that particular case in order to take the control out of the switch block. Here also the break statement is used to terminate or abandon the loop before its designated number of repetitions. So for example, here I am using a while loop and the control of this while loop is done by this variable y, which is set to equal to 0, and this loop is expected to repeat till y less than 10. So every time when y is incremented and the loop is repeated, normally this loop is expected to run 10 times. Okay, inside the loop what I am doing, I am generating a random number between 1 to 10 and assigning it to x, and I am just printing it out. Had this statement not been there, then what would have happened? It would have generated 10 random numbers and 10 number of repetitions would have taken place. But I want the loop to be terminated as soon as, or as and if x is found to be equal to 5. So x being the random number, it may never occur within the 10 number of repetitions. So only different 10 numbers will be printed. But if at all x happens to be equal to 5, the loop will be terminated. So there is a possibility that 10 different random numbers, none of which is equal to 5, will be printed. And there is also a possibility that after generating one or two or a couple of random numbers, x happens to be equal to 5, the loop will be terminated. So that is the purpose of break statement inside the loop, to take the control out of the current loop. and abandon the loop. That's what. Okay, so I have saved this file as break.php. Now I will run this file from the server. Okay, the server is running and the URL is localhost break.php. There you see the loop goes on running till it encounters 5. So it may be the case that only the second occurrence is equal to 5. So the loop will be terminated before it reaches the 10 number of repetitions. There you see. Every time the different result may appear because the random number will be equal to 5 at any number of repetitions. So the bottom line is that the break statement is used to abandon or terminate the loop before it completes its pre-decided or designated number of iterations.
In this video, we shall see the use of continue statement in PHP.
So in this example, the continue statement is used inside a while loop. So what does the continue statement do? In fact, continue is somewhat opposite to what the break does. We have seen that the break inside the while loop, if break is encountered, the loop will be terminated and it will abandon the remaining number of operations or iterations of a loop. Continue on the other hand will restart the loop from the beginning. It will discard or abandon the remaining statements in the current iteration and start the next iteration. So that is how the continue behaves. So in this example, actually I should write this as continue, right? There is a loop which is controlled by the variable y is equal to 0 in the beginning, and while loop is expected to go up to y less than 10. In every time y is incremented and a random number is generated and it is printed. So if this number was not present, or rather if this statement was not present, then what would have happened? 10 different random numbers would have been generated and printed. Okay, so it is printing the value of y and x. So y is equal to 1, whatever the number was generated. So 10, y is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, up to 10 it will go, and corresponding the values of x will be printed. This if this statement is removed. But if this is the case, then anytime if the random number generated is equal to 5, this statement will not be printed and it will go to the next iteration of the loop. Y will take the next value and again the random number will be generated. If it again is equal to 5, it will skip this statement and go back. If it is not, then this will be printed and the loop will be continued till y is less than 10. So 10 number of repetitions will take place, but this statement will be printed or not will depend on the value of x. If it is equal to 5, this will be skipped and the next iteration will take place. So that is how this continue statement works. I have saved this file as continue.php and the server will start. I will go to the browser and give this URL as this one. Okay. So the server is running. I'll give the URL as continue.php and press enter. There you see the number of iterations are 1 to 10, but the second iteration has been skipped because the value that has been generated might have been equal to 5. So it skipped the subsequent print or echo statement and the number of repetitions have gone up to 10. Again refresh it, it may give different output. In this case, even after 10 iterations, the random number 5 was not generated. So all the 10 iterations have appeared. In this case, the iteration number 5 is skipped because obviously because x would have been equal to 5. So that is how here again all the 10. Here again all the 10. You see 7 and 8 are skipped. That is because obviously x would have been equal to 5. So this is the behavior of the continue statement.
In this video, we shall see how the input output operations are executed in the console mode for a PHP program. So console IO.
So here we perform simple console input output operations using the fscanf and fprintf functions. This program can be run from the command prompt, you giving the php.exe path. Okay, so fscanf is the function which accepts input from the stream. Here the stream is stdin, which is a standard input stream which is defined in PHP, and it is going to accept the data from the standard input device into the variable called as a, and because the data that is input is going to be stored in the form of integer, I am using the format specifier as %d. So if you are familiar with the scanf function in C, you will be able to understand this. So fscanf, stdin is the stream from which the input is read into the variable a using the format specifier %d for integer. Same statement or same syntax is also used for reading the data into b. It is also reading the input from the stdin, that is the standard input stream, into b in the form of integer. This is the simple formula for calculation of area, which is length into breadth, and now you want to redirect the value of c towards the std out. So fprintf function displays the output or writes the data into this stream. This is the standard output stream. So area is equal to %d format specifier is used to display the value of c in integer form. So this is a very simple demonstration of console input output in PHP in console mode. So we'll go to the command prompt and execute this program php area.php from the command line. Okay, so this is the directory in which this area.php is stored, and the execution is simple: php area.php. Provided php.exe is in the path of our system, this area.php will be executed. First statement is fscanf, enter the length, I give some number, enter the breadth, I give some other number, area is equal to 200. So that is how a console input output operations can be done using the standard library functions fscanf and fprintf. Of course, fscanf and fprintf can have, here in this case the streams are predefined streams, we are using std in and std out. Instead of that, the streams could be any file stream, so that we will see in our next discussion. But for the time being, this is the console input output operation.
This video explains to you the use of for loop in PHP.
So in this PHP script, I will show you the use of for statement and for loop, and there are three different examples. With the help of each, I will show you the different ways in which the for statement is used. But the syntax of for loop is like this. It takes three parameters. One is the initialization of the controlling variable. Here x is set to equal to 1. Second statement is the test condition up to which the for loop is running, is expected to run x is less than 10, and every time how much increment or the controlling variable to be incremented by what, x plus plus is the third argument. So this loop will run from x equal to 1 to x less than 10, incrementing the value of x every time by 1. So I expect number to be printed 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 in as a result of this for loop. But you know that the three parameters of this for loop, or three clauses of this, not parameters, the clauses of the for loop, they are not mandatory as such. You can ignore even all of them if and I told you that even if all the arguments are not given, the for loop will become a infinite loop. Here in this case, what I am doing, I am setting the initial value of x is equal to 0. I am giving the test condition, and what is the test condition? I expect this for loop to go on till x not equal to 5, and I have not mentioned any value of the incrementing clause. Okay, and then inside the for loop there is a rand function which generates numbers, any random number from 1 to 10, and I have to print it. So every time when the loop runs, if it doesn't encounter x equal to 5, the loop will run. As soon as x printed value of x is equal to 5, this test condition will be false and the loop will stop. So how many iterations this for loop will do, that you never know. That depends on the random number. In what occurrence, or at which occurrence, or at which instance x will become 5, that is a random choice. So you will expect different output of this, the second for loop. The for loop is especially popular when you want to traverse the entire array. So array, of course, you will learn in one of the subsequent chapters, but here I am declaring a array arr as an array. Array is a built-in function to create an array, and there are 5 elements. So if I run a for loop from x equal to 0 to 4, every time incrementing x by 1, I use this control variable x as the index of the array. So array of x, I'll print array of x every time. So array of 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So that means 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. These numbers are expected to be printed. Okay. So this is the simple for loop. This is a for loop in which the termination is decided by the random number, and this is the third for loop to traverse the array. Okay. So I have saved this file as forloop.php in the document root of my server. The web server will now start, and then in the local in the browser's address bar, I will give the URL of this localhost forloop.php and see the result. So with the web server already running, in the browser I am giving forloop.php as the URL. There you see the 3 different outputs. This is the output of the first for loop from 1 to 10. This is the output of the second for loop in which a random number is to be generated, and if the random number encountered is equal to 5, the loop is going to terminate. This is the traversal of the array in which these 5 elements are there. This, of course, will be a variable output. Every time it may generate different number of values. So if I run it again, there you see the random number was encountered to be equal to 5 just at the second occurrence. That may change. This is the traditional or simple for loop 1 to 10. This is the array traversal. Okay. So that's how the for loop is used in a PHP script.
In this video, I will explain to you the use of while loop in a PHP program.
So let us now see the execution of while loop as it is used in PHP. So in this code, I have 2 while loops in action. This is one and this is another. So in first case, the initial value of a variable that is controlling the loop is I equal to 0, and I want to execute these 2 statements. What are these 2 statements? Increment the value of I and print it out. So long as the value of I is less than 10. So what do you expect starting from I is equal to 1? The number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is the expected output of this loop. Okay. In the second example, again I am using the rand function to generate a random number between 1 to 10, and that is the value of x, and the loop is expected to keep on repeating till x is not equal to 5. So depending on the possibility or the probability of the what random number is generated at that point of time, the loop may go on for 1, 2, 5, 9, 100 number of repetitions, or it may even terminate in the very first place, where probability of the first random number itself being equal to 5 will be there. So the output will be unpredictable, so to say, because it involves a random number, and so long as the random number is not equal to 5, this loop is going to run. This is a straightforward 1 to 10 output. This is of course a random output till the number generated is not equal to 5. Okay, so these two examples now I will show you. I have saved this file as while.php. I will start the server, open the browser, give the URL of this, right? Okay, so now the server is running. In the browser I am giving localhost while.php. Just press enter. This is the output of the first while loop. It generates numbers from 1 to 10. This is the output of a loop having a random number, and the loop is expected to go on till it encounters a 5. So as soon as the number is 5, the loop is terminated. So that many number of times x was generated, it was not equal to 5. If I again run it, the second loop output may be different. See, only the second occurrence of a random number is equal to 5. So after the 2 iterations, the loop terminated. That can vary as see, the first number itself is 5. So this is how the while loop behaves in a PHP script.
If your programming logic requires multiple if statements, a switch case statement is also available. So you can use that in this particular situation.
So in this example, I will show you the use of switch case, another conditional statement in PHP, where the different cases or different possibilities of a switching variable are processed. Right. So therefore, for this example, I am also using the rand function, and the rand function is used 3 times to generate 3 random numbers. First 2 random numbers are between 1 to 10. These are going to be used as the operands for the addition, multiplication, subtraction and division operations. Which operation is to be done will be decided by the third random number between 1 to 4. So these 3 random numbers x, y, z will be printed as they are generated. Now since my addition, subtraction, multiplication, division operations are going to be decided by the value of the z variable, I am using switch z. So if the value of z happens to be 1, the case 1 will be satisfied because z is equal to 1. Addition will be done and the control will break out of this switch to this output statement. You know that each case must be having this last statement as break in order to prevent the program control from falling through the entire cascade of switches, the cases. So every case has a break at the end. Of course this will not require because this is the last one. Okay, so the expected result is very obvious. 2 random numbers from 1 to 10 will be generated. Third random number between 1 to 4 will be generated. Depending on the value of z, switching will take place. If z is equal to 1, addition, 2 subtraction, multiplication and division. Okay, and whatever the result will be printed. So I have saved this file as switch.php in the document root of the web server. With the web server running, we'll enter this file as a URL and see the result. We'll of course run it couple of times to see the different randomization of the results. Okay. So I have entered the URL as localhost switch.php and enter numbers 94, operation code is 3, result is 36. Again execute it, numbers 86, operation code 2, result is 2. So it is fairly accurately 4 5, result is 0.8, that being the division. 7 10, again the division is 0.7. So 110 addition, result is 11. So that's how the output is going to come as a result of the switch case functionality of our uh, conditional statements in PHP.
In this video, I'll tell you about the MySQL API, which is a part of the PHP software.
So with the help of this example, let us try and understand the features of MySQL API. Before going on to explain this code, let me tell you that this MySQL API has been deprecated since the PHP 7. So if you have in your computer PHP 7 installed, then this code may not work. Instead, you will have to get a PHP 5 or earlier version installed on your computer so that this MySQL API can be used. So for this purpose, I have installed a WAMP server in which, in addition to the Apache server and MySQL software, the PHP version 5 is available. So let me show you the home page of the WAMP server. So this is the WAMP server home page. You can see that the PHP version 5.3.10 is the version that is installed on it, and the extension that is available is MySQL. So the MySQL API functions can be run on this particular configuration. So PHP MyAdmin is the GUI interface for managing the MySQL database. So if I open this, it will show you the different databases that are stored on the server, and the rest of the menus are provided by which you can add the data, insert the data, create the table, etc., etc. We are of course not going to do anything from this. This is just a verification. This will be a verification of all the activities that you will do from the PHP side. Okay, so this is where your data will come and stay. Okay, so let us go back to the PHP code now. So first is the execution of MySQL connect function, which enables or which establishes the connection of your PHP program with the MySQL server, and it needs 3 parameters: the name of the host, username, and password. So they have been set here. If these credentials are found to be correct, this connection resource will be created. If not, then I want to terminate the entire program, so therefore I am executing a die function with this particular error message. Otherwise, I'll go on to create a database called as testdb. So this is the SQL statement that I want to execute: create database testdb. And in order to execute the SQL query, a function in MySQL API is MySQL query. It needs two objects, two rather parameters. One is the query, other is the connection object that we have created here. This query does not get run properly. This return value will not be created. In that case also I want to terminate. But if it does go ahead, then I want to create a table. So this is the query of create table, in which The table structure is given here. How many fields are there? Employee name, employee address, employee salary. Its type and its size are mentioned here, and some other constraints are also mentioned, like for example, name cannot be null. In fact, all of them are not specified to be not null. And in addition to that, a fourth field is also present, employee ID, which is an integer, which is not null, and it is auto increment also. And that employee ID has been stipulated to be a primary key of this particular table. So a table of this structure is to be created. So before running this query, I have to use the test DB, the table, sorry, the database that was created in the previous step. Now that database is brought into use by a function MySQL select DB, and inside that this table needs to be created. So again execute the query MySQL query. If the table is properly created, if not, then stop. Otherwise, give the message table created and go on to execute the insert query. Insert query takes this following form: insert into the table name. Here in our case, the name of the table is employee, so insert name employee followed by the field, structure, the structure of the table. How many fields? Name, address, and employee salary. You don't have to give the ID field because it is auto incrementable. So automatically, as the number of records go on adding, the employee ID is anyway going to be incremented automatically. What are the values? Correspondingly, name will take Raju, address will take Nanded, and salary will take 10,000. So such a query, insert query, is to be executed. So again execute my SQL query. This is the string of query and the connection object. If properly executed, just display a enter data successfully message. And finally, go on to close the connection that you created in the very first place by saying MySQL close. So this is the entire PHP script which will interact with the MySQL database. We open the connection, create the database, create the table, and insert a record. So all these activities will be done if you run this mysql1.php in your browser. Okay, so this was the explanation of the code. Now we will run it and see the result. Okay. So as I give this URL mysql1.php, you see the messages that are displayed in the browser's page. Connected successfully. This was when the MySQL connect function was properly executed. Test DB was created. Table employee was created, and one record was successfully entered or inserted inside the table. So this was the operation that was done. But we will have to verify this by going actually into our PHP myadmin, see that the database, the table, and the record is created. So for that purpose, this is our myadmin. I have to refresh this so that the test DB newly created database is visible here. Open this. There is a table called as employee which was just created. Click on this. This was a record that was added into the table by our PHP script. So this confirms that all the MySQL functions, MySQL API functions that we used in our PHP script have worked properly. Okay, so this was our first exercise. So this second example shows you how you can insert a record into a MySQL table by entering the data into an HTML form. So this script, if you open it in a browser, mysql2.php is the name that I have given. If you open it in a browser, for the first time, it will open a form. So I will show you the HTML form code here. This is the form from this point to this point. This is the form inside which in a two column table what we have entered or what we have created is an input name is equal to employee name of the type text to enter the name, to enter the address, to enter the salary. So it is simply a form with three text fields and of course a button. Importantly, the form attributes that are given are form method is equal to post and action is equal to PHP self. That means what? The data will be posted to this same script. So obviously when the first occurrence or first time when this PHP script will be displayed, the submit button might not have been pressed. Obviously not, submit has not been pressed. So when the as the page starts opening in your browser, this is set will fail because submit has not been pressed. The name of the button in this case is add. So this is not pressed, so therefore this part will not be executed. Which part? From here to here. And so therefore it will run into this form. So form will be opened, user will enter the data and press the submit button. The subsequently this $post add will be true. Then actually the insertion operation will start. All the required credentials are given here: host name, username, password, using which the connection is established, and the form data which is stored in the $post server variable, super global server variable, from which the data is fetched and stored into the PHP variables emp name, address and salary. Use these variables to execute the insert query. Insert into employee, these are the names of the fields and these are the values that are fetched from the form, right? So this insert query is to be executed doing the same thing, selecting a database and executing the query. If all goes well, the message enter the data successfully should appear on your screen. So let us run this mysql2.php. One record is already there, which we have entered by hard coding the values into the insert query. Now we will fill up the new record by accepting it from an HTML form. So let us run this mysql2.php. So as I enter the URL mysql2.php in my browser, a HTML form is opened in which these three text fields are there to enter the name, address and salary, and then there is a submit button. So some data I will introduce or insert. Something like this, and press submit. Now that the data will be posted back to the same script in which on the top there is a PHP code to establish the connection and insert the records. So that will be executed and the data will be successfully entered. So again go back to our PHP myadmin and see whether the newly inserted record does appear in it or not. So I have to refresh this and again open employee. There you go, the two records are now visible. So interactively by taking the user from the input, you can add the data into a backend MySQL table. That's how this script will allow you to do that. Okay. The third example in this continuation is regarding the reading of the data from a table using a select query and using the MySQL API functions. So how to read the data from the MySQL table. Again, starting with the same sequence of events, MySQL connect function to establish the connection. Select the database you want to process, the test DB. What is the query to be executed? Simple, select star from employee. In order to execute query, the function is MySQL query. Because now this is a select query, the return value of this MySQL query function will be a result set. So this result variable is the result set. Using the MySQL API functions like MySQL number of rows will give me how many records are there in the table, and MySQL number fields will give me how many fields are there in my select query. Okay, so I will run a nested for loop situation where the upper loop or outer loop will run from 0 to the number of fields. In our case, there are 3 fields, right? Name, address, and salary. And the inner loop is as many number of rows. Right now, in our example, we inserted 2 records, so number of rows is 2. So each time when a row is fetched from the result set, the row will be an associative array, and using the index of the fields as the index of that associative array, row of j will give me jth field from in the table. So when j is equal to 0, it will give me name, address, and city. All these 3 fields will be put into 3 cells of one row. You see that I have started a table by echo table border is equal to 1. In the first row, all the field names have been displayed into one row. So you start a row, then add a td tag, insert or put the field name. The first field name j will be the loop which will control the value of the field name. So result j will be 0, result 0. The 0th field will be there, 1 and 2. So likewise, name, address, and salary, these field names will be the column names of my table. And these 2 nested for loops will fetch one row at a time and display the contents of each table in that row in separate td tags. So that's how the table will be formed. So if I run this script now, what I should see on my browser, a table showing the records divided into rows and columns. So let us run this and see what happens. So the MySQL 3.php is opened in the browser, and you can see the first row of the table is all the field names, ID, name, address, and salary, and each row is subsequently displayed according to their field names. So that is how the data is extracted from the table and displayed on the browser with the help of the MySQL functions.
In this video, we shall come to know about the MySQL I API.
Now for MySQL I API, in order to display or demonstrate the use of MySQL I API, this is the first example in which the procedural interface is used. And using the procedural functions, here I am showing you how you can display records by selecting the records from a table. So in other words, I want to execute the select star from employee query and display the result to see as to how many records are there. So if you try to compare every function in MySQL I with MySQL, you will find that only difference probably is the adding I into the name of the function. Instead of MySQL connect, there will be MySQL I connect, and so on. Before that, let me tell you one more thing, that MySQL I API is available in all the PHP installations with PHP 5 as well as PHP 7. So if you have a PHP 7 module installed in your bundle, especially the web server bundle containing Apache, MySQL, and PHP, if you have a latest XAMPP server, then this 7 version of PHP will be available, and this code will actually indeed run on the XAMPP with PHP 7 also. So I am going to show you the execution on the XAMPP server itself. So for that, let me start the XAMPP server and show you the home page, and in which PHP 7 is present and MySQL I has been enabled. So let me show you that. So this is the home page of XAMPP server, and go on to click this PHP info. The PHP version is 7, and down the line if you go and search for MySQL I, it will show you the presence of MySQL I API. So which means that MySQL I API functions will now be executable on this. Okay, so let us go back to that PHP script which shows the procedural functions used from this MySQL I API. So starting with MySQL I connect, this function also requires the arguments like localhost, root is the username, there is password, no password has been set, and the name of the table to be connected, or rather name of the database to be connected. So this will create a connection resource. If not, if unable to connect, then there will be some error. You will display the error message properly to tell the user that the connection has not been established. Otherwise, execute the select query, select star from employee by MySQL I query instead of MySQL query was the earlier in the earlier case, right? In the result, how many number of rows have appeared that can be found by the function MySQLi num rows. Okay, and run a loop over it and fetch one row at a time and display the contents of the row. Row 0, row 1, row 2, row 3 will respectively be displaying the values of employee ID, name, address and salary. All these fields will be displayed in one for one record. Such like as many number of records are there, that many times this loop will run. Okay, so just a equivalent activity of MySQL API, in which also you ran through the entire result set to display the records. So let us run this program and see. We now know that there are 2 records into it, or I wonder how many records are there. That many records will be displayed. Let us see how many records are there. So there are these 2 records in this employee table. We should be able to get the 2 records when we run our PHP script mysql i.php. So let us run it. So there you see mysql i.php has been executed in the browser. Employee ID 1, name Raju, address Nanded. This is our first record, and this is the second record. So the contents of the 2 records in the table have been displayed by the procedural interface functions of MySQL I API. Okay. Next, let us see the use of MySQL I functions which have an object oriented approach towards the database handling activities. So what you have to do, first and foremost, you have to create an object of MySQL I class. So this is the statement CON is equal to new MySQL I. The constructor takes 3 arguments: name of the server, which is localhost, username is root, password has not been set. So all these credentials are required to set up a MySQL I object. If not properly configured, it will result into an error, display the error message and stop the execution. Otherwise, go on to the next step. Execute this query, create database testdb. Okay, all you have to do is to execute a MySQLi object arrow query function. Query function will take this argument. If this function is properly executed, it will return true, and if it is true, then give a message database created successfully, otherwise give an error message. Right? Next step is to select the newly created database by using the select DB function of the MySQLi class, and then you have to run a query which will create a table. Create table employee, the syntax of the create table employee is according to the standard SQL syntax, in which name, address and salary are the fields. Their data type and size is mentioned along with the different constraints. In addition, this employee ID table field is also specified, which will be acting as a primary key. Again, query is executed by the query method or function inside the MySQLi class. If executed properly, the success message will be displayed, otherwise the error message will be displayed. And finally, you will have to execute an insert query. Insert into employee, these are the field names and these are the values. Execute the query. If success, give the success message, otherwise give the failure message. And lastly, close the connection by calling the close method of the MySQLi class. Okay, so this is the exactly the same activity we are doing, but now we are using an object oriented approach that is provided by the MySQLi API. So let us run this MySQLi1.php. Before actually executing this script, I will have to ensure that the test DB that was created as a result of the earlier example, that test DB I will have to remove from my MySQL server, then only I will be able to run this, otherwise it will result into an error that the database is already existing and none of the other steps will be executed. So I will first delete that and then run this. Okay. So if I execute this MySQL i1.php, you find that the successful execution of the statements, those messages have come up. Connected successfully, database created successfully, table employee created successfully, and new record created successfully. Actually, I should have given a BR at the end of each, so that the error messages would have come one below the other. But anyways, the operation has been done successfully. So let us go back to the PHP myadmin and check whether the test DB database, the employee table and the record has been added into it. So this is our admin. Refresh this. Test DB is created, employee is created, and this record Rajiv Nanded 10,000 is created. So the object oriented interface is working perfectly fine in this case. The next example to show the functionality of MySQLi API is to show the contents of a table by running a select query over it. Okay, so doing the same sequence of steps again, create a new MySQLi object. If the connection is properly executed, show the success message, otherwise show the failure message. Then go on to the next step. You want to execute now the select star from employee query. Okay, in order to do that, call the query method of the MySQLi class by its object. So con arrow query, the query is the SQL string that is given. So the result is the return value of this query function is a result set. So result is equal to con arrow query. From this result set, find out how many number of rows are present in that by calling this numROS, number of rows. Remember that this is not a function, but this is a property which is associated with the result set. Similarly, the property of field count will give me how many fields are there. Okay, so use these two variables num result and num fields to design a first row of a table which you are going to create in HTML. Inside that table, the first row will contain the headings. The names of the columns of the table will act as the heading for the entire table. So it will generate a first row. There is another function which is inside this MySQL API is fetch field. So fetch field result arrow fetch field name. What will it do? It will fetch the next field in the sequence, and arrow name will give me the name. So that means what? First result of this particular function will be emp id, then it will be emp name, emp address and emp salary. All those four field names will be placed into the four cells of the first row. So it will form the heading, and then using these two for loops, nested for loops, one outer loop going over from I is equal to 0 to num result. Num result is the number of rows, how many rows are there, and the inner for loop is going over for j is equal to 0 to num fields, how many fields are there. Okay, so using which every time when you access the row of j, what it will give, the each content of each row, each column corresponding to each row, fetch one row at a time. It will be an associative array called row. Row of j will give me row of 0, row of 1, row of 2, 3 and so on, as many number of fields are there. Those values will be put into the td tag of the row. So likewise, as many number of rows are there, as many number of rows will be added up to the HTML table, and finally close the table. So if you run this script, you should get a tabular representation of all the records in our employee table. Incidentally, in this table so far we have added only one record, so you should be seeing only one record displayed in the table. First row will be the headings and second row will be the one record that we added. Okay, so let us run this and verify our result. So MySQL i2.php, when I execute that, this is of course the connection successful message. Afterwards, a table is created or rendered by our PHP script, of which the first row is the names of the columns in that employee table, and the second row is the actual row in the employee table. So because there is only one table, only one row has occurred, but then as many number of rows will be there, they will be displayed one below the other. No issues with that. So that is a demonstration of both procedural interface as well as the object oriented interface of this MySQL API.
In this video, we will learn a very important feature of object-oriented programming, which is called as inheritance.
This example shows how you can establish inheritance between two PHP classes. In this PHP script, there are two classes that are defined. One is student and the other is engineering student, ENGG. Because this class, the design of this second class is going to be based upon the student class. You establish the association between these two by using the keyword extends. So the syntax is class engineering student extends students, class ENGG extends student. So as an effect, what will happen? The resources of the student class, which will be called as the parent class, they will be made available to the child class or the inherited class. So what are the resources in the parent class? That means the student class. So here I have declared 3 data members or member variables: name, age and marks, and they have been declared as protected. The access specifier is protected. As a result, what happens? All the protected members will become the protected members of the derived class or the inherited class. Okay. It has only one function, which is incidentally a constructor. Okay. So what happens? Whenever the object is created, the constructor is called automatically. That is the definition of constructor. So when the object is declared, whenever the object is declared, you will pass certain parameters to the constructor. So in PHP there are 2 array functions. Remember that we have used these 2 functions earlier. This is function number of arguments, how many arguments that have been sent to this constructor, to this function, and then there is a function get arguments. So this is the number of arguments, and this is an array. Function get arguments is the array in which all the arguments are stored. So if the constructor is going to receive 3 arguments, the value of n will be 3. Okay, and the subscripts of the function get arguments array will be 0, 1, 2. So respectively, what I am going to do, the 0th subscript or the value at the 0th index of this function get argument will be stored in name, value at the index number 1 to age, and value at index number 2 is to be stored to marks. These are the 3 variables. 3 values received by the constructor will be assigned to name, age and marks, or rather the data members of the calling object. Fine. So that is constructor, and then there is a get details function which will just display or print out the values of the data members of the calling object. So this arrow name, this arrow age and this arrow marks will be displayed by the well known echo function. So that is what is in the parent class. 3 data members, all protected, and 2 functions, 1 constructor and 1 get details. That is what is in the parent class student. In the derived class, in addition to the 3 data members that this class will anyway inherit, I want to make available another 4th data member to the object of this class, and that variable is branch. So that means what? Whenever an object of this engg class will be declared, it will have 4 data members, 3 from the parent class, name, age, marks, and 4 its own, 4th its own. So what will happen? When I declare the object of this class, it will require 4 parameters. So for example, in this declaration of the object, S1 is equal to new engineering student, new engg, I am sending 4 arguments: name, age, marks and branch. So these 4 arguments will be received by the constructor of the child class. Function number of arguments will be 4, out of which the 3 arguments, all the arguments will be stored in the array function get arguments. Now it will have value at index number 0, 1, 2 and 3, out of which the values at index number 0, 1, 2, 0, 1 and 2, they will be used to call the constructor of the parent class. So the parent class constructor will take on the values of function get argument 0, 1, 2. So this constructor will be called, and the data members name, age and marks will be initialized with the provided values. Okay, and then the remaining part of the child class constructor is to assign the 4th value in the array to the branch data member that is introduced in the child class itself. Okay, so you are calling a constructor from the constructor, you are calling a parent constructor from the child constructor. Okay, so that is the advantage of establishing the inheritance. Okay, and then there is a get details function also, which will in turn call the parent get details and print out the remaining data member branch. Incidentally, this is also an example of function overriding, because get details function was defined in the parent class, but it was having only this much of functionality. Now you want to extend the functionality of the child class get details, so therefore you are redefining it, so that when the get details function is called by the object of the child class, this get details will be called. Incidentally, through or from inside that you are calling the parent get details class, that is a different issue. But this get details function has been overridden by the engineering class. So this is the simple implementation of our inheritance. Create an object of the child class, give parameters to it. Those parameters will be intercepted by the constructor, of which the first three will be passed on to the constructor of the parent class, and then you call the get details to just display all the data members of the calling object. Okay, so this is a simple demonstration of inheritance. Let us see the execution of this example. So the name of the script is inherit ex.php. This is the result. Name, age and marks, and the branch is CSC. That's how the result is displayed. Okay, so this is the example of inheritance.
In this video, we shall see the get methods.
The method is get. So the data sent to the server side PHP script is sent using the get method. So as a result, what happens? The entire form data is the key and value pairs of the form element and its value. They are concatenated together and they are attached to the PHP script that you are going to call. Here, which PHP script is being called? Get method. So the form data will be sent to the server as get method.php, and in continuation with the name of that, all the key value pairs like name is equal to whatever name you will enter, age is equal to whatever age you will enter, will be attached to the URL, and that URL will be processed by the server. PHP side script will be processed like that. The URL will contain the name of the script, and appended to it is the query string, which contains the key and value of each form element that you will enter when you press the submit button. So when you press the submit button, that query string will be received by the PHP script. That will happen second time, because when the get method.php, this is the name of the PHP script that will be opened by the browser. First time this get variable will get $_ submit. First time the submit button is not going to be pressed, so therefore this will not be executed. But when it will be pressed, submit button will be pressed, the same script will be processed by the PHP server. Now the submit button is pressed, so therefore this if statement will be processed, and from the get associative array, the values associated with the get name and get age will be echoed back to the browser. So more or less the same thing that happened with the post method. Only difference is that when the get method is used, the form data is appended to the PHP script that is mentioned in the action equal to attribute. Okay, so we will see that particular URL is how it is created. We will run this example, and I will show you the exact query string that is displayed in the address bar of the browser. Okay, So I open this get method.php in my browser. The form is appearing with two text elements, name and age. I now enter some data and press submit button. Now as soon as I press submit button, the query string will be formed. Name is equal to Anil, age is equal to 33, and that will be appended to this get method.php, because it is going to be redirected towards the same PHP script, because it is action is equal to has been set to the PHP self, right? So if I press submit button, there you see the query string is name is equal to Anil and age is equal to 33 or 33, and submit is equal to submit query. That was the name of the button. So this is the entire query string that is attached, from which the value associated with get name and get age is fetched by the PHP script from the associative array. So this is the behavior of get method, right?
The function that you define, to which the arguments can be passed, or arguments have to be passed. The arguments can also be passed by reference. So what is the call by reference mechanism in PHP?
Okay, so this PHP script is written to demonstrate the use, or to demonstrate the mechanism of calling a function by reference in PHP. Okay, so this is the function and this is the calling environment. Now the default method of calling a function is call by value, in the sense that the value of the actual argument that you pass, the value will be stored in the formal arguments that you declare in the function definition. But if you want to pass the reference of the calling, or rather the actual argument, then you have to prefix the symbol and to the name of the formal parameter or formal argument. So, and then use those variables inside the function. As a result, what will happen? Whatever changes that you may perform in the formal argument, that those changes will be reflected in the actual argument in the calling environment. So this, you treat this as the main function of your PHP, and this is the swap function. So inside this calling environment, I am declaring the two variables as a and b equal to 10 and 20, and these two variables are sent to the function swap. But then the swap function has two formal arguments x and y, to which the ampersand or and is attached. So what will happen? This x in swap function will become the reference of this a, and this y will become the reference of this b. So if any changes take place in the values of x and y, those changes will be reflected back in the values of a and b. So that is what the call by reference mechanism does. So what you are doing? You are sending the values 10 and 20 to this swap function. X and y will become the references of a and b. This is actually the swapping mechanism by taking a temporary variable. T is equal to x, x is equal to y, y is equal to t. This is the well-known mechanism of interchanging the values. After the function is over, the control will come back to this. And after coming back, if you again see what are the values of a and b, you will find that they are interchanged to a will become 20 and b will become 10. Okay, so this is what you should expect when the function is called by reference, by sending the reference and using the variable which is a reference to the variables in the calling environment. Okay, so this is the expected output. Before swap it was a is equal to 10, b is equal to 20. After swapping, a should become 20, b should become 10. Okay, so let me run this program. So let us open that swap.php in the browser and see whether the output is according to our expectation. There you go. Before swap, A was 10, B was 20. After swapping, A 20 and P 10. So that is the effect of calling a function by sending the reference.
In our discussion with the functions, what are the default arguments to a function?
So how to stipulate the default arguments in a function definition, that we shall study with the help of this example. So in this example, the function that is defined is percentage, and it has been designed to accept 4 arguments from the caller or calling environment, and the arguments are PCM and total TTL. Okay, so the idea is that when the function is called, it will send the values of PCM, but the assumption is that generally the marks of PCM, physics, chemistry, mathematics, they are out of 100. So the total marks are generally 300. Okay, so if they are out of 300, generally they are 300, so therefore there should not be a need to specify that the marks are out of 300. So the TTL variable is defined to have 300 as its value by default. So unless otherwise specified, the value of the variable TTL will be 300. Okay, so taking these PCM value and the default value, the calculation will be done, the percentage will be calculated. So while calling the function, I am just sending 3 values, 50, 60, 70, assuming that these marks are out of 100 respectively of PCM, and therefore the total is out of 300. The calculation will be performed by the function percentage is equal to 60. Okay, so this is taking the default value of the variable total. But in the second case, in the second call to the same function percent, I am sending 4 parameters, 4 values. Value of this will become P, this will become C, this will become M. When the function will be called, the actual parameters will be exchanged in the formal parameters. But these marks are not out of 100, but they are out of 50, 25 out of 50, 30 out of 50, 35 out of 50, etc. So therefore the total marks are 150. Okay, so taking the 150 as the value of total instead of 300. So if the 4th parameter is specified, the default value of total is equal to 300 will be overwritten by 150. That will be taken up for the calculation, and the calculation will result into percentage is equal to, in this case also, it will be equal to 60. Okay, so this is how the default parameter is specified and eventually used in the function. So let us run this program and see the output of 2 different calls to the function, percentage function. First call uses the default value, second call uses the specified value. So let us run it. So this is my browser in which I am giving the URL of defaultarg.php, and see the result. First call PCM is 50, 60, 70, total marks are 300, that is the default value. We are not given or we have not mentioned the value while calling, percent equal to 60. Second call PCM is 25, 30, 35, we have specifically mentioned the value of the TTL as 150, percentage is 60. Okay, so that's how the value of the default value to a parameter in a function can be defined and used, right?
Another way of sending and accepting the parameters inside a function is variable length arguments.
In this example, I will show you how you can write a function with or which can accept any variable number of arguments. So the name of the function is average. Even though I am going to show how to pass variable number of arguments, the function actually receives no arguments. Okay. PHP has a built-in function called as func get args, function get arguments. So this function will retrieve the arguments that are passed to the function in the form of an array. The name of the array is args. So all the arguments that will be passed to this average function, even though there are no formal arguments mentioned, this function can retrieve the number of arguments sent to it in the form of an array, and the name of the array I have used is args. I am just printing it out for confirmation. Args, if I print it, all the arguments that are received by that will be printed in the form of an array. And then there is another built-in function called as funcnum-args, function number of arguments. So how this will return an array, and this will return the size of the array. Okay, so taking the advantage of this function number of arguments built-in function, which will result into the total number of subscripts in the array, I can now run a loop, traditional loop for traversing the array. So from I is equal to 0, so 0th index up to the last upper bound index. Okay, every time increment the value of I by 1. Just run a cumulative sum over it. I am using the plus equal to operator to cumulatively add the values of all the parameters that I send into a function, into a variable called sum, which is initially defined as assigned to be equal to 0. So this will perform all the addition to the sum of all the numbers. I divide it by the count, so I will get the average. Okay, so this is the function. I am now sending 5 arguments to this average function. Those 5 arguments will be stored in the array, and count will be equal to 5. Run a loop and perform the cumulative sum and divide by the size of the array to get the average. I don't have to change or do any changes to this function if the call to the function sends instead of 5 maybe 10 or 100 argument 100 values also. I don't have to make any changes to it. So that's how it is beneficial to define a function with variable arguments in such a situation. Okay, so let us run it and see the result of this function with variable arguments. So in the browser, let us open this script var.args, var.args.php. It is sending 5 values to the function, and we will get the average of that. That's it. Array received is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the subscripts 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Run a loop over it, perform the sum and calculate the average. So that is an example of a function with variable arguments.
So finally, in the discussion of our functions, the final point remains, it is about the return type of the function.
Now this is the PHP code or PHP script which will show how a return statement can be given in the function definition, and what is the effect of the return statement, or return keyword rather. Now when a function is called, any function can be called from anywhere, from any other function. What we are doing, we are calling a particular function from our what we say as the calling environment. So from this the function is called, and this is the definition of the function. So whenever the call is encountered, a function is encountered, the control of the program jumps to the function, executes these statements, and as the function ends, the control of the program returns back to the calling environment. So that is the well-known mechanism of calling a function. From the call to the function, the control jumps to that function, the body of the function is executed, and after that the control returns back to from where the function was called. So the function is anyway returning. So even if there is no explicitly mentioned return keyword or statement in the function does return to the place where it has been called from. The point is whether the function returns empty handed or returns with a certain value. So if you want to make it return with a certain value, use the return statement and in front of it mention the parameter to be returned. Okay. So this function we have already seen. Average function receives that many number of arguments, it performs the calculation and calculates the average. At the end of the function, I want the function to return to its called position with a certain value. So I say return AVG. So this will return the AVG from here. Whatever value it has returned, it will be stored in this AVG variable which is in the calling environment. So from this function the value will be returned here and it will be printed here. Okay, so that's how a return statement can be specified as the last statement in the function. Even though there are any statements after the return, they will not be executed because the control will be as it is returned from there to the calling environment. Okay, so I have saved this as return ret value.php. Let me now go to the browser, give this URL and see the result. The result is going to be the same. It will be printing the value, the average, but the mechanism is returning the value from the function to the calling environment. Okay. So in the browser I am giving ret value.php. As before, the variable arguments are stored in an array. That array is printed. The function performs the cumulative addition and calculation of average and sends back the result to the place from where it was called, and there the value is printed. So the function call can send any number of arguments and the function itself can send a return value. That is how the mechanism of exchanging the data between functions can be used. Okay.
In this video, let us see what is one of the new important features that have been added into PHP 7 called as scalar type declarations.
This example shows you how to use the scalar type declarations in a PHP 7 function. Scalar type declaration is a new feature that is added to PHP in its PHP 7 version. So using this feature, you can actually declare the data type of the formal arguments to a particular function. For example, here I have declared a function called as average, which is designed to calculate the average of two arguments that are sent to it by the calling environment. So the first argument will become x, second value will become y, and it will calculate the average and return. But I want to ensure that these two arguments are integer. So therefore, to prefix the two arguments, I have used integer int $x and int $y. So that will ensure that the two variables or two arguments that this x and y receive, they will be integer. So also I also have specified what is the return type of the return value of the function. So that is defined by this int, which is given after the name of the function. Give a colon and specify the return type, and then the body of the function will be written. Okay, so these are the scalar type declarations of the arguments, and this is the scalar type declaration of the return value. So the execution is simple. Just call the average function giving the two values. They will be picked up by x and y, and then the value will be returned, the average will be returned. So this is fairly straightforward as it was in case of the PHP 5. So let me just execute this function and verify it. Okay. So I'm just starting the program by giving the URL in the browser scalar type.php, average is equal to 15. So this is as per expectation. What we shall see is how the PHP program will behave if the data types are not integer. So for example, out of these 10, 20, 120 if I make as a string, then what happens? So here what I have done, I have given the two arguments to this average function, as one is 10 integer, the other is 20, it is not 20. So when this function is executed, how does the scalar type declaration have an effect on the actual execution? Now this scalar type declaration is implemented in two ways. One is called as the coercive mode and the other is called as the strict mode. So the coercion means what? This 20 will be automatically converted into a corresponding integer value by the PHP engine. So therefore, even if the string, this is a string, inverted comma means it is a string, but because it contains a digit characters, 20 will be converted into 20, they will be given to the y variable, and the result will be the return value which is equal to 15 as was the case earlier. So even if I make it as within inverted commas 20, I am going to get the same result. Let us see. So even after changing the second argument to string, the same result is displayed. So that is called as a coercive mode of scalar type declaration. In order to enforce the strict adherence to the data types of the arguments in the function and the values that are sent to it, you have to start your PHP script by this statement: declare strict types is equal to 1. So which means that now the PHP interpreter or PHP engine will see to it that the data types of the formal arguments and the data types of the formal arguments are same. If they are not same, then it will raise an exception. Okay, so now that the scalar type is equal to 1 has been declared, and then if I try to send 10 and within inverted commas 20, then the automatic conversion of 20 to y, string 20 to integer y, will not take place, and therefore you expect, when you execute this program, you expect a certain error or exception to generate on your browser. So let us see. So I am executing the same script. Now you see there is a fatal error, uncaught type error. Argument to pass to the average function must be of the type integer, but you have given string. So it is now enforcing a strict type similarity because of the declare strict types is equal to 1 statement at the beginning. Okay, so if I again go back to the code and change that inverted comma 202 back to 20, now the program will behave properly. Change it to normal 20 instead of the string 20 and re-execute the script. You should get average is equal to 15. Now this scalar type enforcement, either in the coercive way or in the strict mode, can also be applied to the return value also. So if I now change this formula of calculation of value to something like this. So what happens? The division of this x plus y divided by a certain float value will be a float. That means this value variable will contain a certain float, but you are mentioning that the return value of this function is an integer. And now that the declaration of strict types is enabled, declare strict types is equal to 1, this will not be allowed. Why? Because the function returns a value which is not integer. So therefore, when you try to execute this, it will again give a fatal error saying that the integer value or the return value of the function is not integer. Okay, so let us now again run the program. So with the changes in the return value type, if I try to run, again it is giving an uncaught type error. Return value of the integer average function must be integer. It is returning a float, and that is not allowed. So that is how the scalar type declaration can be coercively enforced or strictly enforced.
In this video, we will come to know about the spaceship operator, one of the new features of PHP 7.
So let me explain the use of spaceship operator. This one is the new operator that is introduced in PHP 7. You can think of this spaceship operator as a two-way comparison operator, and the symbol of this operator is less than, greater than, and less than, equal to, and greater than. So normally the comparison operators are returning either true or false, but this operator, the spaceship operator, returns three values. If the two operands on the either side of this operator are equal, then it returns 0. If the first operand is greater than the other, then it returns 1. On the other hand, if the first operand is less than the other, the second one, it returns -1. So the three possible return values are 1, 0, -1. 1 if the first operand is greater, 0 both are equal, and -1 if the second operand is greater. So here I am demonstrating a few examples of the usage of this operator. So first expression compares 5 with 10 by 2. First operand is 5, second operator is 10 by operand is 10 by 2. So incidentally, these two operands are going to be the same, so this should return 0. So what should be the output of the first line? 5 spaceship 10 by 2 equal to 0. Second expression is 5 spaceship 10 upon 2.1. So this is going to be something like for sure this will be less than 5. So this will be greater, this will be less, so you expect this to return 1. Okay, because 10 upon 2.1, that means the division will always be less than 5. Third expression is 3.142 spaceship 22 upon 7. So this is a well-known pi mathematical constant. Its value is 3.142 and a couple of a few more digits after this 3.142. So which means that this is always going to be less than this. The actual value of 22 upon 7 will be more by this, by a certain 0.000 something. So you expect this to be greater, so that means you expect -1. Similarly, I am using or performing the spaceship of a substring of hello world with hello. So substring hello world 0, 5 will separate hello. So in a way the left operand is going to be hello and the right operand is also hello. So therefore both are equal. So you expect this to be equal to 0. Okay. So using the spaceship operator with numbers, integers, float and strings. These three examples are used in this in this code. So let us run this and verify the result of the spaceship operator in use. So this is the spaceship.php. The result is 5 spaceship 10 by 2 is 0. 5 spaceship 10 by 2.1 is 1, as I told you, because 5 will be greater. 3.142 spaceship 22 upon 7 is -1, and spaceship between hello world and hello is going to be 0 because both are same. Okay, so this is the confirmation of the behavior of this new operator in PHP 7.
In this video, we shall see another new feature of PHP 7 called as null coalescing operator.
So another new feature of this PHP 7 is this coalescing operator, that we will now put it into practical use. What this operator does is it verifies whether a particular variable is set or not. If it is set, actually this double question mark is called as a coalescing operator or coalesce operator. There are two operands, one on the either side of this double question mark. The first operand is the one which you want, or the one which you want to verify whether it is being set or not. And if it is not set, or if it is set, then this expression will be returned, otherwise this expression will be returned. If it is set, then the set variable will be returned to user, otherwise this string will be returned to the variable called user. Actually, this is a sort of a replacement for the ternary operator that you usually see in most of the programming languages, where a certain expression which will return either true or false. After this expression, this question mark is used, and after the question mark, two operands are given separated by the column. If this logical expression is true, the first operand is returned, otherwise the second operator is returned. Now this ternary operator, specifically if you want to verify whether a certain variable has been set or not, for that you use this coalescing operator. So this is the variable that you want to see whether it is set before calling this script. If set, then that set variable itself will be the value of the variable called user. If not, then this string will be the value of the user. Okay, so if I call this script coalesce.php directly in the browser, there is no question of this script being called by a certain client side HTML script which may be containing a form, etc. So there is no question of this user variable being set. If it is not set, then it will display the not passed as the value of user, and it will be displaying username not passed. So also the output of the ternary operator. But if I create a form, and in which a form element named as user is there, and then there is a action parameter or action attribute of that form set to this coalesce.php, then obviously what will happen? This user form element will be set. So $get user will be having a certain value which will be provided by the form. So therefore this will be true. So therefore user will be equal to the name of the user that you may have entered in the form. So you will get the output as username is equal to XYZ, say for example. Okay, so this behavior of coalescing operator now we shall see by running this example. I will open the browser. First I will call this script directly, and then I will call this script through a certain HTML form. Okay. So here this PHP script is opened, and as soon as I execute, username not passed. This is the output of the coalescing operator, and this is the equivalent output of the ternary operator. Okay, now what I will do, I will open a form like this. Okay, and this text box is named as user. So if I type something here, press submit button, this coalesce.php script will be executed. It will have within the get server side variable or server side associative array, so to say, it will have a the value for the get user, and therefore it will retrieve or obtain that xyz as the value of the user variable in that script, and it will print that. That's it. This is the output of the coalescing operator. This is the output of the ternary operator. So this confirms the behavior of the coalescing operator in PHP.
After the get method, we will now see how the post method works.
So let us see the use of different HTTP methods. This example is using the post method. In fact, this is the HTML form, okay, in which there are two text elements. Input type is equal to text. The first text element is to enter the name. The name of the text element itself is name, and the second text element name to identify that text element is age. Okay, and then there is a input type is equal to submit. It is a submit button, so that when the user enters the data and presses the submit button, the data is sent to the server side script, and that server side script is this one. I'm using the special variable called as PHP self, which means that the data is posted back to the same script in which the form is there. Okay, so when this form is opened in the browser for the first time, the submit button is not pressed, so therefore this condition is not true, and therefore this PHP script will not be executed and the form will be displayed. But when the data is entered and submit button is pressed, that means what? The associative array server side variable called as $post, in which the submit variable is entered, or submit variable is set. So therefore this is true. Then what will happen? From the $post array, this is the called as super global, which stores the form data in the form of an associative array, where the name of the element is the key and the value entered to that element is the value. So in order to fetch the values associated with the keys, I'll say $_post name, which will give me whatever value that was entered inside the text box named as name, and similarly age. So this will be executed when the user clicks the submit button. So that is how the form data is accessed by the PHP script, which is the value of the action attribute of the form. The method is post. Okay, so this is the use of post method. Now I'll run this example and see that the form data that is entered is fetched by the PHP script. Okay. So on the address bar of the browser, after the of course the web server is running now, I enter localhost post method.php. I get a form. I enter some data into this, and some age. If I press submit button, then what is going to happen? The action attribute is redirected towards the same post method.php because of the PHP self variable. This data will be sent as the data in the post $_post associative array, and from which the key and value, using the key, the values are fetched and they are echoed back to the browser. So this is the output. So this is how the form data is sent to the PHP script by using the post method.
In this video, let us have a look at another new PHP 7 feature called CSPRNG.
So this program uses two new functions that are introduced by PHP 7, and the purpose of these two functions is to generate random numbers which are secure for cryptography. So cryptographically secure pseudo random number generators. These are the two functions. One is random bytes and another is random int. So the random bytes function generates a sequence of bytes randomly up to 5 number of bytes. Okay, and that string of 5 bytes is stored in this variable. If I print it, those bytes will be displayed, but not all of those bytes may have a printable representation. So what you have to do is to convert the sequence of bytes by the binary to hex function, so that a certain legible representation of all those bytes will be displayed. And the second function is random int. This is the minimum value and maximum value in between which a random integer number will be generated, and its value will be stored in this variable that you can print it out. So these are the two functions for generating pseudo random numbers which are secure as far as the cryptography is concerned. So let us run this, and randomization also we'll run it couple of times so that you will see the random changes that appear in the output. So this is csprng.php. This is the sequence of bytes, and this is its hexadecimal representation, and this is of course the number from between 0 to 999. If I rerun it again, the random sequence of bytes and numbers is visible. Okay, so that is how these two functions can be used, right?
In this video, we shall see the concept of cookies in a PHP web application.
So here now I will demonstrate the way in which a cookie is set and cookie is retrieved in PHP. Actually, I will show you three different codes. One is the HTML form, second is the PHP script which will set the cookie, and the third is the PHP script which will read back the cookies. So starting with the HTML form, the name of the HTML page is cookieform.html. All it has is a simple form in which two text elements are there, and the method is post. The form data is sent by using the post method to a PHP script called as setCookie.php. When you press the submit button, the data will be directed towards the setCookie.php. So what is there in the setCookie.php? This is that PHP script. So all we are doing is fetching the form data by using the $_post associative array. Remember that the HTML elements were having the names as name and age. So these are the keys. The values associated are retrieved and stored in the two variables name and age. So use those variables to set the cookie. The syntax of set cookie function is set cookie, the name of the cookie and the value. Okay, the name of the cookie and value. Here you are setting the time interval, the URL and the other parameters as explained in the earlier discussion. So those two cookies will be set. It will just give a message cookies are set, and then it will give you an hyperlink. If you click that, this getCookie.php will be opened. that is having a code to read back the cookies. So this is the get cookie dot php. What it does, it simply finds the value associated with the name key of the dollar underscore cookie associative array, that is a part of the request server variable. So from which the cookie name and cookie age are fetched and they are displayed. So whichever values that you may have given in the earlier form, they will be read back. So these are the three different codes. One is the HTML form, other is the set cookie script, other is the third is the get cookie script. I'll show all these three activities in front of you by running starting from the cookie form.html. So this cookie form.html contains two text elements. Let us enter some data into it and press the submit button. What happens? The form will take the data back to a PHP script called setCookie.php. The two cookies will be set. Right? Now there is a hyperlink which takes me to the getCookie.php, which reads back the values. So these are the two values. So this is a small but effective example of setting and retrieving the cookies in PHP.
After seeing the example of try, catch and throw, there is one more way of processing the exceptions, and that is defining a custom exception handler.
So this example is a demonstration of a custom exception handler in PHP. So you have a function called as set exception handler, which using which you can assign a user defined function to handle the exceptions that may be arising in a PHP script. So the function here, I have defined a function called as exception handler, which receives one particular argument. If this function is executed, the message that will be displayed is uncaught exception and the error message that is associated with the exception object. Right? And this function I want to assign as my customized or custom exception handler. So whenever in the rest of the program any exception occurs, instead of the regular catch block which is normally used to handle or process the exception, instead of that, this exception handler function is going to be executed, doing all the activity of handling the exception. Right? So this is the mechanism that should be in place. Rest of the program is very simple. Two values are to be input stored in x and y. If y happens to be equal to 0, the program throws a exception, a new exception, that means an object of the exception class. This is the argument division by 0 that will be given on to this, the get message. So as soon as the exception is generated, this set exception handler will be activated. The control will be transferred to this function and the message will be printed as uncaught exception division by 0. Otherwise, if no exception, then the regular normal operation of printing the result of the division will be taking place. So let's go back to the command window and execute this function. So the command window is in front of you. From the command line I am executing this custom execp.php like this. First number, some number, second number, the regular operation of division will take place. But if I give some number but I give the denominator as 0, then the exception object will be thrown that will be processed by this exception handler, custom exception handler that we have designated. Will print this error message, this exception message. So that is how the custom exception handler can be assigned or can be put into service by the set exception handler function.
In this video, we shall see how error handling activities are performed in a PHP application.
So this program is a demonstration of the die function in PHP. Die function, whenever it is encountered, the program will be terminated at that point only. The rest of the program will not be executed. And the die function optionally takes a string argument, which is the message to be displayed and conveyed to the user the reason of the program being terminated. So for example, here die in the bracket in front of die, I am writing file not found. So if the die function will be executed, it will display the file not found message and then it will terminate. In this program, I am using a function called as file exists. This is a library or built-in function in PHP which tests whether this file name test.txt is present in the current path or not. If it is not present, that means not file exists will be true. If it is true, then the die function will be executed. It will display file not found with a message and the rest of the program will not be executed. If on the other hand, if this file is present, then this not file exists will not be true. So the else part will be executed. The given file will be opened using the fopen function. Message displayed will be opened file successfully. If at all there are any more statements, those will be executed in the sequence. So that's how the die function will be used, depending on whether the given file is present or not. The file will be either opened successfully or the die function will execute and the termination of the program will take place. So let us run this script and test for ourselves. This program is saved in the document root of the server. If at all there is a test.txt file in that folder, it will be opened. Otherwise, file not found message will be displayed by the die function. Okay, so let us see. So I am now entering this die.php URL. The file is not found, obviously, because the test.txt is not present in that htdocs folder. Okay, so let me now change, do the certain changes in the program and give the file name which is some file name which is already present. So if I give that file name, then instead of file not found, I should get a file opened message. Okay, so let me go to that script, change the test.txt to something which is present. Okay, so I have changed it to new file.txt. The file is already present in the document root. So after doing these changes, let us go back to the browser and execute this and see that the message. So I'll just refresh this page and the message will be opened file successfully. That is because the new file.txt is indeed present in the given folder. So that is how the die function can be effectively used.
In this video, we shall have a look at the different decision making statements that are available in PHP.
So this example is used to demonstrate the behavior of if, else if and else, the conditional statements in PHP. And for this purpose, I am using a built-in function in PHP called as rand. This generates a random number between the two parameters that I have given, 1 to 100. So every time it will generate a number between 1 to 100. Now all I have to do is to check whether it lies in a particular range. So to begin with, if x is less than 25, I have to just print the prompt number less than 25. Else if the number is not less than 25, then I want to check it whether it is less than 50. If it is so, then I'll print number is between 25 to 50. Else, that means if both the conditions are not true, then the control of the program will land into the last or the final else. So you can have a series of else if statements to relegate or discard the different conditions that may be present in the entire decision logic. So here the first condition, if this is not true, the second condition, and if all the previous cases or conditions are not true, then the program will land into the final else. So this is the use of if, else, else if and else. So let us see how it behaves. Of course the number we generated will be a random number, so every time you may find different output being generated. So let us run it couple of times and see the result. So the server is running, and I have opened the browser in which I am giving the address localhost if statement.php, the script that we have written. I have saved it as if statement.php in the document root of the server, web server. So I just press enter. At this point of time, the random number generated is 53, and therefore it is greater than or equal to 50. Again, if I run it, it may generate a different number, and the different result number is greater than 50. Again, fortunately, all the time the number is greater than 50 is appearing. We may get some number. The numbers are being randomized, but I wonder, yeah, so this is random number 5, number is less than 25. So the randomization also is taking accurately, and the if statement result is also appearing as per the requirement.
Instead of the unilateral die function, you can also define a custom error handler and delegate the activity of error trapping and generating error message to this custom error handler function. So how to write that custom error handler and setting it as a default customized error handler, that we will see.
So let us now see how a custom error handler function can be used in a PHP script. To set a particular user defined function as an error handler, you have to use a function called as set error handler. This is the name of the function, handle error, which will be eventually handling the error if at all it is created or it creeps up into the program. So this error handler function has been defined to accept two arguments. One is the ERR, error number, and error string. Right. So if at all in the rest of the program any error occurs, then this handle error function will be executed, and it will receive two arguments, the error number and the description of the error called as error string. So if whenever this function is executed, it will print this error number followed by the variable value of the variable error ERR and ERR string. Additionally, it will execute or rather echo the message terminating the PHP script, and the program execution we anyway want the program to be terminated there, so you use the die. Okay, so this is the handler function defined, this one, and it has been set or designated to handle the error situation. Now in the rest of the code, what I am trying to do is I am trying to open, fopen is the function which opens a file, in the read mode. If it is successful, then the success message will be displayed. If it is not there at all, then obviously PHP is going to throw an error, and we have already said that a particular function is going to handle the errors. So the control of the program will be directly handed over to this function. It will print the error message and stop. And at the top of the script, we have used a function called as error reporting. That error reporting function will decide what type of errors will be reported. So we have seen that there are different error levels. There are warning, there is error, there is notice, etc. So E error means all those errors which are of the type error, those will be reported. Whenever that type of error will be generated, the handle error function will be executed, and that will print the error message. So let us run this script. Not present, the name itself suggests that the file is not physically the file is not present. So you expect the error message to be printed, error number, error string, and terminating the script, etc. Okay, so let us see. So custom error.php is the name of the script. I am giving it in the URL. So that is the output of the handler function. Error number. What is the error message? No such file or directory. Terminating PHP script is what we have hard coded as the echo message. Okay, so this is how the custom error handler can be used.
In this video, we shall see the exception handling as implemented in a PHP application.
Now this PHP script is used to demonstrate the functioning or mechanism of the well-known try, throw and catch mechanism, which is very popularly used in many of the computer programming languages to process the exceptions. And this program is also demonstrating a very commonly you commonly come across this type of exception, which is called as a division by zero exception, and it occurs whenever you try to divide a number by zero. So even though mathematically speaking a number divided by zero is infinity, it is not possible to express or represent an infinity in a computer with a finite memory. So let us create such a situation where this division by zero error will exception will occur or generate, and how to process that. So I am going to run this program in the console mode, because I want the user to enter the two numbers. Even if at all the denominator is 0, then it will throw an exception. That exception will be directed towards the catch block. It will display the error message. Now, what is the error message? The division by 0 is the error message. This statement will accept a number from the standard input, another number also from the standard input by using the fscanf function. Now this statement is the one which is likely to have an exception. So before the program bumps into this statement, I want to throw an exception if y is equal to 0. So if what I am saying, if y equal to 0, throw. That means the control of the program will be diverted from the regular sequence Instead of letting the program to go to this, I want the program to be diverted or the control to be taken out from here to here. So this exception, the object of this exception will be processed by this catch block. Exception E is the exception object, and the associated error message is called as the get message. So the get message here we are passing on is division by 0. So you expect the division by 0 message to be printed. So it's a very simple example. Let me open the command window now and run the program from there. So the command window is in front of you, and I am executing this script exept1 exept1 I should write .php. If I execute this, it will ask the number to be inputted. I input something, and if I input some other number which is not 0, it will give me the result. But if I again run it, I give a number and second number happens to be 0. So it will print the division by 0 message which is coming out of the catch block. That's how the try catch throw mechanism is employed in PHP.
The use of post and get method we have seen. There is another way of using or processing the form data on the server side, that is by using the $_request variable. That is another super global that is maintained by the server.
Another way of processing the form data on the server side script is using the request associative array. As you know, the request server variable or request associative array can be used to get the form data or obtain the form data that is sent by the get method as well as the post method. So it really doesn't matter whether method is equal to get or method is equal to post is used. Of course, it will have an effect on the query string that will be generated. But then, as far as the fetching of the data from the form is concerned, all you have to do is use the associative array called as request. So request name will give me whatever the user has entered in the first text element, and request age will give me whatever the user has entered in the age text element after the submit button is pressed. First, when this request method.php is displayed by the browser on the first time, obviously because the button has not been yet pressed, so this condition will fail. This will not be echoed. Instead, the form will be displayed. After entering the data, if you press submit button, because the data is going to be posted to the same page again, because I am using PHP self as the action attribute of the form. Second time around, this condition will be true, and therefore these two lines will be echoed. Welcome, the value of the name element in the form and age element in the form will be displayed, and this will not be displayed second time because it is exiting from the if condition. Okay, so more or less the same thing that happened in the post or get method. The same thing, same data can be fetched using the request variable also, that we shall see now. So for first time I am running this example with the method is equal to get. Okay. So the request method.php is opened in the browser, localhost request method.php. The same form is created. I will now enter some data and submit. Remember that the method is used as get. So therefore the query string will be a concatenation of the key value pairs. Right. Now I will change the method to post and reopen the form. You see that the query string doesn't appear in the URL. So I have changed the method is equal to post now. and the same form is opened. And now if I press the submit button, because the data is posted, sent by the post method, the query string will not appear here. But the data of the query string can be fetched from the request server variable as before. There you see the data can be fetched. So these are the three different ways in which the form data can be processed by the server side PHP script using post method, get method, or request variable, right?
In this video, another new feature of PHP 7 I will introduce to you called anonymous class.
So this is the example of an anonymous class in PHP 7. So in order to create an anonymous class, actually the anonymous class is the one which doesn't have a user defined name. So you can directly create an object of a unnamed or anonymous class. So this is the object of that anonymous class, equal to new is the operator which will create a new object, class. This new class will create an unnamed sort of class, and in front of which this is 10, I want to pass on the value to its constructor. Okay, so inside the class I have one data member or variable, member variable called as x. So private $x is my instance variable or member variable, in which in the same class this is a constructor. So the value that is passed here will become the value of this arrow x, so that means this x, and then there are two functions inside the nameless or anonymous class. One is add, other is subtract. So whatever argument that may have been passed to this add function, that and the value of x will be added and it will be returned. Same thing is with the subtraction. So let us now see what happens. This obj is the object of this class, which has this arrow x being set equal to 10. And if I call now obj arrow add, so this function will be called, because this function is belonging to this object, and the value that is passed to that function is 20. So what will happen, this 20 will go to this y, this arrow x is anyway 10 because it is coming from the constructor. So 10 plus 20 will be the value of this variable result. Similarly, if I call this add arrow or obj arrow sub or subtract, so this function will be called, this 5 will become the value of y, this arrow x is instance at the time of instance creation, the value of x has been set to 10, so 10 minus 5 will be the value of this result. So that's how an anonymous class, a new feature in PHP 7, that can be constructed and used. So let us run this and see the result. So this is the URL anonymous.php in my browser. Result is addition is equal to 30, subtraction is equal to 5. Addition is the first result is the call to the inner function add inside the anonymous class, and sub, that is for subtraction.
In this video, let us get acquainted with the idea of class and object and how it is created or how it is used in PHP language.
Let us now put all these object oriented programming principles in a practical example. The script that I have shown in front of you is called as bookclass.php, and it is placed on the document server of our web server. The name of the class is books, and in which two data members or member variables are defined as price and title, whereas there are a couple of member functions, of which this is a constructor. Remember that a constructor in PHP is having a name construct itself, which is having a prefix of double underscore. Okay, and the two arguments that the object is going to receive. For example, if this is the construction of the object of the books class, I am saying physics is equal to new books. How many arguments? Two arguments I am passing to the constructor. So the constructor will take two arguments. First argument is given to the title member variable of the class, and the second argument is given to the price. So this arrow title is equal to par1, that means parameter 1, and this price is equal to parameter 2. So this is the behavior of the constructor, right? Then there are some set and get functions which are called setters and getters. So set price will receive one parameter, and the received parameter is stored as the price variable, the value of the price variable of the object. So this price is equal to parameter. Similarly, there is a get price which will return the value of the price parameter, price member variable of the object. Similarly, there is a set title and get title. In addition to that, there is a get details method inside the class, which will just display the value of title and price of the calling object. Remember that this variable, a special variable called as this, stores the reference or the address of the calling object that we are going to use to fetch the value of the title and price of the calling object. So this is the entire class. Okay. Now we are going to create three objects. Remember that in order to create a object, you have to use the new operator. So new books, physics is equal to new books. Two parameters, we have decided to send two parameters to assign the data to two member variables of the object. So this is the title, price. New books, maths is equal to new books, chemistry is equal to new books. So these are the three objects that are declared and initialized by the constructor. Just print out the values that have been stored in these two objects, called the get details function. So it will print the title and price associated with the physics object and chemistry object, as well as the maths object also. Okay. Now I will call the set price method physics arrow set price. So this set price method will be called, and the value that is going to be passed is 25. So what happens? The 25 becomes the value of this parameter, and that will be assigned to this arrow price. Here this will refer to the physics object. So in effect, what is going to happen? Initially the value of the price member variable of the physics object was 10. Now it will be set to 25. Similarly, I am changing the title of the maths object. So I will call the set title, and then just to verify, the changes are to be displayed by calling the get details. Then what I am doing is, there is a get price method I showed you, which will return the price of the calling object. So I am returning the price parameter of first object, second object and third object, and I am adding it into a variable total, and then I am printing it out. So all the elements of the object oriented programming principles are used here: how to declare the class, how to declare the object, how to press the constructor into action, and how to call the different member functions inside the class. So let us run this script bookclass.php and see what are the different results that they will be generated. Okay. So I have started the server and I am giving the URL as bookclass.php. This is the output. 3 objects were declared. For each object the constructor was called into picture and the values are, the object is initialized. Then we go on to change the price of object named as physics by calling the set price, and then you call the set title. Whatever changes have been done, they have been displayed in these 2 outputs, and then finally you call the get price for each object, and the get price returns the price which is an integer, and then you perform the addition which will give you the total cost. So that is the demonstration of the class and object as used in a PHP language.